Alrighty, let me go to my YouTube, make sure everything is set up. I just let the Instagram know that we are live. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting people up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen here in a second, everyone. Let me, oh my gosh, get everything real quick. What's up, everyone joining in? Oh my gosh, get everything real to give it a quick second. Let me put this on the YouTube. The support me thing. There we go. Good morning, Luminzera. How you doing? Happy days. What's up? Not Phil. How you doing? How you doing? Cora, what's up? What's up, Makes? What's up, John? What's up, Callie? What's up, Maylene? Bella, Kmar, how you doing? Jocelyn, what's up? What's up, Mr. Genlish? What's up? Segan, how you doing? Ari Rowe, how you doing? What's up, Christine? What's up, Justin? Yeah, I totally get you there. Keller, how you doing? Lulu, what's up? What's up, C Lulu? What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people, helps push out the live, and helps us educate more people. So I would really appreciate you if you do that. We're just looking for some debates right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get it going. Let's get it going.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Hello. Yo, I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Matt.
It's because I said yesterday that my mom was thinking about naming me Matt. I was gonna text Matt that. I still haven't done that. Not naming me Matt, but maybe naming me Matthew. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, you're a bitch.
And how old are you?
You're a bitch. You a bitch.
I have a feeling you're about to run away. I have a feeling you're about to
Yo,
run
you a
away,
bitch.
ironically enough. How old are you?
You a bitch, yo.
How old are you?
Whore, yo.
Yeah, you a
Fuck, talk
bitch.
about something like that.
Watch it. You guys are gonna run away and not actually debate me. Watch this. It's gonna happen. Okay, so how old are you?
Yeah, get a life, yo.
How old are you?
Man, you a bum ass.
Watch, he's about to be a coward and not
Clown,
engage in a
yo.
debate. Wait, hold up, pause. Is
Man,
the
what a
person
clown.
who is trying to call me a bitch, right, literally a coward themselves? Okay? You're a coward yourself. Engage in a debate. Come on. How old
I
are you?
might fuck your mother tonight.
Literally nothing. You can't engage in any debate. You can't engage in actually any debate. Why are you like this? It is literally 9 a.m., dude. It is 9 a.m., okay? Why are you doing that? What is wrong with you? What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, my man?
How old are you? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you? Okay, well,
Calling me. Shit. I keep getting a phone call. I'm sorry.
it's okay. Do you hear me currently?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm 42.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I believe he's the only president that's going to be able to correct everything that's wrong with America,
Okay, such as?
such as the political system, the justice system, the laws that he's showing the world, hey, these laws don't mean nothing.
So you think he doesn't care about the law and that's how he's benefiting our system?
Care about the law. He doesn't care about the justice system. He doesn't care about the Constitution. And he's showing the American people that, hey, if you have enough money, you don't have to care. And that's what's going to drive America to destroy itself and start over anew.
Okay. Okay, so you don't actually support Trump. You think that he's going to harm the country. So I have a question. You support Trump because you want to destroy the country, correct?
Because I want him to bring the true face of America out. America's never been a good place.
Can I
We
clarify
spend
though?
more
Like, do you want to destroy America
the America that is now.
that currently exists? Yes.
that's currently ran by a foreign government? Of course.
Okay, I would question what foreign government you're referencing, but specifically, let's talk about this real quick. In terms of,
The one that controls APAC?
okay, so then you're saying Donald Trump is controlled. Okay, so why do you
No,
support someone who's controlled to fight against something that's controlled?
he's not controlled. That's the problem, and that's the greatness about it. He's not controlled, and that's why he's going to bring
Then
forth
explain to me
the
why
ending
Benjamin,
of
explain
APAC.
to me why Benjamin Netanyahu himself said that Donald Trump is the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. Explain that one.
You think he would say that he's not?
That's what Donald Trump said. Yes, he
Do
would.
you think that
If it were,
Benjamin Netanyahu would get on TV and say he's not the greatest ally? Of
oh
course
yeah,
he's going to say he's the
for
greatest.
example,
Of
if
course
I
he's
were in the
always
position
going
of
to speak
presidency,
highly.
if I were in the position of presidency calling Israel a genocidal ethno-state, I don't think he would say that we're the greatest ally, or I'm the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. I don't think that would be the claim. Does it make sense?
They need the money, bro.
So would they say that I'm the greatest ally they've ever had before? If I call
Of
them a
course.
genocidal ethno-state?
Of course.
They would. They would give me. They would say I'm the greatest ally they've ever had.
I
Okay,
would say they would say
you're not
what the
serious.
people
I'm going to
wanna
the next
hear.
person. You're wasting my time. That is so unserious. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, they would not say I'm the greatest ally to Israel that they've ever had. Okay, what are you talking about, Luis? Thank you so much for the hand heart. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Jesus, what's going on? We're 6 minutes into the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How do you?
I'm 26.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
1999, July
Push level
27th.
up, Sparks. Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Claudia de la Cruz because I'm a communist.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I support Trump, but I had to ask you a question.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 18.
What's your
Sorry,
birth
I'm
year?
in like a really loud setting. I'm in the mall right now. I was born in 2007, October 27th.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would obviously vote for Trump. I feel like it's quite obvious.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, honestly, I feel like that his policies have just really I feel like his policies just really strike something in me and it just makes me support him. And honestly, one thing is that he's trying to get rid of all the vegans.
Okay, that's just not the case. You didn't even advocate
It
for
is
that.
actually, yes, it is. Do you want a source?
Are you
Do you
trolling?
want a source? What?
Yeah. What's your source?
If you go online and you look up how many vegans there were in the Biden administration compared to, if you take out that fucking book, I will slap you across the fucking face, Parker. Get your fucking
Totally
chicken
trolling.
scratch off the screen.
Crazy. They're totally trolling. They're totally trolling. Let's go to the next individual. In order to know that, you have got to be a viewer. You've got to be a consistent viewer to know that, by the way. You've got to be. In order to know that my handwriting is absolute ass cheeks, you've got to know. You've got to know. Let's go in the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Let's go in the next individual. And specifically my terminology of chicken scratch. Like that's exactly. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go in the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Okay, it seems like we're getting some trolls right now. Do give it a quick second for people to join up. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Where does Parker live? It's early as fuck here. It is. I live in Los Angeles. It's currently 9:10 right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Uncle Parker, please adopt me. Uncle Parker, please.
What? I'm so confused. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. By the way, happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. Let's go on to the next individual. On to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, but like to a certain extent.
What's
I
your
don't
birth
really
year?
know. 2004,
And you said you're how old?
21.
Okay. Alrighty. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Kamala.
Oh, okay. Based. Base. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. I have a feeling. Watch this. It's gonna be a fetus, screaming fetus, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bitch?
How old are you?
You're a bitch.
Oh, that's that one troll that always comes up and says that one thing about 9/11. Like literally every single time. I can just tell by the tone of voice. They literally troll our lives like every day. I don't know what they get out of that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, pussy? I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Not anymore, bitch.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. How old are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me? I'm 24.
And do you support Trump?
I do, and I've heard all these guys coming on here cussing you all that stuff. I don't agree with that at all. I'm kind of,
Okay.
I guess I support Trump, but I'm more down the middle. But I'm a vet, so I'm curious. I want to talk about kind of the more what's going on in the world right now. You know, Minnesota, all the, I guess, rioting, all that kind of stuff, the protesting, which I do support it in a sense. But I'm just curious, as somebody who's been over to that side of the country, you know, Iraq, all that kind of side of the world, all these people who are protesting over there, like in my head, you know, I've served this country, you know. I feel like there's some truth to the protesting, but I also feel like it's been taken a little bit too far because a lot of these people haven't ever been to that side of the world, this country. They haven't seen that kind of oppression. It's really sad. It's bad. And I get Trump, all the stuff that he's done, but I don't know. I'm just curious what you had to say about that, the protesting, how it's going. Like, is it good, bad, the pros and cons?
Well, I think it's good to protest. I think it's really,
Right,
really good to
yeah.
protest. Could there be more effective ways of protesting in certain circumstances? Absolutely. I definitely don't agree
Right.
with utilizing violence within the context of our system. I don't think it's effective specifically at generating a change currently within the context of our system. Now, if we want to reference this, I think the best way to address change is to do so peacefully, given that it's possible for us to do that. Right? If it were
Right, right.
impossible, then that's like a completely different situation. Given that it's possible for us to change things peacefully, I think that's the way that we should operate. Also, like in terms of this, if we compare our level of oppression that exists comparative to the rest of around the world, just because we don't have the same level of oppression that exists around the world doesn't mean we shouldn't protest or we shouldn't advocate against systems that exist within our country. Appreciate the galaxy.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you. So,
100%. Yeah. I
so
was just curious. As somebody who's been over to that side of the world, I was just curious if there's a better way to move forward. I feel like we need more unity. I just think it's ridiculous how both sides are handling this, I guess is what I have to say.
You know, and I understand your perspective. And one thing I would say is that like, and I hate to be incredibly partisan with this argument, like it will come off that way, but genuinely, just to be honest, like this is like an important thing that I take into account when I think about that, and I want to bring more unity in our country. Is Trump is doing the complete opposite of that. Quite literally, he called for the execution of some Democrats, veterans in Congress, who said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders to service members, which is literally what your oath to the Constitution indicates you should do. So it's like, I literally, I don't know why anyone would think that he would be better for unity, right? Given that he has quite literally done that himself. He says that he hates his opponents. He says that they're the enemy from within.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely feel like we need to find a better way to move forward, especially with Trump. I feel like, yeah, there's a lot of hatred towards the leftists, for sure. And I feel like that is definitely not beneficial towards forming new policies and trying to find a way forward, I guess, with the way our world's going. But I appreciate your time.
All right.
I
Well, I
want to
appreciate you
keep
going.
anybody else from talking.
All right,
Goodbye.
thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jackal, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. They said Minneapolis had been unbelievably peaceful given the circumstances. This guy thinks protesting a problem. I don't necessarily know if he was saying protesting is a problem. I think he was like, where do we establish the line for when we need protesting comparative to other places? And I think it's probably just like one of the first times he was thinking about that within that context. That's at least what it sounded like. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Uncle Parky, please adopt me.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. That was diabolical. Tina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Israel, the 9/11, Israel, the 9/11.
That's the same person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hey, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. It looks like we're losing Either MAGA is too scared to debate me, or they don't exist to the same degree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 14 and I'm from Romania.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live, and you have to live in the United States. One thing I want to say as well is like, I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe like us not seeing people in the lives is evidence that less people are Trump supporters, which could be true to some extent. But just like thinking about that, 1/3 of our country is still Trump supporters. Okay, we would expect at least 1/3 of the people that see the stream specifically to support Trump. It's just that they're scared to debate, that they don't want to defend their views. So maybe they see their views are indefensible to a greater extent, not that they don't exist. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
9/11 Israel, the 9/11 Israel, the 9/11 Israel, the 9/11.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think that might be the better explanation. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his border policies.
Such
and
as?
all of them. And
Okay,
also, like the main
could you
thing
name
too
one?
is, like, I don't think I could name one.
Okay, so then what border policies do you like if you can't name a single one? Could you name
just
like?
in
Could you
general,
like generally explain the concept of it, maybe?
It's just like the wall, like in general, but like also.
Switch to Corky. So if
But,
you like the wall, how do you feel about the fact that Trump only built 3% new wall, 22% refurbishment of the wall, didn't even get a fourth of the wall done? And he
I
did get
mean-
Mexico to pay for it.
Okay, so like the thing is, I mean, he's not like the perfect president, but and I'm also like not like informed like politically as much as I should be, but like there's no way like you can look at Kamala Harris and be like she's a better option than Donald Trump. I mean, there's no way.
Yeah, I can. Okay, can you give me one policy she supports that you disagree with?
Every single one of them.
Name one specific policy.
Okay, I got you.
Aaron Johnson, 2140 Adirondack Street.
Okay, are you guys just trolling?
No,
What do you mean?
I'm
no?
just saying like, I'll give you one more policy.
Okay, just to be totally honest, whenever someone says something like
2140
that.
Adirondack Street.
Okay. Hey, I just want to know, whenever someone does that, I know that they're trolling. Okay. I asked you why you're trolling. I didn't ask you to repeat the troll. Okay. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, did you mute me?
Uh-huh.
What?
I asked you why you're trolling, not to troll again. Would you like
why
to
I'm
answer?
trolling you? Okay, so I'm only trolling you. I'm trolling you because
Aaron.
That's how little I give a shit. All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. Well, I actually want to ask you about that, Parker. I've been
What's your
alive
birth
for a
year?
little bit. I am, sorry,
What's your birth year?
2004.
And if you could go back in time and you could either... Wait, you said you're how old?
19.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You'd have to be 2006, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Israel, the 9/11 Israel, the 9/11 Israel.
Whole new account. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Do give it a quick second, everyone, for us to get some people up here. I'm sorry it's taking a minute for us to get some people up here. Do give it a quick bit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, P Bear, not me. Please, P Bear.
Someone asked in the comment section, Parker, why do you run away from debating communists? Me debating this doesn't mean I'm running away from people debating other topics. For example, quite literally, like, I'm not running away from people debating basketball or football because I'm debating about politics. Like, that just is incoherent to say that I'm running away from people because I don't debate those topics. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, Trump. And what's your birth year?
My birth year is 2002.
Okay, and you said you're 23. Okay, why do you support Trump?
The reason why I support Trump, I feel like I know not everybody likes it, but I like how he's a little bit more. I feel like as a country, we're a little bit stronger because he stands his ground with other countries versus I feel like in other, like when Biden was in, I feel like, especially coming from a military background, I feel like other countries looked at us as weak when we had
Wait, to clarify,
Biden.
do you have Bluetooth plugged in, or are you plugged into like a car or something?
No, I'm in a heavy equipment. I'm at
Are
work.
you driving it right now?
No, I'm not driving it.
Okay,
I'm parked.
okay, perfect. That's totally fine. So repeat what you just said. I apologize.
I said the reason why I support Trump is because I like how he stands his ground, and I feel like he's the only president from what I've seen where during like when they're they're doing their campaigns, the stuff he actually says he's doing, he actually does versus with other presidents. Granted, maybe I just don't pay enough attention, but I don't feel like they actually do what they say they'll do.
Okay. Well, did Trump release the Epstein files? Did he repeal and replace the ACA? Did he build the wall and make Mexico pay for it? Did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he reduce grocery prices and housing prices?
So he didn't make everything happen. I'll tell you that. I can go back on that because I did say make everything happen. So there is some things he didn't make happen right away, like he did say.
Well, he is violating the law and not releasing the Epstein files. So when he said he was going to release them, seemingly
I thought
he's not.
Didn't the Epstein files get released?
No, not all of them. Most of them have not been released.
Okay. I don't watch any mainstream media either, so it doesn't help that I try not to get swarmed in by that. I will say though, you asked someone else why they wouldn't have voted for Kamala, and the one thing Kamala. The reason why I wouldn't have voted for her is I invest in cryptocurrencies, gold and silver. I try to spread my money, and the one thing I know she had said that she would do is tax people on unrecognized gains. And I don't agree with that because I believe you should only be untaxed when you have that gain in your pocket.
So that would only be on wealth over 400 million, and that was under Biden's administration. What his policy was, not Kamala Harris's stated policy. She clarified that that wasn't her stated policy. And to clarify as well, I think that would be totally fine to tax unrealized gains at that level, and I actually think that most people saying that that's an issue, right? It's a bit ridiculous to claim that because of the fact that like there would be expectations associated with the sell of these particular types of stocks or the level of stock, so there would be an incentive for other investors to buy whenever there's a sale there, so that just creates an incentive for others to make money, and it's not going to affect the stock price very much, and it's also going to cause an increase in the level of tax revenue. So I actually unironically think, now that I've thought about it, I actually think that like it might have positive effects to some extent. So I think it's something we should try at least.
Yeah, no, if I could see it if like 400 million unrecognized tax gains.
Yeah, that's exactly what she was doing, by the way. And it was a pretty small tax too. I think it's actually a pretty unique way of raising money because of the fact that there's a market incentive based upon that. And I feel like no one's ever brought this up that I've heard.
No.
I've never heard someone bring this up. That there's a market incentive for other investors to start investing and keep the stock price up while simultaneously, right, the fact that we would get tax revenue from the fact that they have to sell that position. And also, it would create an ability for there to be more spread of wealth because of the fact that the highest levels of earners are going to be taxed on that half to sell, and then it's going to distribute the level of wealth. So, I mean, I actually think that there's decent impacts that could result from it that people haven't brought up when talking about the unrealized tax that I didn't even think about prior as well. When we're talking about, by the way, the highest levels of income being taxed, I don't think unrealized tax and capital gains should be applicable to like average people, which, by the way, it already is through property tax. So
for sure, and I wish someone would take that away because I think you should be able to own your property. You're basically, I feel like at that rate, renting your property from the government, and you don't really own anything.
You mean renting the land or something like that? Technically, in a certain sense, if you say that. But one thing I would say in terms of that is that, like, I don't know how realistic it is to 100% get rid of property tax, but in the long run, like, obviously you want to shift that away from property tax and and towards other taxes if you can, right? That would be
Right.
a good idea, given that we're talking about an unrealized tax there. Or you could shift the burden, make it for the highest levels of property, right? And you can specifically reduce it for property in which is valued at lower extents, or lower rates, I mean. Which
Right.
obviously has
And
a
the one
bracket,
thing,
so it doesn't disincentivize to increase pricing at certain points for certain housing.
yeah, and with I spent some time overseas. I'm no longer in the military, so nobody can say that I'm coming from a military standpoint because I'm not. I want to get that clear. But when I was overseas, I got to go to UAE, which is where Dubai is at. And I looked into their country a little bit. And what I kind of like, even though most all Middle Eastern countries are dictatorships, um, the one thing I liked about UAE is they don't tax the working class, they only tax the businesses, which I think could be something because if you look at businesses like Walmart, if they had to pay a higher tax, at the end of the day, the government's still going to get all the money because they're going to charge the tax on the citizen, but the citizen isn't going to the store, paying tax, and then still paying tax on the income they're making after going to the store and paying tax. What do you think about that?
Okay,
What's your,
so
I guess, your
we want
view
so
on
then
that?
your position is you want lower taxes for working class people and more taxes for rich people. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump does the exact opposite of what you want. He decreases taxes on rich people and increases taxes on working class and lower class people because of the fact that he imposed tariffs, which disproportionately affect lower income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on cost of living and consumer goods that they rely upon.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, if I remember correctly, I've been to Canada once and I talked to some Canadians, and they don't pay sales tax. The only time they pay sales tax is if they're buying alcohol or tobacco. Do you think that could benefit America?
Yeah, reductions in sales tax would be beneficial, yes. And by the way, they do pay sales tax. I'm pretty sure. But I actually agree with reductions in sales tax because of the fact that it's a regressive tax upon Americans, right? Because of the fact that it increases the cost of consumer products.
Right. No, for sure. Cool, man. Well, I appreciate your time.
All right, for sure.
I'll let you get on to the next one
Uh,
if you don't have a bunch of other trolls.
Okay, well, I do have a question before you go. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes,
Such
but
as?
I'm not. I couldn't really. I couldn't think of an idea right now on the spot.
Okay. So, like, could I give you an example?
Yeah, let's throw some examples at me.
Yeah. Like, if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you still vote for him?
So, in regards to those things, sexual acts and stuff, I believe that if we really dug in deep to every politician, you could find that they could be held accountable for any type of rape, pedophilia, child molestation. I believe anybody who has
What?
high power and high money
Kamala
has
Harris?
had.
You think Kamala Harris is engaged in P3DA? So where was she in the Epstein files? Where was Obama in the Epstein files? Where was Biden in the Epstein files? I don't see him.
That's because I don't think people are pushing to find it.
Really? I think a lot of people are trying to push to find. I mean, we found Elon Musk begging to be on the island. We found Bill Clinton. We found Donald
Okay,
Trump. We've even
so you're
we've even
talking.
seen Donald Trump's face redacted. They redacted Donald Trump's face, but then they didn't redact the faces of some of the victims.
So you're speaking Epstein Island specific, but what about all the videos and clips of Biden that shows him weirdly touching kids in
I
public?
don't know what you mean by quote unquote weirdly touching kids. You mean literally like when he's at Congress and he's like with one of the children, specifically of one of his friends, right? And he's like taking a picture with everyone. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that when he was in office, I did see a lot of videos where he would
Try to get this Jerry out of here.
he would weirdly be touching girls' hair, or that wasn't just normal. Like if I was a famous person and was to take pictures with people, I would maybe put my arm around their shoulder,
League
but I
trophy.
wouldn't be touching their hair or stuff like that, which I've seen videos of him doing.
Of him touching someone's hair.
girl's hair,
Okay.
like almost grooming it per se.
Okay. Well, I definitely think that's weird, but I don't know how that's comparable to what happened with Trump, like Purge of the Galaxy.
No, my point being is I think.
And by the
that
way, if it's his grandkid, that's not even that weird, right? For like a grandparent
I
to do
can see
that.
that
Like
if it's
my
a
grandma has
grandkid.
done that to me before.
Yeah, no, if it's a family member, that's different.
So then, like, okay, I don't even know what you're really talking about. Okay, are you comparing that to Donald Trump here? One
No,
other point I
I'm
wanted to
not-
make is
I'm
that
not
apparently
trying
it's
to
been reported on today that they have not even redacted some of the literal CSAM that exists within the context of the Epstein files, literally child sexual abuse material. Some of that has been unredacted, so they redacted Trump's face, but then they didn't redact some of the CSAM. And they released it. So it looks like they are just fucking literally stupid as fuck, okay? Like, genuinely, like, it looks like they're just stupid as fuck. It looks like they're incompetent, okay? Genuinely. How incompetent do you have to be? They can't even do basic fucking tasks. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I feel like this is not a hard thing to redact files. Like, hello?
I got the comments going. Sorry, I was reading the comments.
Okay.
But you got me beat. I don't know. I'm not sure where to go from here.
Okay, so then why do you still support Trump? Even though he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Even though he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Even though he sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. Even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Even though he has 26-plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. How come you look
And
over all of those things?
My question is, where's the hard evidence of that you
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. There were 26 plus people that accused him of sexual misconduct. Each of the individual accounts of things that have happened to them are pieces of evidence. Okay? If 26 plus people come out and accuse someone of sexual misconduct, of engaging in one particular type of action, right, over and over and over again, and Donald Trump himself has bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, right? Wouldn't that indicate very likely to you that this has probably happened before?
Yeah, but I think all people who have money have done it, and politicians have done it.
There's not good evidence to say every single person with money and every single person in politics has done that. That's ridiculous
Correct.
to say.
It lacks evidence, but I think the evidence.
It does lack evidence. It's literally a trust me bro claim to try and act like everyone's a rapist. No, not everyone is a rapist. What are you talking about? Are you seriously, your response to this is saying every rich person and every person in politics is a rapist? That was your response to this? And by the way, if that were true, send them to prison. But that's not true, of course. That's ridiculous to say. Do you think Kamala Harris is a rapist?
I personally don't even think of. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my mouth there.
Is Kamala Harris a rapist?
I mean, I don't feel like. Who knows? That's a whole nother topic.
No, there's no evidence of that at all. What the fuck do you mean? Would I have reason to say that? Wait, by the way, let me just clarify. Would I have reason to say that about you? Or would I say no until I have reason to believe otherwise?
Right, I'm going off. The reason I have otherwise is if you look at all the people that have been under, what's the
Are we
word
just going to
I'm
ignore
looking
my
for?
questions?
No, you said, why do I have reason to believe Kamala Harris?
Yeah, and
what
you're
I'm
not providing
saying-
one right now.
I am.
Oh, okay. Try.
I'm saying that
He left. Okay. Okay, all right. Kendra, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Do some W's for Kendra in the comment section right now. G, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. Base, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Reba, thank you so much for the $5. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I hope you have a fantastic day, Reba. As well as Carolyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. They said ICE is starting to terrorize Maine too. My sister lives there, and I last talked to her, and they detained over 500 people. That's so crazy. I hope everyone stays safe. I hope everyone stays safe there. Insane. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. And they said only 5 people had a criminal background. Yeah, literally, it's like 5% that have a criminal background. Hector, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Good to see you, as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I would vote for him again if I went back in time.
And what's your birth year?
2003,
Okay, what month?
February.
Okay, why would you vote for him?
Because the biggest aspect of voting for me, one of them is voting pro-life.
Okay, I have a question. What year did you graduate high school?
2021.
2021? And
Yes.
you're how old again? 22? Okay, you were
22, yeah.
right. You answered that
Yeah,
pretty
I'll
quickly
turn-
too.
Yeah,
Alrighty,
I promise.
yeah, for sure. I'm just
No,
saying
I,
because you do
my
sound
birthday
young.
is literally, my birthday is literally in 8 days, so I'll be 23 soon.
Okay, for sure. You're literally older than my girlfriend. So like I was just saying that because of the fact that you sound young. So don't worry. I'm not just saying because you sound young. You are young. I'm just doing that to clarify because people come up on the
No, it's
streams and lie
okay.
about their
I
age.
also get
All right.
ID'd like everywhere I go. I'm used to it.
Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
I vote off of my pro-life stance mainly because that's something that's very important to me. So
So pro-life.
with
Okay,
Trump's,
so then I have a question. Like, how do you feel about Alex Preddy and Renee Good? Do you think they were murdered?
with the Renee Good situation, I do believe that the officer did have some like fear and you can meet force with force. But Alex Preddy, I don't agree with that, and I do believe that that was wrong.
So, oh, sorry, I apologize. So in the case of Renee Good, it's not that just they have to have fear in order to justify them using violence or lethal force in this scenario. They have to have reasonable fear of an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death to any person in this scenario, which did not exist. He without having the ability to jump out of the way, right? And he clearly had the ability to jump out of the way in the scenario, get out of that circumstance. To a greater extent, he chose not to. I don't necessarily even believe that he was hit, but assuming that he was, because I think that's something that you could take either way, that fact, he wasn't hit very hard because else he would have been hit to the ground.
I also don't think that there's footage that proves that he was hit. But just not necessarily his fear, but the fact that the car was coming at him, I do believe that that was a sign of force.
So we actually saw from his cell phone footage that she was turning right and that he saw that. So why would he decide to do that when she backed up and then decided to turn right? And why would he reach for his gun prior to her even going forward?
I mean, I just don't agree full-heartedly with ICE's use of lethal force. I think that, I have friends in law enforcement and they use a lot more, calm judgment, maybe, I guess. Like, my buddy has been in multiple, S by cop situations as a cop, and he has yet to fire with people with a KNIFE charging at him. Like, he still was able to.
Yeah, like you're supposed to wait until the very last chance where there's no other options. Okay, so like, by the way, if that happened, Trump would have defended it right away, and yet your cop friend had significantly more restraint than any of those ICE agents. You know what that is? That's called good training. That's
Yeah,
called being
and I
reasonable. That's
honestly,
called the normal risks associated with the job that you decided to take that you are deciding, and that's a good thing that they are willing to undergo those risks to benefit us as a whole in terms of our society, and that's something that you should look at with a very good, like you should be happy that they're doing that and that they're able to use that level of restraint, and that should be a good thing that is represented by other people within these fields, and
I
that should
mean,
exist to a greater extent.
personally with my town, like, yes, I'm happy that they used restraint, obviously, because the situation ended up being diffused. However, it's just such a shaky line because the same buddy was involved in a situation where his like the person standing on the same side of the scene as him was hit through a window. They were outside. He was hit through a window. And so like restraint was used in that situation as a man claimed that he was going to hurt anybody that tries to enter the property. He hurt them anyway. He was a very violent individual, and they used restraint in that situation, and it ended with the life of a very well-known, well-loved, well-respected man.
Yeah, and
So
that's
like,
incredibly sad. Incredibly sad. And that's a
and
tragedy,
it is.
right? And I
So
totally agree. But like the thing is, I can say this is that we can't say based upon the likelihood of it being possible that something like that could happen is a justification to not use restraint, because there's so many more circumstances where the use of restraint will end up saving more people in the long run. Although like it's
yes, and I
incredibly
don't
it's a
know.
tragedy in any of these circumstances, like where that
I
something
don't
like that
know
happens.
what the requirements are to be an ICE agent, and I mean maybe that's something I should look into. And
The
I
Trump
think that the
administration has lessened
requirements,
it in terms of training and the requirements to then even be accepted.
I definitely feel like those should be held high as it is such a tense situation right now. Um, because obviously life is valuable, but
Okay. So I guess here's my point.
not but.
How do you feel about the Trump administration defending these situations, calling them domestic terrorists?
Did they call Alex Preddy?
Yeah, Kristi Noem called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist, trying to take out as many agents as he possibly could.
I believe what I saw was Trump saying that, like, essentially condolences. Like, he wasn't ignorant of this situation and that it wasn't fully justified.
So we're talking about the Trump administration did, and then the fact that there's been some backtracking by the Trump administration and vague concepts thrown by Trump. I don't think Trump said condolences or anything, but I do think that he definitely
I'm
like
looking
didn't make
for
the
a
same
source.
statements that Kristi Noem did in the same way. So do you think that he called out Kristi Noem for saying that he's a domestic terrorist, for example?
I doubt it.
No, why not? That's a pretty big fucking claim. To claim that he's a domestic terrorist.
I mean, there is the extent to where how many people are saying things about Alex Preddy, and I mean, Trump could make a general statement, but calling every person out would be tricky.
Well, this is a person he appointed to the position to address this.
Sorry.
I mean, this is a person in his administration. It's not just some like random person. Do you know who Kristi Noem is?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess maybe that would be an important thing to know. Kristi Noem was like the person appointed by Trump to deal with the interior defense in terms of immigration enforcement.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Okay. Alrighty. So then, like,
So
I guess like my point that I brought
no,
this
I
up for
don't.
was to be like, it seems like a lot of people who are pro-life seemingly care a lot about fetuses and embryos when they're in the womb, but seemingly when they get out of the womb, they start defending like the deaths of them, and that doesn't seem like the case for you. It seems like you did disagree with them being killed, of course. But for
Yes.
others, they seemingly do that. That's why I was asking you this question.
And so, like, getting back to that, I have a genuine care for people, and I like try my best to go morally about situations, and I just think that the numbers of I don't know if I can say the word, but we'll go with ABs that happen in America is very large, and I do live in a state that is known as, like, people travel to my state to get them done, and that's just, like, I don't like it. I really don't. And Trump, let me clarify, my stance on pro-life is unfortunately no exceptions. Like, I have empathy towards the people in rough situations, but the like value of a life never.
Okay. What about life of
outweighs.
the pregnant individual?
So with life of the pregnant individual, I don't consider which is a pro-life stance, I do believe, if the mother gets a surgery for her health that results in the unaliving of the child, that is not like an outright abortion. The procedure was not done to end the life of the baby. It
Well,
was
if they
done to save
intentionally
the life
end
of
the
the
life of the
mother.
baby in order to save the life of the mother, would you be okay with that?
No, I feel like there are other
No?
ways around
So,
that.
so to clarify, which in the circumstance in which there are no other ways around it, would you be okay with that happening?
I don't feel like there are other ways around it. Like, I
Yeah,
don't think that
that's
there's
exactly what I was saying. I was like, in some circumstances, in order to be able to do this, they know that it's going to lead to the death of the fetus, yet they do it
Would
anyway
you
because they want to protect the life of the individual that's pregnant.
So if there's a procedure that they know will end the life of an infant, but that isn't the goal of the
We're
surgery,
talking about
it's
when
the goal.
we're talking about a fetus in the womb. There's a difference between a
Yes.
fetus in the womb and an infant, but in terms of a fetus in the womb, again, yes, they will absolutely, in some circumstances, engage in certain procedures that they know will lead to the death of the fetus simply because it's going to save the life of the pregnant individual.
Do you know the circumstance? So I could like figure out and get a stronger stance.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there are situations of ectopic pregnancy, in which impact people. Just look up any situations of there's countless. By the way, it's not just one specific. There's countless examples of specifically the fact that in situations there will be what's it called, where they have to intentionally end the life of the fetus in order to be able to save the life of the pregnant individual. Just look up what's it called? Essentially, abortion in self-defense. Situations where people have to get abortion in order to save their life. You can look any of those up, and you'll get countless different examples explained to you in a manner in which I wouldn't be able to explain to you as well. Because, like, again, I'm not a
So
doctor. There's
I
people
guess what
saying in
I'm
the comment
saying,
section as well. There's other situations such as preeclampsia, placenta abruption, etc. Like, there's high blood pressure, heart failure, sepsis. People
so
are
I
saying.
believe that like if somebody had heart failure and they were treated properly for that, part of
Well,
it
again,
would be
we're not the ones to determine that. You have to like look into the situations to see. I'm just telling you that there are situations in which this does happen.
yeah. So I do value the life of the mother as well. And let me form a thought. Goodness. Um, the not for me to say one life or the other, obviously. Um, I don't know in the situation where it's one life or the other. I guess just trying everything,
So you don't
trying
know?
not
Like
to inflict harm, but if harm happens to
I think this
the
is kind of like
fetus,
a crazy thing to say. Like I think obviously in the circumstance they should be saved, right? Like the person who's pregnant, they have no obligation to maintain a pregnancy if it's going to mean their death. Like that is a ridiculous
yes,
obligation that they'd have to undergo in order to save the life of another.
yes, you don't have an obligation to risk your life over another person's life. Um, I'm
Yeah,
just
in this
saying, like,
situation, yeah.
use of extreme caution is this necessary in order to, like, is the mother actually going to be unalived? and trying everything you can to
That's
save both
that's what
people.
doctors do indicate. And also, by the way, if there's a high risk of it, I'm not taking chances, right? Like in general, like that would
Yeah.
be me. And for the situation in which it's my girlfriend, let's say she's in a situation where she had a high chance of a risk or dying, I would support her decision in either circumstance, and I would really obviously hope that she, is specifically going to do things in which are going to lead to reductions in risk. That makes sense to do in the circumstance. I bet that would be exactly what doctors tell you to do. If there's a high risk within the context of the situation, you absolutely should have the choice of getting an abortion. Say there's a 40% chance of death, right? If someone doesn't get an abortion, do you think that they should legally be allowed to get an abortion?
No.
No?
That
Okay, what about a
isn't the
90%
only.
chance of death?
I don't know where to draw the line, I guess, is what.
Would you at least say it's true with 90? Like you would specifically say that like someone should be able to get access to an abortion if it's 90%? Like does it have to be there in immediate death to get an abortion under your view? Because that puts so many people at risk in which they are going to die literally under our system. If you do not allow for people to get access to it prior, okay, then that's going to lead to people dying. And by the way, under our system has led to people dying.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer, like where to draw the line of if the mother's life is at risk. I don't know where.
Okay. Um,
And so the study I'm looking at right now,
how about this? Do you think 10-year-old
I am
girls
looking at,
should be able to get access to
oh,
an abortion if they get raped?
it's the ending of the life.
So should they be able to get
And
access to an
that is
abortion?
an awful crime that I am absolutely not for as a victim myself. Absolutely not for that crime. Stand against it. But um it's not the result is ending a life. And it's not an innocent life.
Okay, but like, why should we restrict someone's access to control their body when they're 10 years old and they were after they just had their autonomy stripped from them for the life of a zygote or an embryo? Like, I genuinely don't see why we would place that much value upon cellular life, that we would say that a sentient individual would need to go through such a traumatic experience because of a non-sentient life. A 10-year-old, literally a 10-year-old, by the way, which is like absurd. Like, no 10-year-old should be forced into that circumstance.
I feel like, I mean, the force was put by a harmful individual.
And now by
And
individuals in the government because they're trying to enforce their religion upon them.
I mean, they turned it over to the people for the most part, and they're incentivizing having families, or they're trying to put in place things of having
You can
families
incentivize people
following
having
them.
families by not forcing children to go through pregnancies. Did you know that we can have more children in a society in which we choose when we have children than when we are forced to have children based upon situations that happen?
I mean, so with the exception of from this statistic here, 0.4% of instances of babies, the rest, 95%, 95.9% are elective and unspecified reasoning. And so even if in the case of grape and every other of that 5%, 4%, 4.1%, 95% is a large number I don't know how many have happened in America, but that's just a really large number of elective, and I have known people who don't use protection by choice and have had multiple. And I think that, like,
Okay, and you still stayed friends with them?
no, I'm no longer friends with them.
So do you think they're a serial killer?
I mean, by my definition, qualifies. When you have
So
when
you would
you
say that
give
they should be in prison
consent,
for the rest of their life? I mean, they're a serial killer under your view.
I mean, yeah, by my
You think they should be convicted
statements,
by a jury and put in prison for the rest of their life for being a serial killer? You think they should be in the
probably,
same group as Jeffrey Dahmer?
I believe that no two people's crimes are the same.
Or I'm just saying the group
I
of
mean, if
serial
they
murderers.
if they wait 8 months, they'd be classified as the same. As unfortunately, one of my ex-friends also did.
Okay, do you think IVF should be banned?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of IVF either.
So everyone who engaged in IVF, because that's the process that they needed to engage in, because of fertility issues, say that they're dealing with, you're saying is a murderer because they've discarded multiple zygotes and embryos as a part of the process?
I don't know.
Well, under your view, it would necessitate that they're murderers, or at least paid for murder, right?
What?
Under your view, it would necessitate that they at least paid for murder, or that they are murderers themselves.
I don't know. Can't answer that. I'm sorry.
I think our intuitions clearly indicate that they're not murderers and they shouldn't go to prison, right? Because they were clearly just trying to have kids. There's nothing wrong with that. So then what's the relevant difference between the zygote and the embryo that we discard and abortion prior to sentience? The answer is that there is none that's morally relevant.
I mean, one is. Nope, can't say that actually, because
One.
that contradicts myself. Just a little bit.
Okay.
So do you know the difference? I'll ask you, or I could Google it, but conception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the definition?
Yes, it's the fertilization of the egg. It's the fusing of the sperm and the egg.
Okay,
Beginning
yep,
of
I
life.
can't
Cellular life.
differentiate. Yep, that is what Google is telling me.
Where does conception occur in the human body?
Sorry, it's time for me to wake up, apparently.
Okay. Where does conception occur in the human body?
I don't know. I mean,
Do you know where pregnancy
obviously
occurs in the human body?
in the uterus?
Mm-hmm. The conception occurs in the fallopian tubes, specifically. So I guess my point would then be is that, like, if you don't value it when it's cellular human life after the point of conception, why do you value it in the womb prior to sentience? And why are you willing to say that, like, 10-year-olds should be forced to go through pregnancies for something that you clearly think it's okay to discard? Or you don't even think it's murder to discard?
I mean, I do, but
You do think
I
it's
do
murder?
think it is still schmurder.
Okay, so to
But
clarify,
here's the
you
thing.
think that
You
people who
can't
engage in the process of
criminalize
IVF are
people.
serial murderers?
So you can't criminalize people for things that are made so societally moral.
Okay, so then that you won't criminalize people for engaging in abortion because society considers abortion as moral?
Yeah, it's not their fault that if they see it as normal.
Yeah, so they shouldn't be criminalized, right?
No,
Oh, no. Okay, so then you're pro-choice.
I don't think abortion is, or sorry, I don't
You can
think
disagree with abortion. You can be
pro-life is necessarily
anti-abortion.
the criminalization.
Oh,
I
well, let's
think that
clear.
there's a difference there.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, it seems like we agree, okay? At least on the idea that it should be legal, right? You agree with me that abortion access should be legal. You can disagree with abortion all you want. No one has a problem with you disagreeing with it, like morally speaking. Literally, no one here has a problem with that. As long as you think it should be legal, there's no problem.
Okay, I don't think it should be legal, but I don't think it should be
Okay, there we go.
punished with today's society.
Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. Are you just saying that, like, once there's a law, then it should be illegal? So, like, for example, people should be held accountable in certain states in which there are laws restricting it?
I think that once it's more,
Oh, so they shouldn't even be held accountable in those states. Okay. So then you disagree
It
with Donald
should
Trump's
be-
abortion policy.
so with it in some states and people growing up with it so normalized, I think that there needs to be like some sort of a buffer zone as if like it were to be outlawed for society to adjust to those morals.
Okay, so there needs to be a buffer zone to address to morals, and then you would want it to be illegal.
And then punishable.
So you
by
don't
law,
want people
yes.
today to go to prison for it, but in the future you want them to go to prison for it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just because if you're raised on a belief, like
So I
people
guess
who
here's
are
my
raised
question.
with the
What's
belief
the
that
relevant
slavery
difference
was
between
okay,
abortion committed today and abortion committed in the future? That means in the future it should lead to prison, but now it shouldn't.
with
Also, like,
I
how
mean,
is this
it
not...
wasn't
Wait, I have a question.
people weren't put in prison for owning slaves back in the day.
And they should have been.
They should have been.
So
but
then
they
let me
weren't
ask you this
because it
question.
was-
Let me ask you this question. Do you think the Nazis should not have been held accountable for the mass genocide they committed because it was normalized within their society? Do you think there should have been a quote-unquote buffer zone for them to adjust morally?
I still believe that the societal views were that ending the lives of that many people was not that's punishable. That people
So
know it's
would
wrong
you would
to
you have
end the
like a
lives of that
buffer
many.
zone for their morality, or would you say that they should be held accountable for crimes against humanity?
They should be held accountable for the crimes because the knowledge that ending life was bad.
Oh, okay. Couldn't you say the same thing here in abortion? Under your view? But they don't think it was bad, is what you're going to say. They lived in a society that said it was okay. Well, the same thing is true for the Nazis. Their society said it was okay. They said that Jewish people were subhuman.
So I think the difference here is in abortions, they're telling people that like it's not a life, it's okay to just get rid of it, have a procedure, it's over with. Whereas in Germany, they were saying it is a life and we're ending it.
Well, I mean, I believe it's cellular life, and I'm okay with ending it. Because I don't give a shit about cellular life. I care about sentient life.
Aren't you cellular though, low-key?
No, I'm not only cellular. I'm also sentient. That might not be able to be said for most MAGA supporters, but I have sentient life.
Wait, do you think I'm not sentient at all?
I'm just messing with you.
Parker.
Of course you're sentient.
Okay, by the way, also Parker, so this is a stance I like firmly stand on, but I honestly am not as educated as I would like on politics, and I do enjoy watching your lives just to see like some contrary points of view, and like there are definitely things I really don't agree with on either side, so I appreciate you for doing what you do.
Okay. Oh, I appreciate it. It seems like you do think it should be at least legal in the meantime. Therefore, since it should be legal in the meantime, would you agree more with Kamala Harris? Because she wants it to be federally protected in terms of access to this. It's federally protected up to viability. And after viability, it's left up to the states.
No, I don't agree because I am still pushing for it to become fully illegal.
Wait, but you just said there should be like a buffer zone. That's not what Trump's doing. He's leaving it to the states, which is allowing for them to ban it immediately without a buffer zone.
So, pushing for the ban, in an ideal mindset of mine, the criminalization of it, illegal, but the punishment for
Yeah, they
crime.
they have made it criminalized.
Yeah, I don't like.
So if you don't agree with that, then you disagree with Donald Trump's abortion policy. So abortion cannot be the reason why you support Trump over Harris. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to find like a way to say it. I want it to be illegal. However, because of how people have been told, it's okay. I feel bad for people. I don't want them to be punished.
Okay. And I get you there. So then, like, why would you agree with Donald Trump's policy then? Because that's leading to more punishment of people when you didn't want them to be punished. So it seems like, at least from this perspective, you might say that you disagree with abortion, but you don't think that they should be put in prison for it, at least at this current moment. So then again, abortion isn't a reason to support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris because you don't have enough of like essentially a position on it to say that it should be made illegal to then vote for someone who wants to make it illegal in some circumstances, right, over someone who doesn't, right? You would care about other things in politics. Like, how about the 420,000 children that are being cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill? The 2.5 million people cut off their access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt and giving most of the tax cuts to rich individuals.
I don't know the specifics you're citing or have a stance on them.
Well, you can find this from the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
Yeah, I just don't feel like with my knowledge of what's happening, I don't feel that I am prepared to, I guess, debate on that subject.
Alrighty. Well then, is there any other thing that could get you to stop supporting Trump?
A better candidate who is pro-life.
Okay, so and by pro-life, you don't mean just an anti-abortion. You mean thinks abortion should be illegal, or do you just mean anti-abortion? Because I mean, I'm not quite sure what Kamala Harris' position on it, but I assume it very likely could be the anti-abortion but pro-choice position. So, seems like Kamala Harris would then agree with you.
Sorry if you can hear my keyboard.
It's okay. I don't hear it.
Just trying to see if she does have a posted stance.
I don't think she has a posted moral stance, but she does have a posted stance that she thinks it should be legal and that Roe versus Wade should be codified into law.
I do believe it should be made illegal.
Okay. So then it seems like you do have to be able to identify what's the relevant difference between IVF, that means discarding zygotes and embryos, shouldn't be considered murder and lead to criminalization, but abortion should.
The difference between IVF and abortion. I don't. I mean, I just think it shouldn't be a procedure that is done. Just like abortion is a procedure that I believe shouldn't be done. But
Should it be criminalized?
I think it would be fair to on the behalf of the provider.
So you want to criminalize people who discarded the zygotes and embryos and put them in prison for the rest of their life for being serial murderers? You think they should be convicted for serial murder?
Like I have stated with today's society and how IVF is a thing that is done frequently and not seen as evil in any way, I don't believe that that stands. But with a moral shift towards the topic, yeah.
So you
As
do think they
society-
should be criminalized and convicted for serial murder for discarding embryos and zygotes?
I mean, it is human life at that point, so yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
That's hit or miss. Because I don't believe you have to do, so no.
No, you don't
In
think
my
it's murder?
stance, the reason I say no is because it is not necessarily natural for a person to be, their life extended by machines. So, or by like that type of medical intervention.
Okay, so to clarify, my dad almost died before, and he relied on medical services to survive. Okay, he was sentient when he did. If someone unplugged him, he would have died. So
Yeah.
do you think it would have been legal to unplug him? Or do you think it should have been? Sorry.
No.
Okay, obviously not. So why do you think it should have been legal to unplug an individual that's brain dead because they rely upon medical services, but not my dad? Because again, the brain dead individual is still cellularly speaking alive.
It's circumstantial. With the idea of if they are able to regain a life without that intervention. I mean, a nurse accidentally removed my grandma's oxygen, so she passed away.
That's horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was misinformation, but as she was also a 71-year-old with they stopped counting after 8 masses in her lungs. So they had a miscommunication and went ahead and removed the oxygen too early. So after that point, you know, there was no intervention available. But where was I even going with that? Parker, help me. What was the question?
We were kind of talking about like whether or not you think it's okay. What's the difference between someone who's sentient who relies on medical services to survive and someone unplugs them versus someone specifically who is brain dead, right? And they obviously are not going to come back, but they're still cellularly speaking alive. Essentially, the point I'm trying to get you to realize is that what you care about is subjective experience. That's the basis of how we identify personhood. Is that they're going to have a past or present and future subjective experience. If they don't meet that set of criteria, well, then it's not going to be referred to in the same way of personhood as we do with ourselves, for example.
So I think I see like the correlation you're trying to make with like cellular level in the womb versus cellular level there. Yeah, and I am going off of the what? I'm going off of the idea of life after the situation. Like, so if a person is brain dead, they don't, like, I don't think it's
You said there's going to be
smarter for
sentient
taking
life
them
later
off.
on. So, like, what you're not understanding there is then what you care about is sentient life, right? Subjective experience. You don't just care about cellular life. So this whole argument that, oh, you care so much about cellular life that you're willing to criminalize people over this is kind of just wild to me, right?
And the difference between the two situations would be the sentient life after.
That they are in the future going to have this. I understand at that point. What you're not getting, though, is that if you value it in the future because it's going to have established this in the future, why do you value it? If we would have an abortion, it would never have existed in the first place, right? Like it would never exist at any point in time if you had that abortion. So you're just valuing some sort of potential that could have just
It
never
would have
existed, right?
existed if
In
you
this
didn't.
context, clearly.
It would have existed if a person wouldn't have gone through an abortion. I don't understand that point you're trying to make.
Yeah, I'm saying that like it hasn't been established yet. It has never existed at any point in time. If you have an abortion, that will 100% prevent that from existing. Does
I
that
mean,
make
it
sense?
has existed in the womb. Like, the person is already
Because it's solely
there.
just potential by itself. It's not like it's existed in the past. Like with my position, it's past or present and future subjective experience. So it would have existed in the past or present. So I guess my point would then be is that like why is the first aspect of your conjunction, which means this and this equals value, life and future subjective experience is your position, is cellular life, and then the second aspect of it is sentient life, subjective experience. Because to me it seems like if you're going to value one of them, seemingly like in terms of future, you should also value past or present. I don't know why you'd only value future and not past or present as the baseline for that.
So, okay, just curious. I mean, I'm assuming, I don't know, I'm not assuming. Do you think that taking someone off of life support is murder?
Not if they're brain dead.
Okay. And in what way am I invalidating their past if I believe in that?
If you believe in that,
If I believe that it's okay to remove life support,
I
why
think you're
am I
misunderstanding my
invalidating their
argument
past?
here. I think we're not really moving anywhere, and we've kind of hit like a point of like we're not understanding each other. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add? I guess.
No, that's okay.
All right, for sure. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, have a nice day.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I have some people to think on Venmo, PayPal, and on YouTube, but let's make sure to get this next person up here real quick before we do so. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's your birth year?
2008.
I can't hear you. You're also really far from your microphone. It's incredibly hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said 2008, January. So, like, I recently turned 18.
Okay, for sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I don't take either side because we haven't had.
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? So the next individual, do give it a quick second, everyone. I have some people to think on YouTube, Venmo, and PayPal. Just give me a quick second, though. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give us a quick second. We're trying to get someone up here. Do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, well, I'm adding some up. I'm just going to say thank you to some people. Tess, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It seemed like that kind of went back and forth. I think they're not really quite sure, seemingly. Kenzie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. That would be definitely better at addressing it. Honestly, could have brought that point up. Maybe that would have been effective. Tess, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's a good idea. That's a good idea. I should have mentioned that, honestly. Cassie as well, thank you so much for the $1. I did see that. Victor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And I know, right, Amanda, it's absolutely insane. Tiller as well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Tiller in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely does seem like that. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $8 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's just go to the next individual. Lovey, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary to them. That's amazing. That's amazing. W to their anniversary. 53 years is amazing. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, that's so nice. And their first time? That's so nice. That's such a nice night. And that's so cool of y'all doing that. Literally, so cool. So based. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to them. Seriously, that's incredibly cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm sorry, everyone. For some reason, it seems like people are just sending guest requests and then they're forgetting they sent a guest request. I don't know what's going on right now. I apologize. I'm trying to get some people up here. I do apologize. As well as Elena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $22. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Corey, thank you so much for the $10. And Megan, again, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. Can we get the W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you, Elena. I said it's been a long time. I felt very low, but I went to a protest march in Denver on Saturday. That's great. That's great to hear. And it gave me the hope that I desperately needed. That's amazing. Continue the fight. Of course I will. Thank you so much, Elena. Glad to hear that you've got your hope. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section.
Nigger.
You're so disgusting. Go fucking step on some Legos with your bare fucking feet, you disgusting fuck. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Tashina, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you. Cassandra as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Cassandra. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? I'm 58.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank on PayPal and on Venmo, and on YouTube, and then we'll go on to our conversation. Cassandra, again, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I definitely would have if I could have asked then. Alice, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear that. That's absolutely insane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Alice. I hope that they're doing okay. Absolutely insane. As well as Cheryl, thank you so much. Really appreciate for the $10. Thank you so much. Gloomy, thank you so much for the $14. Thank you. Happy birthday to your daughter. Happy birthday. That's amazing. Happy birthday to them. As well as some people to thank on YouTube as well, and then we can go on to our conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes if we can. Downfall, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally true. Thank you. Lazy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much as an IVF recipient with no other choice. This guest has no clue nor the experience of what she's talking about. Why is there a lack of empathy for already live women? Why are we women treated like this? Seriously, thank you so much, Lazy Wagon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Dylan, thank you so much for the $7. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've actually never seen, so I'll definitely make sure to look into them. They said a disabled man died after ICE took his dad's caretaker. That's absolutely insane. Actually, I have heard about the story, but I didn't hear about their name specifically. But thank you so much, Dylan. Always Reason, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. James, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Flannel, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Flannel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Exactly. Thank you so much, Flannel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Najia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Good to see you as always. I know, F Cash App, they've literally completely got rid of it, my ability to have it. I literally had a dream last night that I got it back. That's how bad I want it back. J-Ben, thank you for the $2. Arush, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Good morning to you as well. Herbie, thank you so much for the €6. Thank you. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Mr. McSkittles, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, of course. Thank you. Bran, I really appreciate the $5. Tina, thank you for the $10. J-Ben, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate it. Sharon, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you. Alice, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That must have been. They said they're not. Maybe you were spamming. They said they are not doing okay. They are dead. Your mod muted me. Looks like maybe that could be the case, or it would be an accident. But yeah, alrighty. Let's go into the conversation. Other than actually, ATC, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just feel that we need him right now. Kamala Harris, I'm very familiar with her, and I'm surprised you haven't dug so deep into her. She is one of the most corrupt people. Well, she's not more corrupt than a lot of people, but she's extremely corrupt. And I can't believe you haven't dug deep into that to find that out. Now, I do want to call out something that you keep saying. You keep talking about Trump has been, I don't know the right word. I don't want to mischaracterize you. Convicted of rape. But have you pulled the transcripts of that case at all? I've asked you to before through the text. I don't know if you've seen my, when I chat, you got a lot going on, so you probably haven't. But I've asked you many times, and I've tried to come up many times just to ask you this. Why have you not dug deep into it? You dig deep into some things, but you make these accusations without digging deep into it. I took a look at the transcripts. The lady had zero proof whatsoever. Also, I'm not 100% sure on
Can I ask you a
this.
question? Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Can I name a piece of evidence
That you dispute?
about that case?
Yeah.
Yeah, she had zero proof. She had zero proof.
He doesn't know. So you said I should look into it more, but you can't name a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah,
That's pretty ironic.
Gave it to you.
You
I
didn't.
just gave it to you.
You just said she didn't have evidence,
said-
which, by the way, there was evidence submitted into the court, so you're just lying. Either you haven't looked into the case,
Come on.
or you don't know
Come
how to
on,
read.
Bring it up. Bring up the.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the latter is the answer. Genuinely. Like, at this point, like, are you serious? Like, you just said you read into the transcripts and that I haven't looked into it, but you can't name a single piece of evidence you dispute? That's seriously embarrassing.
Okay. When did this case happen?
When did this case happen? Well, he was liable in 2023. She accused him in 2019.
Okay, so they had the court hearings in 2023.
I think it was 2022, 2023.
Yeah. So how many years ago was that?
Like 3 years ago?
Yeah, and just in case you might not understand, when we start getting older, if we haven't looked something up recently, it's not easy to pull things right off the top of your head.
Okay, so
You
how
might
can
be
you
able
say
to
to
do it,
me, I need to look into this, but you can't even
I
fucking
looked
remember what
into
you
it.
looked at?
I remember looking into it. I don't remember the specifics. See, you
don't.
do
No.
this to
It's
a
not
lot
that you
of
don't
people.
remember any
You do
specifics. It's
this
that you
to
don't
a lot
remember.
of people.
No, it's not that you don't remember all the specifics. It's that you don't remember literally any. You don't remember a single piece of evidence that you dispute in the case. You're saying I need to look into it more. Okay, I think that's dishonest of you.
She said that.
Maybe you need to look into it again. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I'll accept that. She said that they asked her what were the now again, don't take me word for word. I'm telling you from my memory, which is not word for word, okay? So don't press me on word for word type stuff. But when they asked her for times and dates and where did this happen, where did that happen, she couldn't give any of that.
1995 to 1996. Not being able to mention the specific time, date, or exact aspects of that is not evidence that it didn't happen. In the same way that you just said that your lack of memory about this specific scenario is not lack of evidence that you actually looked into it in the first place.
Okay,
By the way, you see how the grace you gave to yourself about not remembering things, but then you gave no grace to her as a victim for remembering the trauma that she went through? Seriously embarrassing.
No, okay. Yeah, you do this to a lot of people.
Yeah, genuinely,
you
it deserved to happen to you there because you literally gave no grace to her,
because you
but you
don't.
wanted all the grace for yourself.
No, that's not the case.
That's
I
exactly what
didn't
just
say she
happened.
didn't get any grace. No, it's not.
Well, you
I
just said
didn't
that was
say
the
she
basis
didn't get
for
any
why it didn't
grace.
happen. You just said the reason why it didn't happen is because she didn't remember the exact specific day it
No,
happened.
she had zero answers for it. I didn't say she
You had
didn't
zero answers
remember
for
it.
a single piece of evidence in the case you disputed.
Oh, come on.
But by the way, so again, a grace for you, but not grace for anyone else,
No, I didn't say that.
especially victims.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, that's what just happened. So then at least
No, it's
acknowledge that you
not.
disagree with what you just did.
You're twisting things,
I'm
which
not.
you're pretty good at.
Go
You're
ahead.
pretty good at it.
Make your point then.
So now you keep bringing up Epstein also. If Trump did something that was worthy of being considered bad with the Epstein files, don't you think, using common sense, don't you think when the DNC was trying to pull every rabbit out of the hat to keep him from becoming president, don't you think after having 4 years of their hands on all of that, don't you think they would have used that against him? Use your common sense here. Answer me. Don't you think they would have used that?
So they did release some things, like, for example, the flight logs, but they didn't have the ability to release all of them because they were sealed and because of the ongoing investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell and case.
Okay, so you keep saying that Trump's not releasing the files. Do you know that he's petitioned for it and been turned down at least 3 times that I know of by a federal
Trump?
judge?
No, Trump quite
Yes.
literally tried to get people to not release the Epstein files.
Yes,
He
at
literally
one point
canceled
he
Marjorie
did.
Taylor
You know
Greene.
why? Yes.
Wait, by the way,
Yes,
let
he
me
did.
clarify. He canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene because she literally wanted the Epstein files to be released. He calls her Marjorie Trader Greene now. Okay? So someone who was like the most loyal MAGA person ever literally got fucking condemned and canceled because of the fact that she wanted the files released because Donald Trump didn't want them released so badly. It was the overwhelming
Oh,
push
come on.
to get them released
Come
that
on.
forced them to be in this
There's
situation.
okay.
And then now they're not releasing all the files, even though they're legally obligated to do so. And also, they're literally fucking incompetent. When they're releasing some of the files, they're literally posting CSAM, child sexual abuse material, and they're not redacting the bodies of the minors, but they're going to redact Donald Trump's face. How incompetent.
that-
It's either that they're incompetent or they're evil and disgusting and trying to release CSAM.
If they're going to redact Trump's face, they should redact all of, all those others. The victims should be protected. I agree. But I'm looking something up to show you right quick.
Well, the issue is that they're not. They're not protecting the victims.
Yeah, I know. I agree with you. They should be. But
Okay.
I'm looking something up right quick. Give me just 1 second.
Okay. Lawton, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Magdalena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the euro. Thank you.
Denied petition for the Epstein files being released by the federal judge.
Sharon, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty, do give him a second. Everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would seriously really appreciate everyone. We're gonna be on live for another 2.5 hours at least. Everyone depends on whenever Dean hops on.
Was Trump denied by the federal judge to release the Epstein files?
Oh no. Actually, I think what you're misunderstanding is that Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna tried to ask a federal judge for or got denied by a federal judge in terms of trying to get like some sort of independent force of the release of the Epstein files on behalf of the DOJ. I think that's what you're probably remembering. But that's actually going against Trump because his administration won't release it and his DOJ won't release it.
Okay, yeah. I can support Trump. Doesn't mean I support everybody in his whatever you call it. But also, hold on. Let me mute my notifications. Also, just because I support Trump doesn't mean I agree with everything he does and says. For example, I'm never going to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. I don't support or agree with everything, but I do feel he's the person that needs to be in that position right now. But that doesn't mean, and here's something that bothers me. The left always, well, the left, when you go down one path, everybody seems to go down that path. And you guys think the Republicans, I'm not a Republican, by the way, but you guys seem to think the Republicans are like the left and everybody has to agree with everything that's said and done, just like the left does.
That's not what we do.
But they don't. Oh, really?
That's actually something I think is
keep
not
hearing
true
it
on our side.
everywhere.
And by the way, that's something I critique on our own side as well. Like, specifically, I don't think that we are a monolith, that we need to have exactly the same views. I actually believe, and this is something I've said, especially even recently, that there needs to be a broad coalition within the Democratic Party of different views that people have, right, to fight against the different views specifically that Trump is espousing. We have to build coalitions. We have to work together. We have to compromise in order to be able to actually legitimately get a fight and a coalition against Trump and his administration and against anything that they're trying to push in terms of our system. So I'm very much an acknowledgement of that. That doesn't mean I have to agree with everyone. No one has to agree with 100% with me, but we absolutely have to work together. We absolutely have to compromise in order to get things done. And that's something that we have to all acknowledge. I'm not trying to get every single thing that I specifically believe in. I'm trying to get as much as I possibly can. And I'm willing to work with other people to do it, right? That's the reality of our systems. We have to collaborate and work with other people that we disagree with in order to be able to get things done. That's the reality of politics. If we don't accept that, then we can't actually affect things within politics.
I'm glad you think that way. That's one time I'm glad to hear you say that. Now, do you think that Republicans hate immigrants?
No, I don't think every single Republican hates immigrants. For example, there's some
Do you think the
Republicans
majority
that
does?
support Harris.
Do you think the majority of Republicans that support Trump hate immigrants?
That's on the line, maybe.
No. I know, even though I'm not a Republican, I know so many lefties.
How about this? Will
I
they
know so
say
many
they hate
Republicans.
immigrants? Will they say they hate immigrants? Probably not. But a lot of their positions, are they rooted in hatred of immigrants?
No. They don't like things being done illegally. Like, are you okay with somebody walking into a store and grabbing stuff from the store and walking out without paying for it? Are you okay with that?
No,
Why not?
because I disagree with stealing from people, which is
it's
exactly what the
illegal,
Trump
right?
administration is doing in Venezuela.
And it's
You're against
illegal,
that.
right?
You're against that, right? You disagree with that. You think that's so bad. You think that should never happen. So why do you support the Trump administration doing that with Venezuela?
Did I say I did? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Okay, sorry. Do you support them doing that?
I don't know the full situation.
Well, they're
what I
literally
do
stealing
support-
oil from Venezuela.
What I do support is Medrano, or whatever, however you say his name, not being there anymore. He was supposed to be. He wasn't an elected. He wasn't an elected president. So I am for him being out of there, 100%.
So then how do you feel about them appointing the same Maduro regime back into office after they got Maduro? It's literally just the vice president stepped up.
That's not the point. The point is Maduro is out. That's
But
the point.
it's still an illegitimate
The only
regime in
point for
office.
me-
Wait, I'm sorry.
No, it's not the regime. It's not the regime. It's him.
So by the way,
man.
let's say that we did determine that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. Let's say we did determine that, and they took out Biden from the office, but then Harris just stepped up. Do you think the legitimate person who won got into the position of power in that circumstance?
Run that by me one more time.
Let's say that Donald Trump got everything he wanted. He won the 2020 election, right? But actually the Democrats got into the position. Let's say that we determined that to be true. And then they got Joe Biden out of that position because he didn't rightfully win the election. And then Harris just stepped up. Did the rightful administration get into office that won the election? Or is the wrong administration still in office under your view?
No, in your scenario that you just said, then Harris would not be the correct.
The correct person to be in that situation, yes, right? So again, the vice president stepping up within Venezuela is not evidence of the fact that the Venezuelan people were made better off, the same regime is in office. Literally the exact same regime. So unless you can identify
did I
a
say
policy
anything about
difference
that?
or an ideological difference between the vice president and Maduro, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you're going to be able to see any difference in terms of the effect on the Venezuelan people. The
Did I
only thing that
say
Donald Trump is
anything
doing is
about that?
threatening. I'm just telling you the conditions that are true.
You're the one that you're assuming stuff. You're assuming stuff about me.
What am I assuming?
And you're telling me stuff assuming that I'm going to disagree with you. You're assuming that I have certain standpoints on all of that. No, I don't.
You said they
All
got
I'm
Maduro
saying is
out.
Maduro
So I'm saying that
out.
doesn't benefit the Venezuelan people because they kept the same regime in office.
Okay. Actually, okay. Have you talked to any Venezuelans?
Yes.
How often and how many?
I don't count the amount of people I've talked to that are Venezuelan. How
Okay.
often? I don't know the specific
go to-
how often either.
I go to a particular doctor every Wednesday. I get my legs wrapped every Wednesday. I'm disabled. I have to do it. There's 4 Venezuelans there. One of them was born here. The other ones came here. One back in 2010. One, I believe, was 2014. And then there's one of them has been here 2 years. The person that installed my FiOS this past year, Venezuelan, he came here through Mexico, going the proper way of becoming an immigrant. Took him 5 years, he told me. He said his cousin just came up in at that time, just came up in the people that were coming up, the caravans or whatever you want to call them coming up. He said his cousin, the last he knew, his cousin was in prison for murder. But then his cousin contacts him and lets him know he's here in America. And he's got money. And he's got this and that. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was saying it wasn't fair because he came in the right way.
Any person that's committed murder should not be in this country, right? If they come to the country undocumented, they should be deported.
Okay.
No one disagrees
I'm
with
glad
that.
you agree
okay?
with that.
No one
See,
disagrees with
those
deporting
are the-
murderers.
Yes, y'all do.
When?
Because
When
of the people y'all
have we
support.
ever disagreed with deporting murderers?
Because that's the only thing that Republicans and I say me because I want to make sure that y'all don't think I'm a Republican just because I support Trump. Because
Let
so
me just
many
clarify.
people
Let me just
tell
clarify.
me I must be.
Explain to me when you heard a Democrat say, "Let murderers stay in the country." Like genuinely, when
Okay.
I've actually I don't know if I've ever heard someone claim this. I would genuinely be
What's the
shocked if
guy's-
someone did claim that. I'd be like, "Why do you believe that? That's absurd."
Because they're supporting so many people. Like there was a guy from MS-13 that had murdered a 13-year-old girl, and people
Okay,
were
if they're in the
throwing a
country
fit because he
undocumented,
was being
deport them.
deported. Yeah.
Who
so why
disagreed?
were
Who disagreed with
people-
that?
There were so many people throwing a fit because he was being deported.
What? Is it because they think that they weren't rightfully determined to have murdered someone?
No, it was definitely.
So they believe that they're a murderer and they want them to stay in the country. I genuinely I've never
addressed
seen
the
this.
nobody would address the fact that he was a murderer. Nobody.
Okay. So to clarify,
They were
they
ignoring
didn't
it.
think that they were a murderer and they were mad about
No,
it.
they didn't
okay, so
say.
not-
Nobody.
so-
nobody.
so the fact that
nobody
they-
said
that's-
they thought he was a murderer.
So
They
then
just ignored
maybe
it.
they saw a scenario where someone specifically was being deported and they didn't know that they were a murderer. Is that the situation you're talking about?
Okay, they ignore the fact that he was a
We
murderer.
don't ignore that. No one does that.
Then
Wait, what was their
then
name?
why?
What was the person's name? Or
Let me
actually,
see if I
sorry,
can
I
find it.
apologize. I apologize. Never mind. That's literally. I'm not going to ask for that. That's literally someone you know. I apologize. I apologize. My bad. I thought for some reason I thought it was in reference to a different person. I apologize. So I remember that was part of the conversation. Don't say their name, please.
So now, I do want to apologize because it does take me a while to collect my thoughts here.
It's okay.
I was once young like you, and I once was on top of everything, mentally speaking. But you get older, and these things happen. And I told you I was disabled. I want to bring something up to you. Um, Something that has made me feel like you're extremely disingenuous. And I'm going to confront you about it, and I'm going to allow you to explain to me. I talked to you several years ago. We didn't get to debate, so I'm not violating your credential.
If you've talked to me several years ago, I
statute.
let people come back on.
Well,
It's only if they've talked to me recently, really.
but
Got that.
I don't know if you'll remember this, but I'm the one that told you that Trump didn't make fun of the disabled guy. And you asked to see a video, and I told you I had one, but I didn't know how to get it to you or for you to be able to see it right away. And you asked me if I could upload it to my TikTok account, and I said yes, I would. And you said you didn't have time for us to deal with it at that point because you were going to go off air. And I said, okay, but I'll have it up within 10 minutes. And I asked you, will you take a look at it? And you said, yes, you will, for sure, for sure. And I said, I'm going to go through the effort of doing this for you. Will you make sure you look at it? And you said, yes, for sure, I will, I will. As soon as you get it up, if you get it up within 10 minutes, I had it up within 5 minutes. And I messaged you, and you wouldn't look at it. You wouldn't respond to me. I left it there.
So
It's still
you've
there
held the
right
grudge
now.
for several years because I forgot about something at the end of my
not
stream.
because you forgot. Not because you forgot. What bothers me, the part that bothers me is the very next day. You would not bring me up, but the very next day, you started telling everybody that Trump was making fun of the disabled guy.
That still did happen. He still did do that. Like literally, he literally
No, he
still
didn't.
did. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He
Okay.
actively was. Like,
It's-
I'm
it's-
sorry. I'm not.
Okay,
It's very
it's up on
obvious
my
that he
account.
did.
It's up on my account right now. You can
Yeah,
see.
and I've
my
already seen the
proof.
video many times, and I know that he
You've seen
did.
my video.
He
You've seen my
purposefully
video.
did. You can literally see him make fun of
You've
him. It's
seen-
on video.
You've seen my video.
I haven't seen your video.
Okay, I have proof. And it's
You have
up there
proof
right
that
now.
I've seen your video?
No, I have proof that he didn't make fun of the disabled guy.
Okay,
in
well,
my
I'll-
video.
Okay, so
You
I
can go look
definitely
at it right now.
I have already seen the video. I don't need to
You
go
haven't
look at it
seen my
again.
video. You haven't seen my video.
What's different about your video? Push that mustache.
I put the proof in my video, and it's undeniable.
What's different about your video?
Okay. I'll tell you about it, and then you can go look at it if you want. But let me ask you, what's so undeniable that Trump made fun of the guy? What in your mind fits
I
that he
saw
made
it
fun
on
of
video,
the
and I'm asking you, and you're not answering my question. What specifically is different about your video that is going to give me any different information than what I have already seen, given
Well,
that I've already
because-
seen the video? Honestly, right now, almost
because
sounds
what
like you're
I'm gonna
wanting
give you-
viewers from the live stream to go watch the thing that
No.
you're talking about, rather than actually try to like instruct us about what's different about the video.
Okay, but the reason why I need to give it to you, what I'm going to tell you from my video, is because I want to see if the reason why you think he was making fun of him was it because he wiggled his body? Is that why you think Trump made fun of him?
It's because of the fact that he was clearly mocking his physical disability.
What did he do to mock him?
He was physically doing things to mock him. We saw it in the video.
Can you
alongside.
show me? Can you show me?
So I now have to show it on screen in order to
Would you?
describe specifically what I saw.
Okay, what did he do? What did he do to physically mock the guy? I'm disabled. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
What? I'm literally just
Can
telling
you-
you that he did like certain body movements, right? Specifically to try to
And I'm
reflect
asking
someone who is
what
disabled to
body
mock
movement?
them. You could see he was purposefully doing that.
Okay, do you know how the reporter was disabled? Do you know what his disability is?
It's been years. I don't remember the specific disability.
Okay, I wish you could see me right now because I'd show you because it's very simple. His hand. his fingers curled up, pointing back towards his elbow, and his hand is curled a little bit. That's his disability. That's it. He doesn't wiggle weird. He doesn't move weird. You can't tell he has a disability until you see his hand. That's the only way you can tell the guy's disabled. That's it. That's it. He doesn't his body doesn't lurch. He doesn't move weird in any way. You can take a look at videos of the guy on the news when they ask him questions. The only way you can tell he's disabled is when you see his hand. Now, the part on my video that shows you is it shows Trump when he's talking about the reporter. He's saying that when he brought up whatever the reporter was talking about, the reporter tried to change his story. So he's backpedaling. So Trump says, oh, no, it didn't happen that way. Oh, no, it didn't happen that way. Trump is the type person that...
By the way, you can see in the video that Trump literally did that with his hand.
Okay, let me finish.
You can literally see
going.
it. Like, you can literally see what he did with his hand.
I'll keep going, and you'll get the picture.
I'm sorry. Like, I feel like this is incredibly dishonest.
Show me a video where you see
incredibly
the reporter
dishonest.
doing that. Show me a video where you see the
I'm literally
reporter
looking
doing
at a
that.
picture right now where it's comparing specifically what Donald Trump did with his hand specifically to the video of the person who's doing it. I don't
okay,
feel like
show
this
me
is
the
necessary
vi-
to demonstrate this point. It's literally, you can find this
Okay.
on... Wait, by the way, literally go to David Pacman's fucking YouTube channel, right? I'm not
Okay.
trolling. He made a video on this like 11 years ago almost. No, 10 years ago. A little bit over 10 years ago, actually.
Okay, tell me how
literally
to get
showing...
there.
You can see in the thumbnail specifically the similarities of how
Alright.
specifically Donald Trump was showing his hand to do so.
I want to see that. I want to see that. So tell me how to get there.
I just look up Trump
what's the
mocks.
guy's name?
It's David Pacman show. Trump mocks reporter's
David.
disability, claims they never met.
Is it Packman?
Pakman.
Show Trump mocks. That should be enough, right?
Trump mocks reporter's disability. David Pacman show.
Reporters.
The blessed one, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Chris, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. For some Republicans hate immigrants most are weaponizing the base against them as a bog Jimin to manipulate them. No Republicans were ever talking about immigrants 20 years ago because they needed their money and work. Literally, I mean, the Republican Party used to be, honestly, if you listen to it now, it sounds like they're pro-immigrant. Like, if you listen to the older Republican Party, yeah.
All the
No,
Republicans
Trump
that
isn't.
I know
Trump is not
have
pro-immigrant.
always been pro-immigrants.
Trump is not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Show me where he's not. Show me how he's not.
Yeah, he's
Show me
called to denaturalize people. He said he doesn't want Somali immigrants in our country. He called for people who specifically were under TPS, who were Haitian immigrants in the country, to be removed from the country, even though they were under legal status. He says people who are under the legal asylum process are in the country undocumented when they're here legally. They're specifically going after people who are going towards their legal court dates, right? Specifically in these situations, he's got rid of the CBP1 app that limited people who are legally trying to go through the system of being able to go through the system. Because they specifically use that to verify their court dates.
I think that might be and I'm saying this, I believe it's wrong, but I believe he might be targeting certain people maybe. But that doesn't mean he's against all immigrants.
So do you see how he's against
I don't
immigrants? I'm
agree.
giving you so many
I don't
examples of how
agree
he's
with him
against
doing
immigrants. I gave you so many
Huh?
examples of how he's against immigrants. Those are all examples.
He might be against
He said he
people.
calls once
He
yeah,
might
against that's being against immigrants. Okay?
It's not against all immigrants.
Yeah, he's not against every single immigrant, but he's against immigrants as a whole, right? Specifically, right? In terms of these
I
situations, he's
still don't
against
buy
legal
it.
immigrants. And I gave many examples of that being true.
Okay, let's go back to this video you told me about him making fun. Okay, in my video, I show him doing the same exact movement. So he's got it paused on this picture on this video. He's got it paused to where Trump's hand is cocked downward a little bit. But in the video, when you play the video, Trump's movement, and I wish you could see me because I'm showing it right now. Trump's body goes like this, and he's moving exactly like what I'm doing right now, which you can't see. But if you see my video, it'll explain it. But I found three other videos of him making the
Okay,
same.
I'm sorry. I just
exact
think it's
movement.
obvious that he's making fun of him in this context, and for
Okay,
the fact that
let me
you would
finish,
say
please.
I'm dishonest and disingenuous for simply
No.
disagreeing with you on this matter when I
No,
literally saw
no,
this
no,
is absurd.
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm pissed off about. What I'm pissed off about is you said you would look at it, and
You held a grudge for multiple years because I forgot to click on something at the end of my live stream.
Let me finish. Come on.
I can't even.
Let me finish,
dude.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's what I'm pissed off about is the very next day you start talking about how Trump made fun of the disabled guy without even looking at my video. That's the part I'm pissed off about. Okay, if you forgot, you forgot. But the point is, you started talking about the situation, so you did not forget. You started
He did
talking
do
about
this.
Trump.
I forgot
the very
specifically
next
about you
day.
telling me to look at some video.
No,
I'm sorry, my
the
bad.
very next
Right,
day.
years ago, by the way.
The
By the
very
way,
next
fucking
day.
years ago, by the way. Literally
yeah,
years ago.
the
I
very
forgot.
next
I
day.
forgot. Wow, Parker, good
No.
job. Forgot something. Let me just let you know, dude.
The very
I'm a literal elevator. I get elevated all the time. Okay. It is not uncommon that I forget some. I'm just gonna be totally fucking honest. It is not uncommon that I forget something short term. Like that happens. Okay, I'm sorry. Like my bad, man. I get it. I'm so sorry. But genuinely, I don't think that your video is going to prove this because I do think that Donald Trump clearly was trying to mock his disability in the circumstance. And let's just be totally honest, right? You could even disagree with me on that, and you could still consider me not disingenuous just because I happen to fucking forget, right? Like, come on, like that's absurd, even from your perspective. Come on. I did mute you, so you have to unmute yourself real quick. Judy, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Kenzie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Rachel, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, though. And Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I think they... Yeah, I sent you an invite to unmute. You can click the microphone in the bottom right, or you can click the... it sent you an info... Oh, they left. Okay, all right. Alrighty, let's just go on to the next person, I guess. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If they want to send a guest request back because they accidentally left, they can. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 29.
And do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I just want to be just to make sure, is my mic okay? Because I have it in my actual. Just a minute here, 1 second.
It's a little bit quiet. You can move a little bit closer to it.
Now or no?
It's maybe is it Bluetooth connected?
It is.
I would recommend to take off the Bluetooth, unless you can't.
How about now? Is everything okay now?
Yeah, it's better now.
All right. What's up, man? Okay, what was the question? Yeah, I would go back in time. I would vote for Trump. Yes.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump, not so much for his character, which is obviously clearly flawed. I would say it's more so just for policies that I think are more beneficial for our country. Things like the security of the country. I would say overall, in regards to I would say top three: security. Then it's going to be on top of that, basically abortion, which one of the big things, which I don't want to really talk about with you today because you debate it all the time. And the third thing is going to probably be foreign policy.
Okay. Few things.
Sure.
How does Donald Trump make our country more secure?
Yeah, in terms of security, I would say that, well, I shouldn't say more secure because there's previous administrations that have actually made it more secure, one of them being actually a Democratic president. But I'd say he makes it more secure just because, obviously, for the most part, we obviously have a crisis in terms of immigration. And I think he's handling this problem through ICE, which is obviously facing a lot of backlash.
Okay. Do you think Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered?
Renee Good, yes. Alex Preddy, I would say no.
So you think Renee Good was murdered?
Oh, wait. I apologize. Sorry. Backwards. Alex Preddy.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I've ever heard that combination before.
No, completely backwards.
So
Alex Pretty, no. I would say that Renee Good. I would say that's justified. Yes.
wait, you don't think Alex Preddy was murdered?
I think he was murdered, and I think that Renee Good. I think that's a justified case. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that she was trying? What was the justification actually?
Yeah, so the justification was off the initial video that we have, things are obviously open for interpretation, and I held the position that she was potentially murdered under the first camera footage we had. But now that we have the actual footage of her driving towards the officer and actually making contact with him, I think it's there. It's justified thereafter. I think it is, man.
Did you read the autopsy report?
The autopsy report I haven't read. When did that come out?
It was I think probably a week or two back. So they determined that the third shot was the one that killed her. Do you know where he was when he shot the third shot?
I believe the third shot would have been to the driver's side of the vehicle window.
Yeah, multiple feet to the driver's side of the vehicle. So the car was clearly not going towards him. That's the shot that killed her. So given that you know that, would you think it's murder? Especially because, I mean, we could see in the cell phone video of the officer that she was turning right away from him. She backed up, clearly trying to turn away from him. She wasn't trying to run him over. Otherwise, she wouldn't have backed up and tried to go to the right, at least in hindsight. We can see from the video that he saw that she was turning to the right. So he could make that determination. And then it was clear that he started reaching for his gun prior to her even moving forward in the first place, when he clearly could have jumped out of the way to a greater extent. Like any reasonable person in that circumstance would have done that. Hell, a GTA NPC would have done it better.
Right. Okay. All right. So, let me address this. Okay. So I would say that obviously when it comes to reasonable force, see, the thing here is that maybe you're more well versed on this, but when it comes to actual ICE agents and their protections, okay, I don't know what is considered reasonable force on their level in comparison to a police officer. Okay. So the third shot from the side, if this was a police officer or something like that, I would say it's probably not justified in that third shot. Now, the shots prior were. Now, if you're making the argument that the third shot is what killed her, I'm just curious too on the autopsy. When they released this, how were they able to come to the conclusion the third shot is what killed? Did all the shots hit the above the neck, or were they chest? How did the shots actually?
Yeah, so that was determined by the people who examined the body in the autopsy. I don't know the exact determinations of them. I'm not specifically medically inclined within that respect.
That's fine.
That would be them to determine it in the circumstance. And it was to her left temple, right? So we know that shot's lethal, right?
Of course, yeah. For the most part.
Yeah, of course. And the other ones, they deemed to not be lethal. So I think that's probably where the deduction is going to come from, at least from my understanding. But again, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not the medical examiner. I would always look at the report. That's the best way to do it. I'm just telling you the conclusions that they came to.
Okay. I mean, listen, so to answer that, if the third shot in the autopsy, which I'm going to have to look at, which I haven't seen yet, is the one that they proved to be the fatal one in the actual occurrence, I would just say they're both, I would say they're both actually murders, yes. Because he had no justification. Well, I've always held the position since it happened that I don't think he was justified to fire off rounds from the side of the vehicle once the vehicle's moving forward.
Yeah.
There's no way you can really show justification for that. But the front shots, I think there was some form of justification, yes.
Okay, for sure.
I'm just curious when you're asking, are you basically saying,
so that means you think it's murder then? Okay, so then you think both are murder. So then how do you feel about the Trump administration saying both of them were domestic terrorists? Like, for example, Kristi Noem saying that, for example, Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist trying to take out as many agents as he possibly could.
Right. Okay, that's crazy. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, I think I can hold two positions at the same time because they aren't mutually exclusive. I believe that I can hold to that ICE, okay, is a net positive for our country while also denouncing and saying that these people murdered these people, and the Trump administration is saying things to make up for this that just obviously are clearly blatant bullshit. Okay, now. When it comes to Alex Preddy, we have obvious other videos of him trying to basically antagonize. Now, here's the thing. Everyone's saying it's AI. Those aren't AI. Do you think those are AI or no? The
video of Alex Preddy? No, it was verified by the family. So so the reason why so many people think it's AI is because there was another AI video that looks very similar to it that was going around that clearly is AI.
Gotcha, okay.
So people were assuming, people were thinking that was the video. and then they were like, oh, this is obviously AI because that's the one that they saw, right? So
Sure.
there was two different ones coming out. So the family did make
Okay.
that determination.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, like to answer your question directly, you're saying, well, how do I feel about the Trump administration saying these people were obviously terrorists, things like that, or domestic terrorists? I don't know. That's obviously ridiculous. Okay, but on the same token here, the problem that we have is that I don't see why you can't, like, or not you, but like people on your side just don't seem to understand is that we're having these protests to some extent borderline riots. Okay, and it's putting people in these situations that are just violent they shouldn't be in. Okay, if we have ICE in these cities that is trying to like arrest, or basically deport these people, why are we intervening? Why are we putting ourselves in these situations?
Can I tell you something? If they weren't doing that, we wouldn't have had these videos that showed that they were lying. Genuinely.
Sorry.
Like, if they weren't recording them, we wouldn't have had these videos, and we wouldn't have known that they were lying, and people would have bought the lies. So you asked, why do people do this? And I think that serves as evidence.
Gotcha. I think so I think a better question for you is that obviously you don't denounce and disagree with ICE in and of itself prior to Trump administration, right? I'm sure you. Let's say prior to Trump's first administration, did you at least to some extent have support for ICE?
No, I disagree with ICE. I disagree with ICE and how it's structured in our federal government because it allows for Donald Trump to weaponize it and for bad presidents to weaponize it because it gives too much power to the executive. So I think there's still a role for border enforcement. It's just I think they should be focused on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and I think that they should be structured in the government in a manner in which they're upheld to the judicial and legislative. Rather than specifically the executive. I think you should only be able to make determinations on changes through legislation. Does it make sense?
Okay. No, it makes sense. Okay, so you're saying, well, I mean, you're young, right? You must be like 21, 22?
I'm 23. I'm turning 24 in 2 months.
Okay. Okay, so like prior to so you were pretty young when the first Trump administration happened, but you're saying you disagree with ICE fundamentally because of that. But you're saying it should be able to focus on like criminals, like people that did certain crimes. You're saying?
Yeah, like for example, like under the Obama administration, it was like significantly more likely that they were going after people who have committed violent crimes.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying for Obama, he was basically focusing on people doing violent crimes, in comparison to Trump, who's basically saying if you're illegal or if you're not documented, you should go. Just period.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So like you're basically saying that you were in support to some extent, but not entirely, of like Obama when he was deporting people, but they had some sort of history of violent crimes or like very like serious crimes.
If there's people who have committed serious and violent crimes, they should totally be deported. Yeah, I don't dispute that.
Okay.
Now, there are definitely disagreements I have with Obama. Like, I don't think that they completely upheld due process in the manner I would like. I don't think they completely deported everyone I would have wanted deported. I think that some circumstances they deported people they shouldn't have deported. But significantly better than the Trump administration. I think there's a significant distinction. They were going after significantly more violent criminals and people who have committed serious crimes.
Is there like I said, you can ask me any questions if you want to. I'm just kind of trying to pick your brain here. Is there any concern for you that if like we had it the way you wanted it, where I'm assuming there's some sort of deconstruction of the entire ICE in and of itself? How do we really go about what department would go about handling these criminals you're speaking of? So yeah, let's throw out the window.
Well, I told you there would be border enforcement. I just think that the border enforcement should be tied and structured in the government to where it's specifically focused through by being held accountable by the judicial and the legislative, so that we have more checks and balances within the system. That the executive doesn't have so much authority over it.
Okay, no, I see what you're saying, but like
I don't disagree with border enforcement though.
With border enforcement, but you're saying once it kind of crosses over, that's kind of where like. The problem is that ICE in and of itself kind of handles once it's already gotten past that point. That would be kind of the problem. So I'm just asking how we address, like, how would you go about, in your worldview, addressing the problem once it goes past border enforcement? So border enforcement can stop these things. But if people are entering our country and they are the people in which you speak of, like, and I'm saying you're not saying they are, but let's say there is a bad criminal. What department then would take would handle getting rid of these people that are actually a danger to the society.
I
Because
just told you.
obviously,
I just told you. I agree with a system that specifically goes after people
Okay.
but it should be tied to the legislative and to the judicial
Okay.
in terms of who's holding them accountable and how you change policy in association with them.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. Okay, so like, see, well,
Like
I guess like,
we don't dispute that there should be an agency that deals with this. I just disagree with it being a part of something that's affected and able to be changed by the president because it grants the president too much executive power.
Okay.
Where they're not held accountable to other branches of the government to the degree that they should be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Does that
yeah.
make
So,
sense? Emily, I push the
no, it does
galaxy.
make it does make sense, and I'm inclined to agree with you to some extent because obviously Trump has taken this to extreme measures. And I will agree with that because I mean, like, but we can also see within his own party, in his cabinet, that obviously they're realizing he's taking this to extreme measures that are probably like regrettable. Okay, but it's like if I just don't know how he would actually reform it. I know you've mentioned how you want to see it happen. But
I
don't
thought
know
I
how
gave
he-
very specifics. I thought I gave very good specifics.
You do. You gave very good specifics.
Like
man.
there needs to be more accountability. They shouldn't be racially profiling. They shouldn't be detaining people who specifically just have an accent, right? They shouldn't be murdering U.S. citizens and justifying it and calling them domestic terrorists, right? Like if they were focusing on going and trying to get the worst of the worst, no one disagrees with that. The reason why people need to feel like they need to do, for example, Ice Watch, is because of the fact that there's a lack of accountability and these things aren't recorded.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Again, I'm inclined to agree with you to some extent because, yeah, I can see where the actual logic is here. It's just also that the problem is that, like, how do we actually know? So let's just say Trump's going after the administration is trying to take care of like the immigration crisis or the illegal immigration crisis. How do we know when they're out there, they're not actually trying to arrest or detain an actual serious criminal? Because we do have videos. And again, this is like he or she say, but we have videos of like ICE officers saying we're trying to arrest a child offender. Okay, we're here to arrest a child offender, and people are like impeding this. So it's like we don't have a way to really quantify or to know if the person that is in question they're trying to arrest.
And that's a
is
fault
serious.
of the authority figures creating conditions in which have led to this because of lack of accountability, because of the way that they're acting, because of the fact that they're not using warrants, because of the fact that they're violating due process rights, because of the fact that they're murdering people on the streets without due process and accountability. So you understand that all of these things contribute to people limiting ICE from doing what they're doing, and then that's going to limit them from being able to hold accountable the worst of the worst. That's actually an evidence not of the fact that the protesters are in the wrong, but the fact that the authority is in the wrong, that it created the circumstance in which it led to this.
Okay, fair enough. If you don't mind, I have one more question. I have to go back to work because I'm on break here. I'm at the hospital. So last question I have would just be, and I'm actually genuinely ignorant to this. So maybe you know, maybe you don't. For the Obama administration, or let's say any administration previously, when they went about carrying out these arrests for people, okay, how did they do it? Was it as blatant as Trump was, where he goes in the public, they're just arresting people on the street? Or was Obama doing this in a way where it was more discreet? Because like I'm just confused, like why with Trump people are like following them around, and I understand why you told me they're doing it. But with Obama, were they doing this more discreetly? Were they just basically arresting him on the side of the street, or were they doing? How is it occurring?
It was more discreet. There was more accountability. They weren't doing the same sort of justifications that they're doing. They did it legally to a greater extent. So, like, the Obama administration didn't weaponize ICE in the same way that Trump has. They weren't racially profiling specifically, right, through claims. That's been literally put into policy, that racial profiling is allowed.
Yeah, that's one thing I heard, but I haven't actually looked into. So you're saying they can actually just basically detain someone based on the color of their skin, or is
So
it?
they say they take it into consideration with other facts, but it can be used as something taken into consideration for detaining someone, which is ridiculous. But they've literally justified, for example, detaining people just for having an accent. And by the way, the DHS came out and literally posted that was the exact reason. They said because of the fact that they heard their accent, they thought it was justified to detain them.
Yes, I disagree with that entirely. That's crazy. I do disagree with that. So, okay, let me look more into that. I appreciate the conversation I had with you, okay? And like I said, you made some very good points. So let me look into that further. Thanks for having me up, man. You take care of yourself, all right?
You as well. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Madeline, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Based. Nathaniel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why does it sometimes take for people to give me to put stuff on the screen? Because people will constantly want me to throw stuff up on the screen and look up things for them and not do any research themselves. So they'll rely on me doing research rather than looking things up themselves, and I want to create conditions where they look it up themselves. And I don't think every single time someone claims that I need to pull something up, I'm going to do it. Like, I think that's a bit annoying. Like, someone could just come up here and say I have to play all these videos for them. Nope. Because people will literally come up here and they'll ask you to play like fucking 8-minute long videos. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that on the stream. That's a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like, so like I have to have sort of boundaries on what things I listen to in terms of people saying, bring this up, bring this up, bring this up. And especially with something so clear like what the last person was trying to dispute, like in terms of like asking me to bring up a video, like I just thought it wasn't relevant. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Mostly.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. Alrighty.
My family's very Republican. So I've always kind of gone with that.
For sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me one quick second, and we can go on to the conversation. One quick second. Humberdink, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Edward, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Also, I'm arguing that someone's hands being different from someone else's is quote unquote making fun of them is weird. You can make fun of people without acting exactly like them to a T. Exactly. I totally agree. Thank you so much, Edward. Give some W's for them in the comment section. The blessed one, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Chris, again, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you again. W's for them in the comment section. As well as Haley, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What inspired you to delve into politics? I think it was the situation that was happening. That I think it was mainly my economics degree, me getting involved with economics more, knowing more about that, and then I also kind of had like I want to say what originally led to me doing it the most is my civics class in high school. I actually want to say that was probably what led to me doing that most. And I was kind of interested in that before I even started debating it on live and stuff. I used to debate on Omegle with random people and ask them like Biden versus Trump. As well as Madeline, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then Kenzie, thank you for the $10. I think I'm fully caught up already. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, as I already said, my family is very Republican, and they've always really said like a lot of good things about him and like what he's done. I have looked into the Epstein files, and I have experienced sexual assault like when I was younger. And
So sorry to hear that.
I just want to know, is that is it official? Because my family is saying that it's fake.
So the Epstein files are real. They exist. There is a bunch of things about Trump in them. Now, not everything is released. Most things within them are not released yet. And the stuff that has been released does mention Trump a lot. And there's a lot of stuff in the Epstein files I would say to look into and to research and to see what media sources are saying about. That would be important to do. Alongside taking into consideration that there's been 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. And he's been even held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll in a civil court unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. So I think there's a really good reason to believe that this is applicable to him, especially because he's bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. He's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and he even said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years to her face.
Okay. Um, yeah, I won't support him, definitely. I can't support that.
All right.
But
Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, Lily.
thank you.
W's for them in the comment section right now. Show some them appreciation and support. W's for them. W's for them in the comment section. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Do give it a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
Bro, I watch your videos all the time. I love you so much.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. I really appreciate you very much. Let's get this next individual up here quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is your booty hole brown? Because I want to just.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, fuck Trump.
Yes, F Trump. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ice is ass.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Has anyone else seen the TikTok videos of cat v ice, where people drop down the ice like as a joke, and then like the cats get like really mad at it, and they start, or not mad at it, but they start like hitting it and stuff. Yes, that's so funny. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. We don't have many guest requests right now. It seems like Trump supporters are pretty scared of debating. I think they're really scared, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
2002. So, listen, I'm sorry, but I have a stepdad who supports Trump, and he's not my stepdad anymore, but he's still a piece of shit, but...
So he's not
I've
with
been
you right now. I
trying
do apologize. I would say always listen to the context of the lives. I bet I would answer a similar question based on how many debates I engage in. And you can always ask specific questions, like whenever I do Q&As, which I might have time later on to do. I might do a Twitch Q&A later, but like after the stream. But I am just looking for some debates right now, people specifically who do support Donald Trump. So if you don't specifically just do support Donald Trump, I am going to go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, good, bro.
And how old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
You mean?
You do? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, for Trump, for sure.
What state do you live in?
I'm from New Zealand.
Let's go to the next individual. Go get your own fascist. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? They left. Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. A lot of Trump supporters are really scared to debate. What can I say? 7.3 thousand people in the stream. Not many Trump supporters willing to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Meow.
Trump supporters are so scared now. It's actually hilarious. They're little snowflakes that had to run to their safe spaces so that they don't debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker's a little bitch.
And how old are you? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yosef, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, yep.
And what's your birth year?
11/10/05.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support him for a lot of reasons, but I'm on here because I want to talk to you about ICE if you're okay with that.
Okay.
So I haven't got to talk to anybody that has good knowledge on, what's happening right now. And this is like the big stepper where I'm kind of deteriorating my mindset on Trump, you know what I mean? And it's something that I want to talk about. Do you think that what happened in Minnesota just a couple weeks ago, do you think that was justified? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And let's go back to the one, I don't want to say anything wrong that's going to get you, banned or whatever, but
you just can't say any drugs. You have to say like F drug, M drug, C drug. That's typically like mostly it. But go ahead.
Okay. So what happened in Minnesota and then what happened to that woman in the car, that whole thing that happened, those two main things were huge determinations.
Do you think that they were murdered?
100%.
Okay. So then how do you feel with the Trump administration saying they weren't and, literally calling them domestic terrorists?
I 100% disagree with that. See, I was a big supporter on Trump. I mean, I'm not old enough to where some of those things mattered too much to me because I'm only 20 back when, I don't even know, whatever. But my point is that I support part of what he does, but now I'm kind of stuck in between supporting him and not supporting him. That's kind of where I'm stuck, especially after what this stuff is happening with the ICE and all that stuff. So, I mean, it's very hard. And I guess I just wanted to talk to you about what I can focus on or what I can do my research on to finally get my mind fixated on what's important and what's not. Because I'm not the smartest here. I just wanted to come on here and talk.
So yeah, essentially what I would say is that ICE is acting without accountability. They're undermining people's due process rights and constitutionally protected rights. They're not using warrants specifically to go after people. They're masking up and not identifying themselves. Right? I think that these things specifically. Thank you so much for all the gifts for that. That's crazy though. What's it called? I'm losing myself there. So essentially, what we're saying is that the way that they're conducting themselves is bad. We agree with going after the worst of the worst, the people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. We just think the Trump administration is restricting our ability to do that when they're murdering U.S. citizens on the street and supporting it.
Right, and I think that's why now I'm stuck. I'm not 100% on board with Trump anymore. Even with the whole Epstein file thing that happened a while ago. I mean, if he was really innocent, why wouldn't he just release? You know what I mean?
Exactly. So you would expect that he would. And also,
too.
are they incompetent or are they purposefully trying to release CSAM? Because quite literally, they posted some of the Epstein files, which they didn't even release most of them already, and they redacted Trump's face, but they did not redact the bodies of victims in some circumstances.
Right. Okay, one of the comments just said, why do I even like him 1%? You know what? I'm stuck. That's why I wanted to talk to somebody that had knowledge. I mean, I didn't even vote. Okay? I didn't vote because I didn't even put my nose into it because I didn't want to make the wrong decision because I didn't have knowledge. But I want to gain more knowledge. That's why I'm here talking to you. But I respect you for letting me join up. But I think that's really all I have. I just wanted to get some of your point of views on things.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people as always. Rebecca, thank you for the $7, by the way. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you speak on Trump meeting with with Alberta, Canada? MAGA on the $500 billion to leave Canada. It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. Thank you so much, Becky. I appreciate it. I'm going to cry myself to sleep. If Alberta joins us, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's legally possible for them to do that, though, within their own constitution. For them to literally, that's like California joining Canada, which I would totally be in support of. I would totally do that. I would totally do that. Let's join Canada. Let's do it. It would be so much better. Right? We should do a trade. We propose a trade. We propose a trade. Give all the Democratic states to Canada, and then we'll send Alberta to the Republican states. You know, that would be pretty great, right? I'd be pretty great. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. No, take me with
Get this
you.
peasant some followers. Get this peasant some followers.
They just called me a peasant is crazy. And by the way, that I definitely disagree with that. That's just jokes, by the way. Especially because of all the people that would be negatively impacted in red states, especially. So the next individual here. But they just called me a peasant is crazy. They said I don't have enough followers, chat. That's brutal. Esau, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? And do you support Trump?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Seems like MAGA is scared, chat. MAGA is so scared to debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, am I on? Oh, that's crazy. I'm 28. My bad though. I didn't see that I wasn't supposed to call in if I'm not MAGA.
Oh, gotcha. Don't worry. Only set a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are, again, just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sue, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said there are indigenous treaties in place in Alberta that would prevent a handover, and the indigenous community were not consulted at all. That's fucking crazy. That's so crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, give me a second here. Okay, give me one sec.
Sounds like they're driving. So let's go on the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you
Well, I
support Trump?
just turned 18. Okay, so I'm not sure. So I was like, can I describe to you my position, and then if you want to kick me because I'm not Trump enough, that's okay.
Can I just clarify one thing real quick? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for with the information that you have right now?
In this moment, Trump,
Yeah.
but I feel like I could
Okay.
be easily swayed, you know?
Okay, for sure. Then let's have the conversation. So why do you lean towards Trump?
So my dad is very MAGA, he doesn't even believe in he doesn't believe in the patriarchy and any of that. So having conversations with him is a lot. And whenever kind of I do, he's obviously a lot older than me and more in worldly. So he always has better points than me that morally I feel they shouldn't be right, but I can't argue it. So I'm logically Trump is better, even though morally I don't agree with it. Do you know what I mean?
So you don't morally agree with him, but you think his policy is better? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think
So
morally
what
I
policy?
think everything he's doing is bad, but I think in the end it's gonna turn out to be better for the country.
So how so?
Well, for starters, the sorry, I'm nervous now and I'm blanking. With say for example, the way he's doing deportations and stuff right now, I don't believe that the people should be murdered and that there should be racial profiling and anything like that. But at the same time, is there not a reason that there's if we could just have anyone in the country and it didn't harm us, that wasn't a criminal, then why would there be processes to get in legally? Do you know what I mean? What are those why I'm sorry. I'm trying to
You're good.
make sense of it, but I'm
it's okay.
my first language is French, so I'm trying to
You're totally fine. Don't worry. One thing I would say is that we want the legal process to go quicker. We want to incentivize people to go through the legal process. But the way to do that is by providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that are in the country that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, so that we can ensure more people are vetted and more people go through the legal process. Otherwise, they're going to stay in the country undocumented. And we need to make a quicker legal process to incentivize people who are going to come into the country through future means to go through the legal process. Because when we put billions of dollars into militarizing ICE, we could have put all that money into the legal process going quicker, and that would have made a better process for everyone, rather than this like sort of violent, inhumane process that's violating people's due process rights, detaining U.S. citizens, veterans, right? Literally just trying to go to work, people just
Right.
for their accents who are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, like I
So it's
think
like
I think
ridiculous.
that's really fucked up. Like I think like to me it's like the putting all that money into like the new due processing and stuff like that. Like to me that's great for the new immigrants that want to come in and they have like easier access to get into the country and all of that. But how does that rectify the problem that we have right now with too many undocumented people?
So because it provides a pathway to citizenship for those undocumented immigrants, right? So these are people that wanted to come to the country through the legal process, but because the legal process takes too long, they decided to come through the process undocumented.
So they're like refugees?
I mean,
Like
depends on
same
how you define that.
vibes?
I'm just saying these are people who want to legally immigrate to our country, that want to come here for a better life. But the reason why they didn't go through the legal process is because it takes too long. And often circumstances, they can't wait because of the circumstances that exist. So yeah, people are coming here for a better life. And I think that they should be able to come here for a better life. And they should be given a pathway to citizenship, meaning that like they can stay in the country. And they're going to go through a vetting process. And if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime and they go through all these sets of criteria, they're going to be able to become a citizen over time.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of the one thing that like I really struggled to like talk to my dad about. So you kind of like made it make more sense for me kind of. So I kind of because the way I was viewing it before was like why is there no like to me would that not just take too long? Like the way Trump is doing it right now is that what he's doing is discouraging so many immigrants from coming in illegally. Do you know what I mean? Even with those due processes, like there's always going to be more immigrants than the process can handle at one time.
So let's clarify.
And if we don't,
He's doing so by doing violent things and trying to intimidate people and cause fear. And we would do so by trying to build up community, make the legal processes quicker, and ensure that people are exploited to a lesser extent. Whose priorities and incentives and intuitions there are more in alignment with the values that you have?
the left's.
Yeah, like it seems like
Yeah.
that's the more humane way to view it. It's more in alignment with the way that you feel about things. The idea that we need to cause this intimidation and fear to address these circumstances is not necessary, right? And it's an authoritarian type of ideology that I think is kind of distracting us from the real problems in our society. I don't think that undocumented immigration is as big of a problem as people bring up for our society as a whole. I think it's more of a problem for the undocumented immigrant as themselves and how they're treated in our society based upon the fact that they have a threat of deportation.
Sorry,
In most
say that just the
circumstances.
last like couple words.
Yeah, for example, 95% of those detained by ICE under Trump's administration have no violent criminal record.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is not good.
73% have no prior criminal record at all. So it's like they're focusing on going after people that mostly are not a threat to our safety and security, right? So if they're not
Yeah.
mostly a threat to our safety and security, I think that we shouldn't be focusing on going after them. We should be focusing on going after the worst of the
Like real
worst, and we should be
criminals.
focusing on giving them a pathway to citizenship because they'd be a great citizen.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree about that. And
So
then
that's kind of
I
my
had
thoughts.
one
And like,
more.
and then that gives us more time to focus on like, what's our healthcare policy? What's our childcare policy? What's our housing affordability
Yeah.
policy? And you know what's crazy? Trump doesn't have a single one. Not a
Like I
single one
feel like a
established.
lot of the resources that we could be using in so many other like aspects in social services and stuff are being used like to fund ICE when like maybe it doesn't need to be like ICE doesn't need to be that intense, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it
like
kind of like it's kind of seeming counterintuitive now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think that we have a better ability to be able to address this, right? If we don't use this sort of mechanism, because right now it's kind of like they're just dealing with protests that they've caused due to the actions that they've engaged in without accountability. So it's costs that are being imposed because of
Yeah.
their own actions that wouldn't have existed if they didn't engage in those actions.
Yeah.
So, like, my
And
thoughts is like we'd be able to focus more on the people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes if we didn't do that, alongside the fact that Democrats agree that we should be going after those people in those like circumstances. And we also have policies to address people's needs in general. Like, we want to expand access to healthcare. We believe in a universal healthcare program, a public option that people can get access to, so that no one is going to die due to lack of access to health insurance. No one's going to have to question whether or not they're paying their medical bills or their rent or being able to eat, or basic things they need in their life
yeah.
that should be taken care of, right, for everyone. Those are
My dad,
policies that Democrats are willing to support that Republicans have literally no plan on at all.
when I bring up, because I'm also in a politics class, so like I'm very newly in a politics class, but like when I do bring up like those kinds of things to my dad, like about say like social services and like universal health care and like like income housing and things like that, that like to me like morally seems right, he'll combat it with like logic that to me makes also sense. Like he'll compare, like I think he like manipulates it into communism a little bit too much, which is where I get a little bit like
What,
lost.
like he's
But
trying to claim that we're communists, or what do you mean manipulates
y-
it into communism?
yeah, like he'll start off by saying like, okay, well like he starts off with logic and then slowly he goes more and more on a tangent about like how the left is evil and like it turns into communism and blah blah blah. But like his main argument is always like the more social services that you have to, like the more social services that the government funds, it has to come from people's taxes, right? But then the more that the government funds those social services, the more the people are taxed, the more poverty there is, no?
No, because most of the tax revenue we're getting is from the richest and
Wait,
wealthiest
sorry, the
Americans.
chat, I don't think leftists are evil. I'm just trying to say what my, like,
Okay.
don't get mad at me in the chat, please. You guys are like getting mad at me. Sorry, keep
That's okay.
going.
That's okay. So most of the taxes are coming from the richest Americans. That's why we believe in a progressive tax system. So if most of the revenue is coming from the richest Americans, and then we're giving that to the lowest income Americans, that will be proportionally beneficial to the lowest income Americans and reduce poverty that exists. So I don't think that poverty is addressed to a greater extent if we reduce access to these social programs. There's no good evidence that indicates that. There's a lot of good evidence to indicate that these social programs do limit poverty. Like, for example, the
Okay.
increase in the child tax credit that Kamala Harris was advocating for, when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, led to a reduction in childhood poverty by 45%.
Right. Okay. That was like, okay, you changed my mind. Like, I knew I was going to be changed pretty easily, but like, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
No, that's
Thank you
great.
so much.
I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
You as well. You as well. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Kenzie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. They just said they just officially declared Alex's death as a homicide, so MAGA can't deny it now. Hope every agent is held responsible. Totally agree. Thank you so much, Kenzie, for showing us that information. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Russ as well. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up? What's up? What's up?
There we go. How's it going?
How you doing? How you doing?
Good. I'm sure you probably didn't see what I just sent, but
No, I didn't. I just saw that you sent the message, not the message though. Yeah.
So that was Trump on.
Oh my God, Parker, you're to go, bro. I love you.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
That was Trump on what's his name? Dan Bongino or whatever on his podcast, and he was talking about how the Republicans need to take over voting for at least 15 states because they're not doing voting right, and that they shouldn't be allowed to actually conduct voting themselves. Yep. Yep.
That's crazy. That's actually fucking nuts.
They're saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, there's literally
we've
something
been
called the
saying it, but-
Constitution that will get in this guy's way. Here, let me play this. This is literally.
Yeah.
Literally, this is the clip, chat.
And they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. And we have states that are so.
Are you serious? That is so insane.
Yeah.
That is so insane.
But you know how they do it, right? So they float ideas and then they say, oh, he's just joking and he can't do that. Then there's backlash. And then they slowly start to walk towards, well, maybe it's not a bad idea. Well. And then he does it. And then they're like, well, we wanted him to do that. That's what we voted for. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I should make that my title, dude. That's like actually nuts,
Yeah.
dude. He wants to
Yeah.
he wants to take over voting in blue states.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I'm actually making that my oh shit, I just accidentally closed out of everything. Oops. I meant to make my window bigger and I closed out of everything.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, chat. That's fantastic. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna change my title to that. It's literally that's insane.
And I would love to speak to a Trump supporter that can actually defend that in any way, because and not only is he actively stepping on the Constitution and stepping on human rights, but now he's saying that like everything needs to be funneled through him and the Republican Party. And so I guess MAGA Trump supporters, what's stopping him from going full dictator? Because I mean, he did say that he wanted to do it, but you guys said that we were fear mongering. Like everything that we've said, we've been fear mongering according to you all, but like he's doing the thing.
That's so fucking nuts. That is insane. Genuinely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That honestly, genuinely, that should be really concerning to every single American.
Every single person.
Just even him mentioning that, taking over the voting. Are you kidding me? Especially after his track record, like literally trying to undermine the 2020 election. Come on.
Did you see the story about the whistleblower with Tulsi Gabbard? I'll tell you.
No, I haven't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
I just want to say, you ever
support
see
Trump?
how Excite Ping and Melania have the same attitude? Do you think they're
Okay. I don't know what you're gonna say. I apologize. I'm just gonna go to the next person real quick because I don't know if you do support Trump. We're just gonna go to the next person. Alrighty, to give it a second, everyone.
Alrighty.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. MAGA is really getting scared. Like, seriously, it's today there's been less MAGA. There's been less MAGA today joining the live because they're so scared to debate.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I just wanted to give you some information on the Bill C-12 in Canada.
Do you support Trump?
Supporter?
No, I just wanted to give.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates.
Hey guys, if you're friendly, please respect the boundaries of the live. While we appreciate you and everything that you bring, but please only request up if you're a Trump supporter and you meet the requirements on the background.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you, man. Fuck Trump.
Appreciate you. We are just looking for some debates. Oh my gosh. Santana, guess who's in the box?
Oh, I already know exactly who.
I actually don't think you'll be able to guess.
Was not thinking that. Was not thinking.
You weren't thinking that?
No,
I had a feeling.
wasn't.
I'll click a few other people. I don't know if I'll start with that, but
Yeah.
no, it's definitely not Phil, chat. It's not Phil. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Israel to 9/11. Israel to 9/11.
Okay, we'll see how long it takes to get someone else. But you knew exactly who when you opened up the guest box.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kick me if you like pee-pee in your butt.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Jenna, think of the $10, by the way. Thank you so much, Robot. Think of the $10 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Jenna, think of the $10, by the way. Thank you so much, Robot. Think of the $10 as well. Thank you.
Looks like
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
that was amazing. That was incredible. That was incredible. Okay, we're just gonna do it.
What up?
Welcome back, Rob. Why do you support
Santana,
Trump still?
Parker. Yes, I am still a live hard Trump supporter every day. Ever since he got into office, everything he's done, I've supported.
Hey,
Okay.
before you get started, Rob, you already know what I'm going to say.
Keep it in the rails.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Rob. Guess we could start with the first few questions. Why do you still support Trump even after everything that he's done?
Well, he's ended 8 wars for starters.
Can you name them?
Well, there was Israel, Iran, Pakistan, India, the Congo, and somebody in Israel, Palestine, Thailand, and Cambodia. So that's pretty good for starters.
Yeah. So, a few things here. India, Pakistan. India's government said that they reached the accord literally without external help. We can point to the fact that in terms of Israel and Iran, Trump is literally the one that started this in the very first place, right? Literally with the conflict, right? You understand that, right? Like he originally bombed them, got us involved, and then got a deal specifically to try and do this. That's not evidence that they literally got peace. He supported the side that started the conflict. I don't know what you're talking about there.
I don't know. Listen, normally I wouldn't do this, but like
I read-
Rob gave us more than any other Trump supporters ever given on that answer. So kind of some credit. I mean, he got a lot wrong and he doesn't know the context, but at least he kind of knew something.
Yeah, I was actually.
I know a lot
I
of
agree with you.
things.
I was surprised that he did know to some degree. But
Yeah, I
like,
have even considered running for Senate.
oh, geez,
Yeah, and
not that much, not that much.
And
Like you
my
took that a little far.
greatest
You took that
concern-
one a little far, man. Like
Yeah, my
he gave you
greatest
some credit
concern
there.
is
That did
abortion.
credit did not mean run for Congress.
yeah, the executive order, the Born Alive Act, that I support times 1,000.
Rob, I have a question. Who do you think would vote for you?
The normal thinking people that don't particularly align themselves with one party, like times 1,000, or the other times 1,000, that just think more lean towards the right, but kind of down the middle a little bit.
You know what?
Undecided.
Honestly, he probably
That
could
just
get
needs
elected. You know,
somebody that-
I'm actually disputing it right now. He actually probably could. I mean, hell, Trump got elected.
He got elected in MTG's area.
Yeah,
I'm in
totally.
Atlanta.
Yeah. So, who am I kidding? So like, Jesus Christ, dude. So like, here, Rob. I guess I have a few questions. Would you still support Trump if he called for the execution of some Democrats?
Like who?
Like specific. Actually, it doesn't matter. Can you just answer the question? I can tell you if you really want to know, but like
No,
Like-
not if they're
Mark Kelly.
innocent.
Oh, like Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly. Who is Mark Kelly?
Come on,
He-
Rob.
A congressperson in Arizona. So, I would say there's a few things here. They said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, and Donald Trump called for their execution. Given that that's true, would you still vote for him?
Say that again.
They
Follow
said,
the law, but not follow unlawful orders?
Yeah, these Congress individuals, these members, said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders given to you. And this is directed towards service members. And by the way, they are veterans themselves. So they're talking to people who are working in service as they worked in service. And they said, remember your oath, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and do not follow unlawful orders.
Yeah,
and that's
that
all
makes
they
sense.
said. And Donald Trump said they were engaging in seditious behavior, perhaps treason, and said that that's punishable by death, and said that and reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
George Washington wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but like again, that's what he claimed.
Yeah, well,
That's what he
I don't
reposted.
think. Yeah, George Washington had more values, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. George Washington was a Freemason. I don't know exactly what Freemasons believed, but I know he was. And they believe something.
They believe something. Okay.
Yeah, something decent that. Yeah, my ex-father-in-law was a Freemason. I didn't like him to begin with, but he turned out to be a decent dude. And
Your ex-father-in-law or your...
my ex-father-in-law, yes.
Meaning he's no longer with you, or it's your ex, or... I'm so confused, Rob.
Meaning I'm divorced, but
okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know what the Freemasons exactly believe, but I know George Washington was one of them. And I think they believe in God, but I don't know. But George Washington was pretty cool.
I don't know.
And
I don't think
Martha,
so. I mean,
Martha
George.
also.
Okay. I mean, let's just go through this. There's a few things I want to point to. If Donald Trump did this, would you still vote for him?
If he did the no.
No, you wouldn't vote for him? Okay, he did do this. He literally did this. So you wouldn't support Trump? You don't support Trump anymore?
Yeah, well, you've lost me on what exactly it was he did.
He reposted someone saying HANG them in reference to the Democratic veterans in Congress that said to remember your oath, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and do not follow unlawful orders.
Well, I think he was probably joking. I don't
He
think
wasn't
he was
joking.
totally
He was being serious. He posted it on
Always
social
a
media.
joke.
And by the way, you can't just post death threats as jokes on social media towards your political opponents.
Yeah, that doesn't always mean what it says it means.
Would you be okay with me reposting that about Charlie Kirk?
No.
Okay. So then why is it okay for Donald Trump to do that? Let's say I
Well-
called it a joke. Would that be okay?
If you say HANG, I've tried that while I was pleasuring myself, and it didn't go so well. But
Rob, are
Other
you
than
trolling?
that-
Are you trolling? Why'd you just say that?
no,
Rob?
I am not trolling. I'm just saying
Rob, why would you say that on
it's
the
not
live?
always.
That was
what
an unhinged thing to say on the live.
you
What
imply.
are you talking about? Why did you
Yeah,
just
there
randomly
are-
say that? I genuinely don't understand. What the fuck
Yes,
just went through your mind
I-
to say that, Rob?
Yeah, I don't think like normal people sometimes. My mind goes elsewhere.
I don't know why your mind just went to that specifically. Like that was off the rails, genuinely. Rob.
I didn't keep it in the rails. Sorry, Santana. But
I'm glad I
back
missed
to the
whatever that
wars
was.
that he is.
You said you're glad about what?
His. Yes.
Sorry, what'd you say, Santana?
I said I'm glad I missed whatever that was.
Oh, I'm glad you are
Whatever you
too.
said. Holy
I'm
shit.
glad you are too. I'm actually like you, I'm really happy you did miss that because I promise
It
you.
cut out for a second on me.
It was
I didn't know.
really interesting and weird. And I don't know why he randomly said that.
Yeah, that's Rob.
Well, you can't always think
I
something
practically
bad
almost
when you
disconnected
say
you, to be
the
honest with you.
HANG. You can't think it's always bad.
Dude, listen, you understand that he literally was talking about executing them. Can you be serious here, please, for a second? Do you admit that this is reason to not support him?
If he really said that, truly, honestly, then probably that's not good. And that would be something to question him about.
Okay. Would it be reason to not support him?
Well, yeah. I mean, if he was honest and that's serious, like what he said. But there's a lot of people making up lies about him. And they need to be held accountable.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for him?
Well, he's not even running. I mean, maybe he'll run again. Is that what you're saying? If he runs again?
No, I'm just saying, like, if the election was held today and it was either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Trump still.
Why? Even though he called for the execution of some Democrats?
Well, the tariffs that have helped, like, our industry and ending the wars and getting rid of the illegal immigrants.
So, by the way,
Everything's
tariffs have
done
not
since
helped
he's
our
been here.
industries. Did you know that real domestic manufacturing investment has declined every quarter of Trump's administration? Did you know that business investment, accounting for inflation, has declined under Trump's administration? Did you know that we had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years under Trump's administration? Did you know that unemployment's gone up since Trump got in office? Did you know
What
that
about
prices have stayed up?
the steel industry? All the jobs that that's produced since he's gotten to office.
There was increased steel production prior to this point. If you look at overall manufacturing investment within the country, it has not increased. It's declined every quarter of Trump's administration.
Yeah, what's your source for that?
The Bureau of Labor, or not the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Okay, I'll have to check that out myself. All right, yeah, but Baskin Robbins, their jobs have increased, and John Deere, American Eagle.
Overall jobs have not. If you want to look at, like, again, the economy, we've seen the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
No, we have not.
Yes, we have.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay,
And
well,
I
then you
think that
disagree with
we're
the facts
like a
from the Bureau of Labor
safer-
Statistics.
Yeah, we're like a safer place to live.
By
And
what
people
metric?
are, yeah, people are more happy
By what metric, Rob?
by my metric.
Ah, the Robometer. Got it.
Just trust Rob, bro.
Yeah, if you agreed with my views and philosophies, you'd be a lot better off.
Why?
Because I think like a normal person, and
You think I don't
I
think like a
don't-
normal person? Wait, didn't you just say
I don't
earlier that you don't
believe-
think like a normal person? That's what you said earlier.
do you believe in the Second Amendment, Parker? Like,
No,
Do
the
I?
Trump administration doesn't.
Do I? Yeah.
okay, Santana.
I do, but the Trump administration doesn't. Like Donald Trump has been on this whole kick that apparently you can't go to protests with your legally registered weapon. Like you don't have a problem with that, Rob?
Well, if you're going to a protest and you're a bad motherfucker, then you probably don't need to bring it, but it depends on what you're protesting.
So, Rob,
What
do you
about,
think
But you
it's,
still got the right.
do you
in
think
my
it's
opinion.
justified for law enforcement to shoot you if you're legally carrying a firearm?
No, if you're legally carrying, I mean, you've got the
Do
right.
you think Alex Preddy was murdered?
Yes, I don't agree with that whole scenario, everything that happened.
Do you think Renee Good was
But
murdered?
that doesn't make me a non-conservative.
Okay. You see how quickly the conservatives have stopped defending that? Like, literally, it's like night and day. As soon as the Trump administration does this, I swear, no one's been defending it now. Like, I had people, like, on my life every day defending it.
I still haven't. I had it today earlier. A guy was like arguing me down. Said there was no need for him to actually have a weapon, and that justified him being murdered.
Yeah, do y'all agree with what I heard on the news today was that there was a lawsuit about gender.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a.
Rob said some even crazier shit on a different live I saw from a message. I'm just like, no,
Oh,
that's just
okay.
insane. That's just crazy.
Awesome.
So, yeah, I'm gonna go on to the next individual. And honestly, I don't think it's out of the likelihood of him saying it. Rachel, thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you for the $2. Bubba, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 44 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, overall.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but I want to make clear that I've never voted for anyone, period. So,
Okay.
if
Can I
make
thank
a
some people real
point?
quick, and then we can move on to our conversation?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Max, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Max in the comment section right now. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, sure, I guess so. Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. AJ, thank you so much for the $5. He's actually not, sadly. Jenna, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I definitely will. Thank you so much. They said, please mention the ACA subsidies with the sudden increase in people's health insurance premiums. That is thanks to the Republicans. Of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elite Gunner, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, keep cooking. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said UPS is eliminating 30,000 jobs this year. Same last year, both under Trump. Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, Elite Gunner. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as I have some people to thank on, and that's actually crazy. Thank you so much, Molly. Let's go on to the, let's thank some people on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to the next conversation. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. I think we're probably close to 2,000 now. We're about 3 hours in the stream, so meaning we have at least another hour left on the stream. The Deep Burrito, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Always Reason, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tara Moore, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Doug with the $10. Flower, thank you for the $5. Sue, thank you so much for the $10. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up already. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay. I want to go back a little bit. I want to say that I've never voted for Donald Trump, but I also never voted for Barack Obama. When I was a liberal back in 2000 to about 2012, I was a hardcore liberal and socialist, if I would say so.
That's what's up. So why do you support Donald Trump?
So after I became disillusioned with the Democrat Party, I eventually came around to this idea about America is a sort of a sacred place. And it bothers me that there's a sort of a double standard that almost everyone holds on the left for what would you have America do that you wouldn't have other countries do? For instance,
I don't know what that means.
I was just about to say, hey, the David, listen, Parker is a boy genius, and he has to blast. But me, I'm a simple man, and I like simple words. Can you just clearly, plain and simple, just say why you support Donald Trump?
Well, I don't entirely support Donald Trump, so I guess if that disqualifies
Just
me from the
why
conversation.
are you unwilling to push back on what he's doing today? Is there anything that he's doing that you like, and you can sit here and say, I like this?
Or like, why would you vote for him? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's kind of a lesser of two evils.
Okay, and why?
Because the other party seems to be very anti-American.
How?
It seems hostile to America and American values, and all of the things that you would ask America to do, you don't seem to ask other countries to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the big hypocrisies I've kind
So
of
be
noticed.
clear with what you mean there.
Okay, so unregulated immigration.
No one's
Would
advocating
you
for
say
unregulated
that China
immigration.
has to- I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Who's advocating for unregulated immigration?
Well, Joe Biden did. He said everyone
No, he
welcome
didn't.
come.
They
I'm
explicitly
afraid he
deported
did. He
people under
said-
the Biden administration.
So you would be for limited immigration. Is that what you're saying then?
Wait, say that one more time.
So would you be for limited immigration then?
I think that there should be limits on some immigration. Yeah, like for example, if someone's committed sexual violence, they shouldn't be allowed into our country. If someone has murdered someone, they shouldn't be let into our country.
Okay, well, how do you vet these people?
Through a legal process. You incentivize them to go through the legal process. How do we incentivize more people to go through the legal process? By making the legal process go significantly quicker. So instead of militarizing ICE, putting all our money into that, making the legal process go significantly quicker so we can incentivize people to go through that process.
Okay, so at what stage do you stop people and then do this vetting?
How do I stop people and do this vetting? By providing them a legal pathway to citizenship where they can apply for citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. That incentivizes them to go through said legal process. And making the legal process go significantly quicker. So when people are going through the process originally, that they can just go directly through the legal process.
That sounds like a lot of jargon. So
what?
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I apologize. I don't mean to be rude.
How is that jargon?
I would just like to say you've been up here saying a whole lot of nothing, and then Parker gives you a concise answer, and it's jargon.
Well, I'm just confused because I don't understand how you would have regulated immigration if you have this open border that Biden advocated for.
There was no open border that he advocated for. When did he ever say no restrictions on the border? When did he ever say we're not deporting anyone? When did he say no matter who you are, you're let in the country?
He didn't say that. That would be base as fuck.
Do you recall the caravans back in 2020?
The made-up caravans, yeah.
Oh no, they were not made up, dude.
How come they never made it to the border? How come every time there was an election, there was a caravan, but as soon as the election was over, the caravans just somehow disbanded?
Do you recall that there were people who were coming across
David,
the border?
address what I just said.
Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
No, you're not. I want you
Do
to.
you recall?
You have another question. Why is it that every time prior to an election there was a caravan getting ready to show up, and as soon as the election was over, the caravan somehow disbanded?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. So, can I ask my question?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, so how do you explain back in 2020, there were massive numbers of immigrants coming in from the southern border that had shirts that said, you know, pro Joe Biden. They were very pro Democrat.
Prove it.
Yeah, really? They had pro Dem shirts? I'd love to see this. Where'd you see this? This would have been reported on like crazy. I'd love to see this.
Do you not recall that?
What year was this?
2020.
Who was president?
It was Donald Trump, and it was in anticipation. Well, yeah, you know, it was anticipation of the Joe Biden presidency. There were a lot of people who were very aggressively coming.
So wait, they came under Trump's presidency and you're blaming the Democrats?
Also, that's a fucking lie because Donald Trump enacted Title 42 in 2020, completely shutting down the border. So there's no way they could have been coming with shirts on when the border was actually closed because of a global pandemic. You're lying. Prove it.
Well, I mean, how do you want me to prove it? Do I have to pull up my
Go
documents?
find me the videos and the pictures of the people with the Biden shirts.
The border was open, everybody. The border was open in 2020 under Trump's presidency. It was so open. It was actually open like you've never seen before. They were just walking right in with these Biden T-shirts, everybody. Biden T-shirts. They were doing it right in 2020 when Trump was president.
Do you not recall that, though? Honestly, just man to man, do you not recall that?
No, there was an increasing amount of people that came to the country, but it's ironic that you're saying that now the border was open under Trump's administration.
Also, don't try to pull that man-to-man crap with us. We don't believe you. You need more people. Prove it.
Why am I fighting two people? Honestly. So, never mind. That sounds like cowardly bullshit. So
it is.
My question to you, though, is why did you deny that there are people who have been seen, documented on video, pouring into the country that were very pro-Biden.
Why were people coming to the country that are pro-Biden? Because immigrants don't like people that hate them. Surprising, right? Immigrants tend to lean towards the people or lean against the people that hate them. A crazy idea, right? Crazy concept. Imagine that.
I wouldn't call it hateful, man.
Also,
Well, Trump is
I don't
hateful,
know
clearly.
anybody. I don't know anybody was getting Biden shirts made. So where the hell did they get these shirts from?
These Biden shirts.
Look it up.
Yeah.
Like,
Where's
that shit
undocumented
didn't
immigrants
sell.
had these Biden shirts before they got into the country, by the way.
Is it like when we
swear to
send
God, I'm
the
not lying
like the
to you, man.
loser of
You
the
can
Super
find it.
Bowl? It's like when we send the loser of the Super Bowl, shirts and stuff to other countries. Is that what it was? Like old Biden shirts from like past presidential elections that he lost, and they just so happen to have those.
Yeah,
Dude,
people
I'm
are
not very
buying
tech-savvy. I
Biden
don't
shirts
know
in
how to
other
pull it up
countries
for you
because they
to
loved
see.
Biden so much.
But
That's
it is
definitely
there.
what's happening.
It is there. You can look if you wanted to see it. It's there. There were people who were saying, "I love Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden. I want to come into the country because I love Joe Biden. Joe Biden's going to let us in." That was a thing.
Okay, well, maybe if Trump wasn't going around saying Joe Biden wants an open border with no restrictions, maybe less people would think that.
Okay.
You think maybe that would help? If Trump stopped building this propagandistic narrative around Democratic policy on immigration, maybe people wouldn't have the idea in their head that people were just going to be let in without any restrictions under the Biden administration.
Well, is it not fair to say that one administration was very, very open to letting immigrants in, and another one was not?
Yes,
through the
the
legal
Obama
process.
administration wasn't, and the Obama administration wasn't, and the Trump administration was.
Exactly. And by the way, there were more people that were coming. Did you know that there was an increase in the amount of entries, right, under the Trump administration comparative to the Obama administration? So did Trump open
What
the
about the
border?
Biden administration?
Could we have said that Trump opened the border?
What about the
There's
Biden
more
administration?
crossings than you have ever seen before. We've never seen crossings this. We've never seen crossings this high before. I promise you that. Actually, even better. Even actually about 2 times more than what we saw under Obama. I tell you,
Yeah,
it's
you
really
gotta
increased
forget
everybody.
about
So
the
many
president.
undocumented immigrants coming into the country, committing all these crimes like you've never seen before. They said they're letting people out of these mental asylums, and they're coming directly to our country.
The most beautiful border.
No, stop. Seriously, like genuinely, like stop for one second. Like that's insane, right? That would be absurd to say, but Trump does that, and it's literally a propagandistic narrative targeted towards Democrats that doesn't actively address any of their policy from a legitimate standpoint or a serious standpoint, but instead tries to strawman their position, say that they're advocating for zero regulation on the border in order to act like it's an absurd position. Literally, that's what they're doing. They're just acting like it's some absurd position, and then whenever you tell them that that's not the case, they still just keep doing it.
So, what would you say about the illegal immigrants who are crossing the border on a regular basis?
What are they crossing for?
Doesn't matter. They're illegal.
They're
Most are coming for a better life.
Okay, and is that justification applied to any other country?
I believe that another country should have that exact same type of policy, right? That specifically allows for people to have a quick legal process of immigration to their country, because immigration is positively impactful.
You know what I really would love for people that support Donald Trump to do is actually like fact check some stuff. One, the asylum laws that we have, that like other countries have them because they're international laws. But even two, like people talk about birthright citizenship. There's other countries that have birthright citizenship as well. So the premise that it's just the United States doing any of this and all these people are coming to the United States, like that's not true. Hey, maybe the United States stopped destabilizing other countries, then people wouldn't want to just necessarily leave their country to come to the US. I mean, they're not coming here because the life is just so much better, but we continue to destabilize other governmental systems, topple other leaders, and then install puppet leaders that don't actually do anything. And so people decide to leave. Maybe if we stop doing that, then, you know, we could do something about people coming into the country.
Yes, I 100% agree. We should not be involved in any kind of foreign intervention of any kind. We should
Donald
be,
Trump's actively engaging in more foreign intervention. He's posturing for a war with Iran right now.
yeah, we shouldn't be doing that. I can agree. No, we shouldn't do that. We
But
should
this is
not
the person
have.
that you're supporting.
I support him by, like I said, a lesser of two evils. Kamala
Okay,
Harris would have been a lot of.
Kamala, what's so evil about Kamala?
Well, are we gonna play that game? Come on.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
I'm here to play the game.
So,
Time to
what
play
are
the
you,
game.
What are you insinuating when I say Kamala versus Kamala?
Well, one, either you are intentionally saying her
I'm not
name,
sure which one it is.
or well, it's Kamala.
She said
It's,
different
and
ones,
it's
man.
she didn't.
We're
she
literally
didn't.
just giving you the correct pronunciation. Chill, bro.
Okay,
Exactly.
so go ahead and give me the correct pronunciation. I will say
We've
it that
already
way.
did, but just call it
Kamala.
Harris.
Kamala. You can say Harris though.
Kamala
But
Harris.
what's so evil? What's so
I
evil
prefer
about
Donald
her?
Trump over Kamala Harris.
Sure, you said she would have been worse. She was way more evil. What's so evil about Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris would have been a continuation of the Joe Biden policies that were very destructive to the United States for the longest time. For those
What
4 years
policies
that
were
Joe
passed that
Biden
were
was in,
destructive?
Joe Biden for his
No,
time
no,
as
no.
president.
Don't keep monologuing. Tell me specifically the policies that were destructive.
Well, I'm trying to give you an example.
No, you were going to monologue more. I want you to tell me specifically.
Come on, dude.
Oh, you mean come on, let you monologue?
Are you gonna just keep interrupting? Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I'm gonna hold you to account. You have to account for your
Okay,
words,
what I'm trying to
Bub.
say is that Kamala Harris would have been a continuation of the Joe Biden policies.
Sure, which policies?
Joe Biden policies like the pulling out of Afghanistan. That was
That's not a policy. That was a
was
decision.
actually set up by Trump. Yeah.
Exactly. So can you tell me which policy
Yeah, but
specifically
Trump
that
didn't
was
do that,
implemented
did he?
that you
Joe Biden did it.
That's fine. The David, what policy specifically was implemented under the Biden administration that you felt like was harmful to the United States of America? Was it the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the infrastructure bill? Like what policy
Dude,
specifically?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna get into like that kind of stuff because you're gonna have me be hardcore on that.
So it's not the fact that
I'm
there was
talking
going to
more
be
about
any
philosophy.
continuation.
I'm talking more
Oh,
about
okay.
philosophy
So it's
than I am
the
about
vibes.
specific-
You didn't like the vibes under Biden. It's not the policy. You didn't
philosophy.
like the vibes.
Philosophy. I'm talking about the philosophy of left-wing politics versus right-wing politics.
What aspects of the
left-wing-
philosophy?
Left-wing policies, or left-wing. What did I call it?
Be specific, please.
He can't. Parker's vibes. He didn't like the vibes.
Yeah, what certain policies? Can you name one policy Kamala Harris disagreed or Kamala Harris?
Left-wing philosophy.
Sorry, let me
Left-wing
clarify. Can you
philosophy.
name one policy Kamala Harris supported that you disagree with?
Philosophy. I'm
So
talking
not
about
policy.
left-wing-
Nope.
Yeah,
Vibes.
we're past that because you guys are going to own me on
So
philosophy.
some ideological belief
I'm gonna
that's
own you on everything.
So to clarify, you have an issue with an ideological belief that is irrelevant to policy.
Yes.
I have a problem with philosophy. I have a problem with left-wing
Wait,
philosophy.
just listen though. Listen though. You have a problem with something that is irrelevant to policy.
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you say it again?
So you have a problem with something that is irrelevant to policy?
Yes.
I have a problem with philosophy.
Can you answer a question directly? I think you have a problem with the ability to answer fucking questions right now. I'm asking you a direct question. Why are you purposefully not responding to the question?
Okay, what is your question? Repeat it again, please.
Are you? I have to repeat it again? Are you kidding me,
Oh
dude?
yeah, I would like you to, because I was thinking on my own thing about philosophy, and I wanted to kind of derail.
So
it
are
to
you
that.
saying? Are
But
you saying your
Wait, hold on,
disagreement?
Parker,
While
did
I
you
was
hear
talking
that?
and I didn't hear you.
Stop it, David. Did you hear that? He just
didn't.
admitted the only reason he was doing that is because he wanted to derail to something else. He literally just admitted it.
Yeah, I want
Like,
to
what the fuck are we doing?
into philosophy. Philosophy is a lot
Hey,
more
man.
important than policy.
Hey, man. So you agree that it's not relevant to policy?
What policy are you talking about?
Do you want me to ask the question again?
Oh, please do.
If I have to do it one more time, I'm going to kick you. Okay? Do you agree
Okay,
that
go
it's
ahead.
not relevant to policy?
What is not relevant to policy? I'm lost. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I got it. Let me try
Do you
one
not
time, just
want-
one time. David, you came up here and you insinuated that you did not want a continuation of the Biden-Harris actual policy. That was the problem. You are now openly admitting that you do not know any of the policies, so therefore it could not be an issue with the actual policy.
I stopped
You have
watching-
tried, stop it. You have tried to pivot multiple times to quote unquote philosophy, which I call vibes. Can you admit that it has nothing to do with policy? Your issues have nothing to do with policy. Yes or no?
See, the problem is I stopped
Yes
watching.
or no?
Can I explain?
Yes or no?
How about answer and
Can
then
I
explain?
Like
Answer
you're
then
giving me a
explain.
yes
Is
or
that
no. I
okay?
can explain.
Answer then explain.
So
You have your question. Your answer has to start with yes or no.
I stopped watching the news back in about 2023, I think it was, when.
Dude, this guy. Yo, dude, David, are you doing this purposefully?
Am I doing what purpose?
Are you purposefully not answering questions directly to like derail so that you don't have to address what we have to say?
Well, I'm going like kind of in a roundabout way to try to answer your question.
No, stop fucking going around about and answer the question directly. We don't give a shit about your side quest. Just answer the
Not
question.
everything is a yes or a no, dude. You gotta.
Yes,
kind
it
of
is. It literally.
It's a yes or no question. He wants a yes or no,
Would you
and
like
then
me
you
to
can explain
or do you
after.
not want me to explain? Like, you can kick me if you want. I wish you wouldn't. I would like
Sir,
to try to.
sir, we've said multiple times, you can answer yes or no and then explain right after. Why do you not listen to that?
Okay, what is your yes or no?
He has to ask the question again. Go ahead. Okay, all right.
David. Super simple question. Super simple question. Do you support Donald Trump because you're stupid?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question, don't you think?
It's very straightforward.
Do you support Donald Trump because you're stupid? That's a fucking insulting question, dude.
It's rhetorical.
Can you ask?
Don't worry
the
about it.
question in a
I got
polite,
it. It's
respectful
fine.
manner, dude. Like, what the fuck?
It's rhetorical. It's okay. That's okay.
So, can I get to what I was trying to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
Parker.
Okay, so about 2020.
Riley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. I am actually set to go there very soon, just letting you know. Molly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Judith, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, migrants hoping to cross the border and request asylum in the United States hold banners and shout slogans to President Biden. Yeah, that's a request asylum, so it's a legal process. Mm-hmm. So that's totally okay. As well as... Always Reason, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do some W's for them in the comment section right now. I appreciate it. Thank you. I do see that now. I see that now. Hell's Basovitz, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Doug with the $10 as well. Thank you. Tara, thank you so much for the $10. And Always Reason, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always.
I have two really quick.
Go ahead.
Jared, thank you for the one. Yeah, I'm better. Earlier was rough, but we're good now. Georgia, thank you so much for the 5. They don't want to attach themselves because they know that like this party is going down in flames. So that's the only reason they're doing that. Hey Parker, how much you want to bet that David's still taking that roundabout right now? Has no clue he's muted. He's just going roundabout this entire conversation.
Do you think I'm retarded?
No, he's gonna use a slur now. I think you are the most ridiculous person I'm one of the most ridiculous people I've ever talked to. Literally. Absolutely. Wouldn't engage with basic questions. We had to repeat the question like 6 times, dude. That was crazy, dude. Talk about incompetent Trump supporters. He's at the top of the list. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Rand, thank you for the money gun. Thank you. How old are you? If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get out to more people. If you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on YouTube as well, everybody. We got at least another 30 minutes left on the stream. Kind of depends whenever Dean gets on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 51.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Are you driving?
Nope.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Man, Trump gonna make America great again. Trust me.
When was it great?
Huh?
When was it last great?
It ain't been shit. It ain't been great. It ain't been great till Trump came to office.
It's never been great?
Nah.
So he was wrong when he was making the statement, make America great again, because it's never been great prior.
Nah.
Okay, what about it's great right now versus what didn't exist prior? Like, what makes it great now?
What makes it great now? He's trying to get everybody working. I wish he cut the food stamps in the house unless you were senior citizen.
We had literally
disability.
the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
No, that's because people don't want to work. My
Nope,
job.
it's
like my
because
job.
there is
It's
less
a
work.
billion. They don't want to work because they're getting free food stamps and free money from
They're
the
not
Democrats.
getting food stamps to a greater extent than what they were
No,
prior.
no, but they getting them. Now, I bet if you cut off the food stamps like the Democrats won't let Trump do, cut them off. Cut that money. I bet everybody start working.
Hey, what about people that are actually working but they don't get paid a livable wage? Like people that work at Walmart, one of the biggest companies in the entire world with the largest workforce within the United States, but yet they don't pay their employees a livable wage. So a large amount of their employees, they're
quit going out your
can
means.
I finish my sentence?
Look,
Can I finish my
if you go
sentence?
to school
Hey,
or do
CJ,
this,
can I finish my sentence?
quit having all the kids.
Can I
Quit going
finish my
out your means. If your money is right there, you can live good. Quit trying to get the $27 house
Hey,
apartment.
CJ, can you hear me?
When you only making this, where you can go live good in a $500 apartment.
he can't hear me.
See, that's the problem. People try to live out their means
Maybe
and say
I'm
they blame
muted.
it on the money.
Hello?
No.
Maybe it's me.
See, that's the problem. Everybody want to.
Hello?
Oh, I work here, don't make this much. It's plenty of. Say
Hello?
you don't want to live over here or live over there, so you
Hello?
try to want a job
It's
that's just paying
me.
past your expectations.
I
'cause
was
you wanna live like
wondering
this.
if you can hear me after all I've said. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Santana was saying something
Yeah,
real quick. Will you let him
I can
finish
hear
real quick?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, with that, you like kind of went on a diatribe, but my point was, shouldn't we hold those companies accountable if we're going to say that we're going to eliminate SNAP benefits or additional assistance? Then we should ensure that people have like a basic higher federal minimum wage to ensure that that people can actually make it with their jobs.
Well, you can make it. You know what I'm saying? It's like this. Like they say minimum wage in McDonald's. That's right. That's for like the older, you're saying the younger high schools. If you're not in high school and you're not old, up your game. I shouldn't be at 3 kids times I'm at McDonald's. And I'm mad because I'm not making enough money. Okay, we know it costs.
Yeah,
That's
that
made for
sounds-
people that's out of high school,
that
just
sounds
started
like- that
in high
sounds like
school, and
classism
stuff like that. They
mixed with-
kill me. They trying to take kiddie jobs or senior citizen jobs that retire and tell they not making enough. Okay,
That
go
sounds
get a
like-
career.
That sounds like classism mixed with privilege. I mean, why should people have to take on multiple jobs or have to obtain like higher education to be able to make a livable wage? Why shouldn't we guarantee a livable wage for every American? It's not like we can't afford it.
Because they be scared. Like, I know people, you go in their neighborhood, we're going to go back to it ain't like a race thing. They would not live in a black neighborhood, but they saying they can't stay, they losing everything, they can't eat. But you want to stay in a house over there you paying $2,500 for. You paying $2,500 for that house a month, and I'm over here paying $600 for my nice house because you scared the neighborhood. And ain't nothing wrong with the neighborhoods because you scared. Ooh.
So you're saying the reason why people can't afford their houses because they don't want to live in certain communities?
Oh, that's where I always go. You don't catch white people trying to go into black neighborhoods where the rent is very affordable because they scared.
You understand
that?
that?
It ain't going down like that. They got us growing up thinking they scared.
Wait,
so they
by the way, I just
move.
want to know, you know that like if we're referencing this, right, like especially poverty, poverty is disproportionately negatively impacting the black community, right? That's actually something we need to address within
really
our
poverty.
system.
It's not my neighborhood. Nice houses, nice grass, green,
Listen,
everything. It's just that 'cause
pause.
you
Let
hear
me
it-
finish with what I was saying, please. So what you're not acknowledging here is that you're saying white people are putting themselves in poverty to a greater extent because of the fact that they don't want to live in certain communities. that's not the argument as a whole that causes poverty. Sure, there's some racist people that do that, absolutely, but that's not the cause as a whole of poverty as a whole, as we can reference poverty that affects the black community as well, which is something that we need to address that's historically existed due to disenfranchising of the black community based upon systemic racism, redlining, slavery, Jim Crow laws, etc.
Also, let's not skip over the fact that he's advocating for gentrification. Like, literally, he's advocating for gentrification. What the fuck are we doing?
Oh, I accidentally just muted him again. I tried to unmute him. By the way, Fiona, thank you so much for the $5 and for the $10. I did see that earlier. I apologize. I literally just didn't click on the notification. I apologize. Alejandro, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that one is absolutely BS. And Deja, thank you so much for the $11.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I would say all the points I bring up specifically on the daily process every single day. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to non-born U.S. citizens. They benefit the economy. There's a study specifically in terms of this. I can send you. It's immigration's effect on U.S. wages and employment redux. It kind of shows that over the past 20 years, we've seen increase in wages, employment, rates of natural-born U.S. citizens due to the level of immigration that we've seen. We also see increases in productivity and GDP as well. Oh, they just left. Okay.
I was about to say, I feel like he put his phone down and just walked away for a while. He was yelling like hell at the phone.
Rory, thank you so much for the money gun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm 45.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
He doesn't seem to appear to be actively trying to destroy America, first and foremost. One of the things that I kind of went off of initially was the MAHA movement, or the MAHA, whatever they want to call it, movement. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sorry about that. I was ordering food.
Are you driving?
But the MAHA movement. No, I'm not. If you want, I can turn on the camera just to show you.
Okay, no, it's fine. It sounds like you just parked and you got something at your window. Go ahead though.
Yeah, I am. I'm parked and I got some lobster. So I don't know if it's gonna be good or not, but we'll see. The wife wanted me to grab some locally from a food truck around the corner from where we live. But anyway, yeah, I mean, initially I kind of hopped on the. I never liked the MAGA, the acronym for Make America Great Again, because that would assume or insinuate that America was, better off at one point in time. So I just think that's kind of silly. And for me, it's just a marketing slogan, just like, yes, we can with Obama. I look at that as a marketing slogan. And unfortunately, people bought into that too much. It would have been better just to say Make America Great in general. But that said, I was a fan of some of the aspects or elements that the MAHA or MAHA movement was, specifically like taking certain dyes out of foods that we know are not good for us. I mean, in Europe, if you go to Europe, and I'm sure you've been, maybe not, you could eat pasta there, for example, and never have issues with like gut health issues. So people that have gluten sensitivities, things like that, and you're perfectly fine. You could eat like junk food, honestly, in Europe,
What?
and you're perfectly
You don't
fine.
think
Yet
people have
here-
issues with gluten there?
No, they do have some gluten sensitivities, but I'm saying the food is less processed, so it's significantly healthier for you there than it is here.
If you want
And
a
so
less
one of the things
processed
that I
food,
was
that's
really-
fine, but there was nothing that was passed by the Trump administration to make food less processed. Secondly, if you want to reference, by the way, I hear an echo. Is there a way you could fix that? Maha doesn't actually.
Yeah, let me.
Here, I need to mute you. Sorry, because it's just a bit of a background noise and I can't hear. I can't even think. Maha didn't actually uphold itself because we've been made less healthy by the Trump administration, not only because they've undermined a public option for universal access to healthcare, but because they've limited access to food stamps, right, and healthcare through the context of the big beautiful bill. 420,000 children cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. 2.5 million people cut off of access to food stamps on average every single month, and over 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance. That decreases the standards for health in this country. There's been a 40% cut of the EPA, which reduces standards that affect health in this country. The Trump administration has rolled back things on certain different types of vaccines, which specifically have been incredibly effective and helpful based upon the science and medical information that we have existing. And then the dyes that you're referencing, oftentimes those dyes exist in Europe. They just are literally under different names. Like for people always bring up Brad 40, E129. Look it up.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a computer in front of me, but I will. E129, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll remember that E129. I'll definitely take a look at that. It's just from my personal experience, based off of you know, myself traveling overseas as well as other friends traveling overseas. It's one thing that, you know, it seems to me that every time that I've had food overseas and my friends have had food overseas, you just don't feel disgusting and nasty and gross. And, you know, a lot of additives, it seems like things are specifically less processed there.
It's not just
And
about that. It's the fact that the government is willing to regulate everything that concerns health. And so just sitting here saying like, oh, we're going to regulate food without addressing healthcare, then that's a flaw. Because when you talk about these European countries, they provide universal healthcare, but they put a focus on the overall happiness of their people. And so while addressing food is very important, the government use those same type of regulations where they negotiate on a national level for like drug prices, healthcare, all these other things. So it's all in one. So us just addressing the quote unquote food, they haven't, to Parker's point, they haven't actually addressed anything with food, and they've made us even more safe, unsafe. Think about this. We almost eradicated measles, but now like we have measles outbreaks throughout the entire country because of this quote unquote MAGA movement, because they're anti-vax. So like even if you thought there was going to do something good with food, they're literally making us unsafer with the pushback on vaccines and all of these other things.
well, for example, I mean, just let me touch on the measles outbreak specifically. The demographic based off of the measles outbreaks, is that specifically endemic to individuals that are U.S. born citizens, or is that because of other people traveling from outside the country inside the country versus herd immunity?
U.S. born citizens, and more so rural areas, are areas that tend to vote red, who actively push back on the idea of vaccinations. I mean, I'll get really personal and let you know, I was recently on the East Coast and I had to go to South Carolina, and just so happens there were multiple actual measles outbreaks in the areas that I was going to, so I had to be careful as far as how I travel. Because the South Carolina is a majority Republican state. You see that what's happening in South Carolina, places like Texas, Missouri, a lot of these areas that overwhelmingly support Republican, they are anti-vax and they push back on the idea of vaccination.
But how are these people being exposed to measles? That's my question. Like, is it from individuals traveling from outside of the country into our country, and these specific pockets of individuals or societies aren't vaccinated, or is this like local, like somebody just locally was exposed to measles and then it's just causing outbreaks? Because like
either or. I know the outbreak that I was going into when I traveled to South Carolina, I was told that it's because people had traveled from other parts of the country. I didn't know about any of the origins, whether it started outside of the U.S. or inside of the U.S. But regardless, it's now being contracted by United States citizens who are pushing back on vaccinations, and it's spreading because of the desire to push back. And again, I mean, you can talk about measles, but I don't know if you saw this, but the Florida just made the announcement yesterday that they're getting rid of all vaccination requirements, all of them, like
so
every
as far
single
as
one
like
of them.
like even required vaccines from like birth, as far as like
they literally made the announcement they're getting rid of all vaccination requirements yesterday. Like this is
so they're
insane.
basically making a personal choice.
Yes, it's insane.
Huh. Okay. That's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. Parker, I'm sure you have access to a computer. Can you reference the outbreak that occurred? It was on the West Coast. I want to say it was Washington, maybe like a year or two ago.
Sorry, repeat what you just said.
Yeah. If you could you reference? There was an outbreak, if I remember correctly, a year or two ago in Washington. I want to say it was in the state of Washington, and there was a measles outbreak, and it broke national news. It was in the news cycle for maybe like a week or two, but based off of the demographic, what they were saying was initially, and I could be wrong about the state, so just correct me if I am wrong, but based off of the exposure to measles, what they were saying was the reason why, the contributing factor as to why that society specifically had that outbreak from measles was that it was not the actual individuals that were living there. It was literally people like immigrants that had came in that had not been properly vaccinated, and that's where that outbreak came from in the first place. If you could, I can't look at a computer
I would
right
like
now.
to hear a source for that. If you don't have a source for that, I'd like to see it. And
No,
secondly,
that's what I
couldn't
was
we just
asking
make
if
the
you look
legal
it up.
process
That
go
can't be
quicker and then
true.
provide vaccination for people?
I can already tell you that it's not Washington because I am looking at the information right now. And while Washington is actually currently going through a measles outbreak because there have been 6 confirmed cases, this is the first confirmed outbreak in Washington state in years. So, like, it's not Washington. I don't know what state you're talking about, but it's not Washington state.
It was out west. I like I said, I could have been wrong about the state, but I want to say it was out west. And it was like a year or two ago. And again, it made national headlines for about a week, and then it kind of just disappeared. But I was curious as to what the actual contributing factor was. Was it because go ahead? I'm sorry.
The last measles outbreak, the last measles outbreak that I see in Washington was in 2018 and 2019 under Trump administration. So, like, that was the last time there was an outbreak of measles, even in Washington. And even the areas that it's an outbreak in are the very rural areas where they mostly, even though Washington is a blue state, the pockets of this state, because I live in Washington state, they are red areas that had the measles outbreak. So, like, I'm so confused as far as what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd have to be in front of the computer to actually look it up so I could give you citations. But it's just something that I could recall, but I can't give you citations because I don't remember off the top of mind. I apologize. But hey, I would love to have this conversation a little bit later. I have to actually run because
sure.
I do have to bring home. I have to bring home that lobster.
Wait. Before you run, I have one quick question because
for sure.
Like, and Parker, do you mind if I run this question by him really quick?
Go ahead.
All right, so you brought up not necessarily Trump, but the people that he put around him, and you insinuated with RFK Jr., with MAGA, and all this other stuff. Do you think that like Donald Trump is putting the right people around him?
I think that he's prone to error. I mean, there's elements, like I would say, just like his first administration, he put in my person, and this is just opinion based, of course. I would say his first administration or his first term as president, I think that he made a lot of really bad choices with who he put around him. In this instance, I think that and this is just personal opinion, some of the people that he's put around him, I'm agreeable with, and some I'm not.
Who do you disagree with? What about Kristi Noem?
I'm not really a big fan specifically.
What about
Kristi
Kash
Noem.
Patel?
No, I think he's disingenuous and he's a performer.
What about Tulsi Gabbard?
Tulsi, I think, is okay, but then I also feel like
That's
there's
exactly
elements
where I
of her
needed
that.
to go. Tulsi Gabbard, I want to know your thoughts on this. So there's a reporting that just came out today that apparently Tulsi Gabbard, who's the head of intelligence, there's a there's a Wall Street Journal report that apparently Tulsi Gabbard has violated something so classified that there's a whistleblower that has been trying to actually figure out how to get this information to Congress since May of last year. And they haven't been able to figure out the proper way of getting this whistleblowing information to them because it's so highly classified, and apparently it violates the actual infrastructure of our intelligence community to the highest level. How do you feel about that?
If it's so highly classified, then how do we even know about this story to begin with? As far
Because
as
they finally had to come forward because they said that Tulsi Gabbard and then her office has been stonewalling and trying to delay. They've been slow walking, answering questions, and not verifying the things that have been that are being alleged. And apparently, just FYI, the whistleblower that has this information is the same whistleblower that blew the whistle on Donald Trump with the Zelensky call with Ukraine that got Donald Trump impeached for the first time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough about the story to really answer that question. So I really couldn't give you a definitive answer, unfortunately. But again, I would probably wait for more context and just see how that story unfolds before I could actually come to some sort of discernment at all. I mean, unfortunately, I'm sorry, that's not really a good answer for you, but that's the best I can do right now.
Well, just take this with you. Apparently, the comment they're leaving is they're saying this is, quote, grave and damaging to our national security. So yeah.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
I'll have to look into it. But guys, thanks for so much for having me on. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on longer to talk.
All right, appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it. Let me know how many likes we're at on the YouTube stream. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to go into the next person here real quick. Only do stand a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Koala.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
She muted. Koala, you
Hey,
have to come back to your
sorry.
phone.
Do you support Trump?
Can I jump back in a little later? Sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't.
for sure. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Gabby, think of the membership description. 9 months member on your birthday. Happy birthday. Base.
That was going to be a doozy, Parker. If she comes back, get her back up here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? We'll see. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Do you only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody? Again, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Toby, thank you so much for the $13 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Toby. And Crystal, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm completely and fully caught up there. I might have some people on YouTube. I'll make sure to check in a second. If you want to support me as always, or Santana, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Thank you for the Galaxy, by the way.
Angie, thank you for the 1. I haven't seen that, but I'm going to go ahead and take a look. Ashley, thank you for the 5 and just the love. And also, Allison, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Yeah, I mean, they are stupid.
Yo, bro.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
And do you support Trump? I can't hear when you swipe out of the app. Hello? Oh,
Yo.
did they just? Oh, do you and you do support Trump?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep swiping out of the app though. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because I think that we need a good business leader. I like his looks on business. You know what I mean? More towards business than politics. I know it is politics, but business is involved with that.
Okay.
And
so what in terms of business?
well, you know, he's a businessman. He owns many businesses if you know him, and he looks at money moves. It's all money moves which he makes. You know what I mean? Negotiations. He's looking at.
It's the
budget,
business of the
stuff like that.
business. Yeah.
So can you name one economic indicator that's been made better off since Trump got in office?
Well, I mean, we just took over a whole country that has a shit ton of oil. Which is all
So
money.
you think stealing oil is not an economic metric, by the way?
I think I think in order to become the greatest nation, I mean, we shouldn't stop him. You know what I mean?
So can you answer my question though? Like, what economic indicators better off since Trump got in office?
What economic indicators better off since Trump got in office? Well, I mean, he's protected American jobs, small businesses.
No, he hasn't.
How is he not?
Real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office. Real business investment has declined since Trump got in office. And his tax policies disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income businesses because not only did he increase the corporate tax rate for them, but he also, for a business income over $50,000 or under $50,000 a year, but also he specifically imposed tariffs, which disproportionately negatively impact lower income businesses.
Huh.
Yeah, business is not booming.
I don't know. I feel like if you're getting all this money from all these moves he's making, just like you say, it's bad that he took over this country, but I mean, it had to be done, no?
No, it
What was
doesn't
the
have to be
down-
done.
what was
He
the
didn't
bad
need
part
to
of
go
it?
steal Venezuelan oil. He hasn't
But it gives us
made
advantages,
business better
right?
off. Did you know that the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years? Did you know that inflation is still up? Did you know that we specifically again have seen decreases in real domestic manufacturing investment each quarter of Trump's administration? Did you know that
No,
we
I
had
don't
lower
see
real
it.
median wages, real median wage growth in this first year of Trump's administration compared to the last year of Biden's administration?
I mean, Donald Trump isn't perfect. He has a past and he doesn't hide it. But I think that many Americans would rather have a leader who is direct and focused on American economic strength than a politician who speaks
How has he
smoothly.
made us? I just explained how we're not economically strong. How has he made us more economically strong?
Look at the Biden administration. Trillions of dollars were spent through massive government programs that were not even accountable, contributing to inflation that crushed working families.
What are you reading? What the fuck are you reading now? What the fuck are you reading?
But now you guys are just gonna gang
What
up.
did you
bro.
just put into Chat GTP?
That's free speech. Of course, you guys are
Tell the
on
truth,
other
shame the
side.
devil. Come on now. Your entire tempo and dialect changed. There's no way in the fuck you didn't start reading something.
No, there's two of us. That's why.
Okay, both of you are wrong, but which one was reading the wrong shit? Like I just want to know.
No, my boy's just smarter. I just speak, so he gets nervous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but your boy's wrong too.
How?
Because the shit that you're reading isn't right.
And then what you're reading is?
No, I'm not reading
You're on
anything.
your
I'm
computer
telling
right
you, I
now,
know
bro.
what you're saying, and you're wrong.
You guys
Okay,
just- you guys
go
both
ahead.
have
Go
your
ahead.
own
We'll
point of view.
dismantle it one
Everybody
piece
has
at a time. Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
I mean, at the end of the day, Trump puts priorities of Americans first. You had
How?
Biden. You had Biden over here. He was sick.
No. Stop. Forget about Biden. Let's talk about Trump. Trump's the president. How does Donald Trump put Americans first?
I mean, he's the first president that was able to put $1,000 into children that just been born into a trust fund. Which other president has done anything like that?
That's not enough to meaningfully help us, and I don't think he's done that yet. And also, like,
He
I
has
think
not.
that like in general, that it's a good idea. I think we should do that to a greater extent.
Also, there's multiple qualifiers when it comes to that $1,000. Not everyone has the ability to do it. So no. Next attempt.
So you don't think that's good? You'll admit that Trump's good for doing that?
He didn't
Did
do
you hear
it.
anything we just said?
Did you hear? Literally didn't listen to a single thing. He didn't do it, right? I would if he did, but it's not enough.
It's going into act into July. People already signed up for it.
Oh, so he said we're gonna do it later. Oh, okay.
So
What do you want to bet?
Has it been
Okay.
passed, or has he said he's going to enact it?
He said he's gonna do it.
No,
I
it's
got a
not been
question.
enacted. You could do it on your taxes now.
What?
What?
Yeah, I would love to see the source on that one. And by the way, Kamala Harris' expansion to the child tax credit would give you significantly more money. I just want to clarify.
Kamala Harris was pushing a senile old
Kamala. We're like literally in sync because we're so used to dealing with people.
Because you guys are some fucking cocksmokers, bro.
Oh, don't
You're
STR.
mad. You're mad. Lynn, thank you so much for the $30. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Lynn in the comment section right now. Thank you for the $30. And Phoenix, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Regardless of initial force, the virus doesn't spread nearly as well with herd immunity. True. Thank you so much, Phoenix. Can you thank them for the donuts?
Thank you, bro. You make a lot of money doing this, huh?
Yeah, man, I'm a trillionaire. What can I say?
So just FYI, it's for babies that are born from January until December of this year. You have to enroll to actually have the deductions taken out of your actual pay this year, right? And it starts in July. So enrollment starts now, and they start taking payments towards that $1,000 out in July. It says here the account is fully in your child's name, and you're the sole custodian until they turn 18. It's saying that no contribution is necessary, but you can deposit up to $5,000 to allow it to grow. But again, you have to register for it, and it's saying that it's launching in July, but I don't see anything that's actually saying that it's set. This looks like a bunch of trust me, bro.
Yeah, like the $2,000 Doge check and the $2,000 tariff check and the $7,000 Doge check but if it exists and it comes out, that's good, but not anywhere near what we'd get under a Biden administration or a Harris administration. Grant, thank you for the $2.
Well, do you think we were looked at weaker under the Biden administration to other countries than we are now? You think we were looked at stronger?
We were looked at stronger. Want to know why? Because we were closer with our allies. We weren't threatening the dissolution of NATO, right? Which clearly shows that we're divided and weak.
NATO doesn't even play their part.
If you're playing a basketball team and you know that basketball team is divided and they're not on the same page, does that make them look stronger or weaker as a basketball team?
So we make our own team.
Answer the question. Does that make them look stronger or weaker as a basketball team?
NATO in general is weak.
Would you like to address what I just said, please?
We're not talking about basketball.
You said NATO is weak. That's one of the stupidest fucking things any person has ever said.
I have
Are you
a question.
actually serious?
Wait, I have a follow-up question. You said NATO is weak?
Yeah, that's what he said. That's like so stupid. Like genuinely so stupid.
So you think NATO is weak? Is that an accurate statement?
Without us. Without
Okay,
America.
perfect. Wait. So you think
Even so,
NATO's
they're
weak?
they're strong without us.
would it
Even
would it be even weaker for someone to need NATO, like to need the help of NATO? That would speak to the weakness of that country, right?
I feel like we need to take care of our own country before.
No, I need you to answer the question directly. If you're saying NATO is weak and a country needs help from NATO, wouldn't that mean that that country is weak?
We don't need help from NATO.
I didn't say anything about us. Listen to what I'm saying.
Which country are you speaking of?
Listen to what I'm saying. Any country. If NATO is weak and a country needed help from NATO since they're weak, that would mean the country's weak, right?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay. So why not? If NATO's weak, but the country needs help from NATO,
I think it's actually reversed.
What do you mean?
I think NATO needs help from the country.
No, that's not the question, slap nuts. The question is if you say that NATO is weak and then the country comes to NATO like, hey, I need your help, would that mean that the country is weak since they need help from a weak NATO? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Who is the only country to ever invoke Article 5 of NATO?
I don't even know.
The United States of America. The only country to ever go to NATO and say, help, we need you. The United States of America. So you guys sit around and act as if NATO is just this like little entity that for some reason can't live without the United States and they need us and we don't need them. We're literally the only country that has said, hey, we need you to back us. Like, it's so insane that you guys believe this. American exceptionalism is kicking your ass.
Maybe it is, bro, but I'm proud to be American.
Of course.
We look great.
what, you're proud to be an American under Donald Trump when he looked at the sky with or looked at the eclipse with his bare eyes just for fun.
You're proud to look under Biden and Camilla when Biden's getting left by
Camila,
the hand.
like, bro, are you serious? Kamala. Just say Harris
You
at this
just
point,
said
man.
earlier. You said Camilla at this point.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Your boy corrected you.
We corrected you. You guys are stupid. God damn.
What are you talking about? When did that happen? You're making up alternate. Did you just like come in from a alternate universe or something? Did
Yeah.
Rick send you through the portal gun?
Morty did.
Evil Morty? Damn, that's crazy. No wonder. He's trying to make our world worse.
I want to know why you don't support Trump.
Thank you for the hand art. Held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, cut 40% of the EPA, denies science, looked up an eclipse on multiple occasions, said we should look into nuking hurricanes to fight them, said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, literally said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He's absurd as fuck. We can point to the fact that he denies basic facts of reality. He said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy was causing autism when there's literally a Swedish study with over 2.5 million people that shows literally no association with Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account siblings and genetics. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump is an active threat to our democracy. He called for the complete and total termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. We can also point to the fact that he's literally sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the 2020 election and denied the 2020 election results, getting 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen, while simultaneously today, or actually not even today, just like here recently, I think this was yesterday, literally said that Republicans should take over blue states, right, in terms of the elections and how they're conducting it. We should nationalize the elections.
Yeah, clearly he would say that because he's Republican, right?
What? Would you be okay with Democrats nationalizing the elections and taking over the Republican areas and how they run their elections?
No, but it's already happening, unfortunately.
Can you imagine, like, the Republicans would be like, they're taking over the red states to rig the election by letting illegal immigrants vote?
Didn't that happen?
No. Undocumented immigrants cannot vote in the federal election. What are you talking about? How would an undocumented immigrant vote in the federal election?
How are dead people voting in the federal election?
You understand that
They're
we're
not.
talking about like specifically people who voted then died.
Also, did you know the verifiable case of someone that was actually trying to vote for someone that was dead was a Republican who was trying to vote for Trump? Like literally trying to use the ballot of one of their parents to vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't hear about that one.
Of course you didn't.
You heard
So,
about the
Marin,
other
thank
one.
you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. That was good timing since Hannah brought that up literally right when you said to say the message. He said, please remind the caller NATO sent troops to fight alongside us. Literally. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Said, I filled my taxes already on TurboTax. They called it Trump Trust. It was the scammiest thing ever. I opted out. Thank you so much, Bethany. I appreciate it. William, thank you for the $30 from the DNC. Thank you so much, William. Can we get some W's for William in the comment section right now for the $30 on Venmo? Thank you so much, William. I really appreciate it. Thank you. OT Winner, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. For him looking at the eclipse proves DJT is Jesus. Jesus Christ. Fit Dad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for keep doing what you do. Parker, Santana, and whoever Camila is. Or they said Camilla. I don't even know what they're saying at this point. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. OT Winner, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Phoenix, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Colonel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Arush, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Sally, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, it definitely is. It's very sad. The TPS ending for some people. It's very sad. Very sad. I absolutely agree. I think it's insane. I talked about that one earlier as well. Lydia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to thank all the Trump supporters for the abysmal tax return I'm getting this year. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well as Megan, thank you so much for the $5. For I still can't believe at his speech at the UN, Trump spoke about the danger of windmills. Jurain, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 10 pounds. Thank you. And then, by the way, he said that they were killing bald eagles, and then he posted a picture of a falcon.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wait, did you see the new the graph that was put out by the White House as far as the production of United States steel?
Yeah, I did. It was so misleading.
Yeah.
One of my favorite economists on this app, Econ with Sarah, she has a PhD in econ. She made a video about it and how embarrassing it was because they literally tried to make it look like it was 50% more when it was just barely like 2% more.
Yeah, it was a little over 1%. Like,
yeah,
this is
it's
what
insane.
Trump does.
It's actually insane. Like it's so dishonest to frame it that way.
Emily, thank you for the 25. Yeah, neither one of them know what they're talking about. Kevin, thank you so much for the 10. That is a big assumption. Mike, thank you so much for the 2. Yes, it's their TDS. And Stacy, thank you so much for the 5. I would have said no to that as well. It sounds slimy. If you guys see anything on your taxes that says Trump, hard no, quick pass.
How not?
Donald Trump doesn't pay his taxes. You think he gives a damn about your taxes?
Yeah, was it in 2018 or 2019? He had $750 taxes.
Also,
That's
he's
how much he
currently
paid.
suing. Yeah, he's suing the IRS and like the American people. If you click anything that says Trump on your taxes, he might get your tax return. Like he's suing us for $10 billion. How could you even
that's
get behind
nuts.
that one?
Yeah, how are you okay with that? Versus the Galaxy.
I know,
Thank
I'm
you,
not
Shannon.
getting sued.
Literally,
you're
you
okay
are.
with him suing the IRS for $10 billion. You know who determines the settlement for that case? Himself.
Yep.
What is his reason for suing?
His fees.
Literally.
His what?
He said the information that was released about his tax returns were released by like someone who had nefarious reasons, and so since they released his tax returns, then he's suing the IRS and American people for $10 billion.
Insane.
And now he has to settle. I mean, he has to negotiate with himself to make a determination as far as how much he's going to settle with himself.
How much money am I going to give myself with taxpayer dollars? How much money should I give myself? I should give myself $10 billion. $10 billion. I think $10 billion sounds like a great idea. How about we actually make myself the richest person on the planet? Let's make it $500 billion. $500
I don't
billion
understand how the senators.
cash liquid. $500 billion. It looks like we have to get $500 billion from the taxpayers to make ourselves the richest person on the planet.
Man, you want to be Trump so bad.
I don't understand how you guys are good with
Damn,
this
you want to
open
be an idiot
corruption.
so bad. Damn,
Oh, you
you want to
got
be a
mad,
useless
huh?
idiot so bad.
I
Damn,
see
you want to
you
be
started that
controlled
job.
by a
You're good at that,
misinformation
bro.
grifting lunatic that literally is a
That wasn't
pedophile
even AI.
rapist.
That
Yeah.
was really you, bro. You had a good impression. I might go famous for that clip, a liberal like you doing a Trump impression even better than most.
Hey, you do know you're a liberal, Bub.
No, I definitely am not. I'm the
No,
polar
you're
opposite.
absolutely a liberal. You didn't know that?
No, not at all.
Oh, I bet you I can prove it. Hey,
Prove it.
question for you. Do you believe in civil liberties?
I'm not gonna fall for trick questions, bro.
It's not a trick question. It's very direct. Do you believe in civil liberties?
Like, give me an example.
You know what? Fuck it, no. I'm not even gonna try.
He needs to
if
know
I
what a
had to
civil
explain what
liberty is.
civil liberties are,
Stop,
then we'd
chat,
be doing this.
please save us.
No
He asked
fucking
what a
way I'm
civil
doing
liberty is.
As a
Oh
matter of
God.
fact, we're gonna revoke all
Oh God.
of just everything. No, just no.
Just revoke everything right now. Revoke it.
Bro, teach
Jesus.
instead of flaming, bro.
What's up?
If you're trying to prove your point, just teach instead of just flaming. Give an example.
Teach you what civil liberty. You're up here on a TikTok live debate in front of thousands of people defending Donald Jimothy Trump, and you don't know what a fucking civil liberty is, and you think we're gonna teach you? Bro, we're
Come
gonna
on.
dog walk you and clown you because you don't know what you're talking about. But yet you
That
said
is to be clowned over. But like, we'll tell you, like, a civil liberty would be some sort of protection that you have under the law for being treated a certain way.
So do I believe in having protection under the law?
Yeah, like certain types of liberties, freedoms protected under the law, right? That
Yeah,
allow
as a
you to be
citizen.
treated a certain way, such as what civil liberties, based upon the way I defined it, exist within our system.
Freedom of speech. Stuff like
Something
that.
Trump's undermining.
Is he?
Yeah. Did you know his administration detained Mahmoud Khalil, a legal permanent resident, for over 104 days without due process simply for saying Free Palestine? And for speaking up for Palestinians?
Oh, he deserved that one.
He deserved it?
Yeah.
Why?
You just said because you said free Palestine.
Why is that justification to be detained without due process?
And see, this is why I don't teach. This is why I rather dog walk. And while Parker is a teacher, he's nice. I believe in shame. You know what you are? You're an ultra crepidarian. That's what you are. You sit up here and you speak on shit that you have no idea about, but you think that you're the moral authority. You think that you can speak from a place of intelligence when you're just stupid. Like literally your IQ is room temperature. I don't understand what's happening right now and how you could so confidently with your entire chest sit up here and say Donald Trump is somehow better and for the country when you don't know what he's doing, you don't understand how he's doing the things. Donald Trump's a fascist. You're literally up here standing up for a fascist and fascism, but I'm sure you don't even know what fascism is. So like those are just words to you.
Yeah, it's all just words to me. All I know is Joe Biden was a dictator.
Exactly. What about Biden? What about Biden? Holy fuck. Joe Biden is the boogeyman to you guys.
He is, bro. He scares me the way he is.
Can you be serious?
Yeah, I am.
You're not serious.
All right, I gotta go, bro, because I actually work an actual job.
An actual job. Get a grip, dude. Yeah, well, Lily, thank you for the $2 for supporting my actual job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Lydia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone supporting my actual job. Thank you very much. Allison, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have you seen the countries wanting to pull out of the World Cup because of Trump? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate it. Supporting my real job. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Grifting is not a real job. Hey, grifting is a real job, okay? Grifting is a real job. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Sci-fi, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. If you want to support me or Santana, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Alrighty. Artistic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Made me smile. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, well, I don't know if I would end up doing that, but thank you very much for the offer. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 31.
And do you support Trump?
No, but keep cooking the idiots.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Avro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate you. And yeah, I've been there. It's really nice.
Fetus. Fetus. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone, for people to join in to get some debates going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit a blinker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. I think I've ran out, chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to Tanya, thank you for the 5. I hope things get better. And Mike, thank you so much for the 2. You know how we are. Definitely Dr. Evil.
Or actually, I might have like one left. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Looking for some Trump supporters to dog walk. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Let's get this next person up here. Chat, I'm so sad that my Cash App has been gone for literally, it's been now like fucking 3-4 months at this point. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Wow.
66.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Of course. Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I don't want to hear your scripting and your memorize. You're getting really faster at spitting all that stuff out about him, 34 this and all that stuff. I'm not here up for that. I'm here to tell Santana he's full of crap and he shouldn't be spitting out false information about this, the person and, releasing the highest security and all that. Unless you know what you're talking about.
What are you referring to?
Well, what you just told the previous guest.
I said a lot of stuff. What did I say?
Yeah, you say a lot of shit is what you say.
Listen, Bub, you got big feelings, but I just need you to be direct. Why are you mad at me today?
I'm mad at you. I'm not mad at you. I just can't stand your ass. That's all.
That's fine. Listen, if you're so emotional that you're triggered by someone you don't know, then that sounds like a you problem.
Having this clown.
Hey, Paw Paw.
Is he gonna run away?
I'm not talking
He
to you.
is. Lock in, Paw Paw. Why are you mad at me?
Because I think you're a clown. Okay.
Why?
Period.
Why? Be specific.
Well, all the shit you spit. I appreciate Parker.
Listen,
I'm not talking to you, all right?
What, Paw Paw?
Paw my ass.
I know.
This is like I say, Parker, I respect you, and having this clown.
Wait,
up here,
is it that you're mad because you see a black man sitting up here spitting facts and that makes you uncomfortable? As a 66-year-old mediocre white man, that you feel uncomfortable that you hear me spitting facts? Be direct. Tell me what you're mad about. Don't worry, I have a binky and a bottle for you.
I just, oh Jesus, you guys are clowns.
Okay.
Saying that kind of stuff. People are up here. Parker, I respect what you did with the previous guest, and some people want to learn. I do appreciate that. And this guy wants to dog walk.
And I hurt your feelings.
You don't hurt my feelings at all.
It seems like it. You seem really emotional.
Vu, can I ask you a question? You said that I was spreading misinformation too. What misinformation do you think I was spreading?
I didn't say you were spreading misinformation at all.
Oh, okay. So
you said I was, but he wouldn't be specific.
Well, I'm talking about You know what I'm talking about. There's
No,
high
tell me.
security supposedly and all this stuff. There's
What are you
nothing out
talking
there
about
like
security? Be specific.
that. You told me you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't say
I
false,
don't. I'm
false
saying be
innuendo.
specific.
I'm not talking to you, my friend.
Because I hurt your feelings, I know. But if you're gonna come up here and make accusations, then say it with your chest, bub.
Unironically, though, you were directly talking to him when you said that.
Exactly.
Well, I said with your bud there, Santana spitting out false innuendos, about the security stuff. That's
What
all.
security stuff?
Yeah, what security stuff was he wrong about?
Dude.
Oh.
No, I'm just genuinely curious.
Parker,
Like,
I was
in
hoping
order for me to be able to
Parker, I
fact
was
check it, I
really-
got to know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. You said it 10 minutes ago, dude. I'm not Parker. I'll catch you another time as long as you
Cry
don't have
harder,
to-
snowflake.
I don't know. Fuck you, dude.
I know.
Kiss
It's
my ass.
okay.
All right,
Oh,
for sure.
it's
It does sound like you are
That's what you guys
driving
do.
as well.
You're talking about NATO. Let's talk about NATO real quick and how.
Wait, hold up real quick.
Trump hates
Vu,
NATO.
are you driving?
You know what's going on in Iran?
Hold up. Vu, are you
You
driving?
know anything about that? You spit out the same scripts all the time. Do you know anything going on in Iran right now?
Yeah, I do. Can I ask you a question? Are you driving
We're
now?
working with NATO, are we not?
Are you driving?
No, I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My wife's driving.
Okay. Alrighty.
If you have a
So
problem with it, I'll leave. Like I said, it'd probably be a better time, Parker, when I can talk to you. I don't need this clown.
Sure, run to your safe space.
Okay. All right. I guess you can come up whenever you feel comfortable.
Thank you, Parker.
Whenever you have your binky and your baba, you can come back. It's okay.
Hey, dude, I got a binky and a bottle for you, buddy.
I know. It's okay,
I know.
Bubba.
See, you
It's
could treat
okay.
you could treat the kids like that. My
Yeah,
friend.
and I'm gonna treat you like that too because you're a grown man that's emotional. You're
I'm
66. Act
kicking
like
your
it.
Dumbass.
I know.
You're fucking a bad example of the black
You're
culture.
60.
That's
You're
exactly what you
66.
are.
Yeah. How so? How
And
so?
Retired military as well.
How so?
Okay?
I'm a bad example for the quote unquote black culture because I'm dog walking a mediocre 66-year-old white man.
'cause
Get
you're
out your
a
feelings.
dumbass.
You're in your
That's
feelings
why.
right now.
No, it's
You're-
not my feelings, man. It's
You're
'cause you-
so emotionally weak.
Oh my God! See how you do? You can't talk.
You won't even engage with me. You won't tell me that what I said was wrong. Exactly.
You sound like a little pussy.
See, right there. You should seek
No.
therapy, bub. It's okay. You should see a therapist.
I got your therapy, dude.
See, right there. You need a
Yeah, right
therapist.
there. And you're sitting there calling me names, and I'm not supposed to be reacting
I know,
to your dumbass?
Bubba. What's the name? Mediocre?
Mediocre. Yeah, you're mediocre. That's about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna engage or are you gonna cry more? Which one?
No, I'm not. I'm not engaging with you.
Okay, so you're gonna cry more. Got it.
Okay? As Parker invited me back at another time, I will
And
accept
as soon
that-
as you come
I
back,
will
I'll be
accept
here.
that
I'll be over your shoulder like Batman.
I'm not here to. I'm
If
not
I
here
ever
to
see you
engage
back
with
on this
you,
live
dude.
again, I'll be right here. I am the knight.
Bring it on. You come on in. That's what I say. A poor fucking exam. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, we're just gonna kick this guy. Let's go on to the next individual.
I'm sorry,
Only send a
Parker.
guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Mason, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I'll definitely have to do that. I literally forgot about it. Barbara, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Haley, thank you for the $10 as well. And Steve, thank you for the $3. I have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's get on the next person here real quick before we do that. Give me one quick second. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Israel the 9/11. Israel the 9/11.
I don't know why they keep doing that. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a
Doing
guest
that
request.
to me yesterday.
Yeah, they just love doing that for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
Nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let me know let's see how many likes we have on the YouTube stream, everybody. Let's see how many likes. I think we're currently at 2,100. Let's try to get to 3,000, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yeah, we're at 2,100. Should I get to 3,000, everyone? For the 4,500 people, we should easily be able to get there.
Kim, thank you for the 25. Christina, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate you. Allison, thank you for the 5. Paul was upset. Christina, thank you so much for the 10. Yeah, you can find me in Gotham. And Jacqueline, thank you so much for the 3.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, it's me. 33
And do you support Trump?
for the most part.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
He was the only viable candidate, so I vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you think that? Actually, I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to the conversation. Do you give me 1 quick second, real quick? Mason, again, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as there's some people to think on YouTube. Just give me 1 quick second. Otto, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Otto. And Fit Dad again with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Fit Dad in the comment section right now. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. Exactly, Fit Dad. That's literally why. Avro, thank you so much for the $5. Appreciate it. Made me smile again with the $10. I think I saw that earlier. Thank you very much. Alrighty, I think we're fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link through the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube. Super chat as always. Alrighty, I'm fully caught up. Alright, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think he's good for the economy. I think he's lowered the interest rates. The overall, the housing interest rates have decreased. Gas prices have decreased. Inflation has started to take a decline. So I'm a big supporter of what he's done, even though he's fought several impeachments and prosecutions and a lot of hatred throughout the way.
For sure. So a few things. Interest rates haven't gone down as much as what they would have, specifically if Trump wasn't in office, because of the fact that Donald Trump's put more upward pressure on inflation, because of the fact that the tariffs have been implemented. This has been said by the Federal Reserve themselves. And actually, this last time they were supposed to either determine whether or not they're going to reduce rates, keep them the same. They decided to keep them the same because of the fact that there's upward
from a
pressure
factual
on prices.
perspective, interest rates were 2.65% when Biden took over. They raised and averaged over 7.5% during Biden's administration, and currently they've decreased 0.75% in 3 times over the past year. So they only went up during Biden administration significantly and have decreased during Trump's administration 3 times, even though Powell has been reluctant to decrease them.
So because interest rates go up in response to the fact that inflation was higher. Why was inflation higher? Because of supply chain effects relating to the pandemic. So the president does not control interest
pandemic
rates.
Started during Trump's administration, correct? And Trump ignited more stimulus refunds to the American people than Biden did, correct? True. Okay.
But more inflation came about due to supply chain issues going back from the pandemic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this wasn't just in the United States. This happened globally. I don't know why you're disagreeing.
Well,
This
I would
happened.
disagree to some
Pause.
extent.
Pause. This happened globally, all around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, all around the world. Okay.
Agreed.
So then, if it happened all around the world, then it wasn't specifically due to the Biden-Harris administration.
I think the Harris administration, Biden administration, Harris administration. So back to your first thought process of who would you vote for? Would you vote for Biden, Harris or Trump? Back to give me a qualified candidate. I think Vivek Ramaswamy asked for in the primaries, who are we running against? And we didn't present a viable candidate, right?
Are you responding directly to my questions or directly to my points there? It seems like you're not. You just said that she's not qualified.
So
She's
ask
way
your
more
question.
qualified than Donald Trump. It's not even close, right? And that doesn't address any of the points I just brought up. All the points I just brought up indicate that Donald Trump causes more inflation. Donald Trump causes upward pressure on interest rates because tariffs.
How?
Tariffs put upward pressure on prices. Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Prices haven't increased since Trump's been in the
Can you tell me? Yes, they have. Can you tell me what a
No,
tariff is?
they have not.
Yes, they have.
They have not.
Prices have increased. Do you want to bet?
2.7% compared to a 9% average over Biden's administration.
Wait, so they have increased, just not as much as what they did previously?
2.7%,
Also, the
which
average
is the
wasn't
national
9% over Biden's
American
administration. That was the peak.
Yeah, that was a peak for one
was an
specific
average.
month. No, it wasn't.
That was an average.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Look
Not
back.
for
So,
wait,
so
not
gas
for
prices when
stop. Not
hold
for an
on.
overall year. It was not.
So hold on, back up. Gas prices over when Biden took administration, gas prices in my area were $1.74.
Dude, I just addressed this.
During
You understand that is not relating to the Biden administration, right? Gas prices and inflation in general went up because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. Gas prices went up because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which
but
had
the
nothing to do
pandemic
with the Biden
started during
administration.
Trump's administration, right?
I understand, but that doesn't mean
During
inflation would begin
March.
under his
So
administration.
a full year under Trump's administration, right? So we're saying
Yeah,
that
and
we had a
coming
full
back
year under
from the
Trump's
pandemic
administration.
is when we saw the inflation, right? That you understand that's when the supply chain issues
So
started
you're
impacting
agreeing
us.
that Trump handled the pandemic more effectively than
No, he
throughout the 4
didn't.
years.
Wrong.
Oh,
He
okay.
actually mishandled it completely. They got rid of the pandemic team that existed prior from the Obama administration that would have allowed for us to deal with this and address this to a significantly greater extent. You understand that he, actively speaking, literally undermined the threat and severity of the pandemic, acting like it wasn't a big deal. Do you not remember that?
I don't think it was as big of a deal as you make it.
I mean, the global pandemic wasn't a big deal? Shut the fuck up. That's so stupid. Unbelievably stupid to say that the global pandemic was not a big deal.
So this is your MO. You just call me stupid. I proved
No,
you
it's
wrong
not my
several
MO.
times,
It's
and
I call
just
you
me
stupid when you say stupid shit. You just said it wasn't a big issue. Do you realize that you could go to a hospital and you couldn't get access to medical services because of how many people were on beds due to the fact that the pandemic was spreading and people were dying at mass? Over a
That's
fucking
not
million
factual.
people died in this country.
That's not
Oh, it wasn't a
factual.
big deal.
That's not factual, Parker.
Yes, it is.
Factual.
You didn't go to the hospitals and you didn't fucking know that? Are you serious? You didn't talk to a
was in
single
the
nurse.
hospital,
You didn't talk to a single
actually.
doctor because when they were constantly fucking working.
That's not factual. I was in
Yes,
the
it
hospital.
is.
It's not factual. I was
Do you,
in the
you
hospital.
do you work in the hospital?
Yes.
You do? What do you do?
Yes. I'm not going to tell you that.
Why not?
Because he's lying. That's why. Couldn't think
I'm
of
just
a
asking
lie
you, what
quick
is your
enough.
what is your profession? Are you a nurse? Are you a doctor? Are you a
Couldn't
janitor?
think of a lie quick enough.
I'm not going to tell you. It's not
What
that
is
I'm
your
gonna lie.
profession?
And Rob, by the way you were disrespectful to the last guest, the way
Dude,
you
you want to
guys are
respond to
so
my point? Hey,
disrespectful.
answer
No,
the
he
question.
wants to
No.
find
You
a way
wait,
to
you just
pivot.
no, you quite
I'm just
literally
going to say the way
I'm sorry.
you disrespect.
You just lied on the stream and said that COVID, a global pandemic, wasn't a big deal. By the way, my grandma fucking died, right? Because of dementia and COVID. I just want to let you know. COVID
Mine
is what
did
put
as
her over
well.
the edge and she died because of that. So if you're going to sit here and you're going to fucking say that it wasn't a big deal, I'm going to tell you that's stupid and fucking bullshit because of the people that have died, okay? Are you serious? You're going to act like that's not a big fucking deal at all? Seriously, dude, get your head out of your ass. How many people lost their fucking family members? Are you kidding me? And you're going to say it's not a big deal? So many people died. If you went to the hospital, it was fucking overcrowded. You know how much trauma medical professionals went through during COVID because of the amount of fucking people that they saw die? The amount of people that were going in and out of the fucking emergency room all the fucking time? You have no fucking idea. You have no idea. He just left, by the way. He ran away like the little coward he is. He has no fucking clue the level of trauma that medical professionals went through in that situation and the level of trauma that people went through. It is unimaginable. Literally unimaginable. And to say that it wasn't a big deal is so fucking stupid. And genuinely so fucking stupid. That deserves to be called stupid. Serenity, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think the gaslighting, as far as what occurred during COVID, especially like the mishandling and the people that lost their lives, Donald Trump is directly connected to over 1 million Americans losing their lives, and even more so, people who had to suffer through those, horrible times. Parker, I know you know, and I did as well. But like, my grandmother ended up dying from stage 4 cancer during COVID, and we had to have a COVID funeral, which was like the worst thing, but it was all like pushed forward because of Donald Trump's mismanagement of COVID. And so it was just something that hit a lot of people in a lot of different ways. And for anyone to come up here and pretend as if this didn't happen, like it's literally a slap in the face to so many Americans.
Literally, so many Americans. It's honestly horrible. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I would love to. I would love to expand access to education so that they could know what lagging indicators are. Otto, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Wendy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Wendy in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so kind of y'all. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Wendy. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. It said my husband was a 9/11 paramedic for a local fire department during COVID. He will never be the same after the things he saw. Let me read the whole thing. Sorry, it literally just didn't read the whole thing. It didn't show me the whole thing. He picked up people actively dying. F that man in every nasty word he said. Seriously, thank you so much, Caitlin. I know it is so much. The amount of trauma that people went through is unbelievable and unimaginable. Like, to genuinely think about the fucking scale of it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, I accidentally pressed that. I'm not mean to press it.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you want to support Santana, make sure to support him as well. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Hayden, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Hayden. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 25. I don't support Trump, but I will say
Based. US, thank you so much. I appreciate the 12 euros. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Hayden, thank you for the $5. As a husband of a nurse, I can say the pandemic took a constant toll on her. Absolutely. I totally get you
Deja,
there.
thank you for the 1111 saying that you're a great representation for Black people. Thank you. Jenna, thank you so much for the 5. It was diabolical. Caitlin, thank you so much for the 5. Pawpaw did crash out. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10. And happy Black History Month to you as well. Irene, thank you so much for the 10. I am going to take care of myself. I really appreciate you.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
62.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
No, I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Seemed like the most common sense person to vote for. Kamala,
Okay.
she was always changing her mind on everything.
Kamala? And how is she, what did she change her mind on? And I can give you countless things Trump has changed his mind on.
Well, there's quite a few things like the the no tax and stuff. She was for it once, and she was against it. And then
She supported the no tax on tips deduction. She was always for that.
no, she was against it at one time.
When?
You need to do your research and look back on some of her stuff.
If at some point in history she was against that, that's okay. Trump used to be a Democrat. I don't know what your position is here.
Well,
Just because
yeah.
she changed her mind on things doesn't indicate that she doesn't legitimately hold positions now.
Also, a quick question for you, Timothy. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Like, if you're willing to get new information and take in new information and be able to change your opinion based off of new facts, like, wouldn't we look at that as a strength instead of a weakness?
New facts. She never did give any facts on anything.
Okay. Can you
Yes, she
tell
did.
us?
Like what?
Yeah, like for example, she gave us the fact that Donald Trump was going to take people off of health care and health insurance and food stamps. And she talked about how Donald Trump was going to allow for Putin to gain more power because the fact that they weren't advocating for an actual ceasefire or end to the war at all, and they were just trying to take Ukraine. We can point to the fact that she was right about the fact that Donald Trump's tariffs would put upward pressure on prices and cause economic conditions to be worse. She was right that Donald Trump would impose more debt-related spending. I can keep going. These are all things that are true. She was right about Project 2025. They've done most of Project 2025, and they've upheld most of what the Heritage Foundation has wanted.
I don't know nothing about the 2025 project or whatever that was. Never read it.
Okay,
It's a
well,
good read.
it's a very long thing, so I don't blame you really. But the point I would make is that uh, the Trump administration tried to claim that they had no association with it, and then clearly did, right? And clearly has done exactly what they wanted.
By
And then, like,
hiring
Trump,
multiple.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, Parker.
Trump said he was going to release the Epstein files, and then he's illegally mandated to do so right now, and they're not releasing all of them. They've released less than half of them.
Oh, well, why didn't the Democrats release it when they had it?
Because they did release some, like for example the flight logs, like things that they did have the ability to, but other things they weren't able to because it was sealed and because there was an ongoing investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell and case.
Well, I really don't care nothing about the Epstein files.
Why?
Anything
Why don't you care
anywhere.
about the Epstein files, Timothy?
Huh?
Why don't you care about the Epstein files? That because I've heard a couple of people say they don't care, but no one has said why.
What's it got to do with anything?
Well, it has everything to do with, if you even look at any of the information, this is a connected network of ultra wealthy people who are abusing underage children. Like they've passed children around and overwhelmingly harmed them in multiple ways. And it's some of the most powerful and connected people around the world. Like, shouldn't you want those people held accountable and for us to be able to ensure that these survivors get justice?
Yeah, I do, but all the names they've come out with, why hasn't anything been done to them yet?
That's
The only
exactly.
thing anybody ever wants to hear out of it is Trump.
Timothy, you know why nothing has been done? Because we have people willing to say they don't care about the Epstein files. By you sitting here and standing up and saying like you don't care, you're in front of thousands of people right now saying you don't care. And if anyone shares that opinion, and then things don't happen, there needs to be constant and consistent pressure being placed on the United States government and everyone to hold these people accountable. But if there's anyone willing to say that I don't care, then that's one less person that's holding them accountable. Like, we need your voice to say that this matters. So you saying you don't care, you should never say that you don't care. And you also shouldn't care who's in the files. You shouldn't care if it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden or whoever. You should you should want them all held accountable, and no one should be held above that accountability.
It doesn't matter. They're not going to do anything about it.
They're not going to do anything because people like you are letting them slide, Timothy.
No, I'd love to see them all go to jail, but they're just not going to do anything because they're all buddy in this. All of them are. And if you do something to one, you got to do it to them all. And that's what they're avoiding. So there's never going to be nothing done about it.
Timothy, you holding people, or you having a lack of accountability and still being willing to support people that are actively engaging in harm is why nothing changes. It's why nothing happens. You're willing to uphold the status quo because it's comfortable or you don't think anything will happen. Like, that's a problem.
Well, prove to me that something will happen.
Yeah,
That's why I doubt anything that'll ever happen to them, because nothing's happened to anybody yet. And how many years has that Epstein file been around?
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
They didn't have the
I
ability
think
to release it throughout all those years, though. That's what people are not understanding, is they can't just release it at all points. Secondly, there's another thing. The DOJ was acting independent under the Harris administration. Now, we can say in retrospect, if they had the ability to release it and the agency being independent limited them from doing that, well, then wouldn't we, then in that circumstance, you might reflect upon that and be like, okay, well, maybe we wouldn't want it to be independent in those circumstances for doing that, but we want it to be independent outside of that, or we want some sort of ability to ensure that things like this can be released, right? So obviously we would blame it on that context rather than blaming it on them, given that they wouldn't have that information in front of them, given that they kept themselves independent from it. If that were the reason. But I have a few other things out on top of that. It was sealed, and there was further cases that were still going into Ghislaine Maxwell. So there are limitations of what could be released. That doesn't exist anymore. Like, it should be able to be completely released. It's been legally mandated for it to all be released, and yet it still hasn't happened.
it's been fully able to be released since February of 2025. So prior to February of 2025, all of it could not have been released. Ever since then, Donald Trump has had the ability to go to Pam Bondi and say, hey, release all the files. but he hasn't.
Why hasn't it happened then?
That's because when we keep getting glimpses into the file, they keep dumping random amounts of the files online, and every single time some information comes out, it's wholly damning to not only Donald Trump but ultra powerful people like Bill Gates, like Elon Musk. All of these ultra wealthy and powerful people keep having like new information released, but Donald Trump understands that he is directly connected and implicated. And so he's been the driving force to stop the Department of Justice from actually releasing the information. Again, the Epstein Act was signed into law and everything was supposed to be released within 30 days, and they still haven't done it. And then when they made the decision to release the information, they broke the law because they didn't actually properly redact the young women information that were victims. They put that information out, and so now they put those people in the line of fire because either they were willfully doing it or they were just so sloppy that they did it in such a dangerous way. So again, this all reflects on the current administration.
There's people spamming in the comment section. Why do I never see you outside protesting? As if I'm not on a live stream right now in front of literally 13,000 people protesting. Why are you in my comment section protesting instead of out protesting outside? And by the way, let's just be totally honest.
Conversation this morning.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I had to have that conversation this morning, and I think there's a lot of people that need to understand like what protesting is for multiple people, but then even more so like how dangerous it is for certain people to be involved versus other people to be involved. And the one thing that I will bring to everyone's attention, because people want to actually say, well, you should do this or you shouldn't do this. Not everybody advocates in the same way. I would be worried about the people who aren't speaking up, speaking out, or engaging in any type of action versus just saying like, why aren't you doing this way? Like, I think that as long as we're all trying to figure out how do we advocate in whatever way we can, because some people can't travel to Minnesota. Some people can't actually donate money. Some people, only thing they can do is actually make phone calls to their senators and their, Congress members. Like, if you can do that, do that. But advocating is not going to look the same way for every single person. And when you have someone who has a platform that has reach, literally Parker has 9,000 people on TikTok alone, probably another 4,000 on YouTube or whatever. When you have someone who has that type of reach that can speak to that many people at one time, advocating takes different forms. So like, I think we all need to understand, even for the people that's watching, and you're thinking, I wish there's something I could do. Maybe you can donate a couple of dollars here or there. Maybe you can actually make some phone calls. Maybe you have like some supplies that you can ship. Advocating and actually being on the quote unquote front lines, it's not going to be the same way for everyone.
Yeah, like this is, sorry, I don't mean to, go in the middle of this conversation. I just wanted to say this because I think that that's important for our movement, because we take all these different forms of protesting, and that just because someone's not protesting in one certain way doesn't mean that they're not doing good enough for the movement, because we need to take all those different forms to have the best coalition for like an overall movement. And also, like, let's just be totally honest. I think it can influence things and positively impact society in a more beneficial context, given that I'm right here where I am right now, rather than being outside on the streets, like genuinely. Like, obviously, in the privileged position that I'm in right now, I have the ability to influence more people, and that's just a fact of reality. And obviously I should do this, and it makes more sense for me to do this than to do that, given that it would make more sense to put my time into things that can influence more people. And by the way, there are so many other people that don't even just do what I do, and it's still positive. Like, for example, other people can be artists, and they can put their activism within their art. They can specifically be media people, and they can put their activism within their media. They can work in TV shows and put their activism within the side of that as well, given the fact that they establish a position in being a celebrity. They can be a musician, and they can do the same thing. It's not just one way that everyone has to be a part of the movement, and people specifically asking for that, it's really annoying because it limits us as a movement, and then also like limits people from engaging with the movement, because then they're like, okay, I can only engage in one way, and specifically if I don't engage in this one way that's like what other people want me to do, then I'm not doing good enough, which is obviously absurd. We want everyone putting as much as they possibly can into it, right? And I think that's a good thing. Even just educating yourself is an important thing as an aspect of protesting, right? As an aspect of getting yourself out there. So there's so many different things that are important. Sorry to cut off the middle of the conversation. I just thought that would be really important to talk about, because I think that there's a lot of misunderstandings associated with that, generally on the media or in the media and on the internet, about like how people should conduct themselves in terms of protesting.
I've got a question for you real quick.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned donations and stuff for protesters and stuff. What What is that money used for?
You mean like people who donate to like in other contexts, or people who send me money?
No, people that send money to support protesters.
It depends. I know in Minnesota, there's a lot of people that are collecting money for legal fees, right? Because a lot of people who are protesting are being unjustly incarcerated. Also, people need like food, supplies, blankets. It's super cold in Minnesota.
What do
So
you
it
mean?
depends on the different things that it could be used for. But I know one of the biggest things is they're collecting additional donations for a legal fund.
Yeah, and also like to keep protesting. Like I think that there's genuinely a basis for that. And also like this is another point that I was going to add that I forgot about and I remembered now. We have people like Johnny Palmadessa, for example, that have started doing movements, right? Making videos that get millions of views and get people involved in the protests on the ground, right? Like which I think is great work. That's incredible work, something that we need as a part of the movement, and that's important stuff. So like there's other people who are doing stuff like that, so we need to support individuals and creators who are like that, specifically who are going to these areas and are protesting and bringing attention to it, right? And able to influence so many people while doing so, right?
Yeah, but I got another question for you. If that money's being donated, like you said, for I don't know, getting lawyers or whatever, if it wasn't illegal to protest, why do you need lawyers?
Because people are illegally being incarcerated. That happens with every form of protest. Just because you actually are arrested doesn't mean that you have done anything that is actively harmful or illegal. So a lot of time they arrest people that are in crowds to try to intimidate the crowd or break up the crowd, and so they start arresting people and they let them go with no charges. But still, legal funds are needed for protections. Because if you don't have a certain type of representation, then you can be taken advantage of.
Well, I don't think that's happening.
You don't think that the legal system unfairly takes advantage of people?
Not protesters.
Why
As
not?
long as you're sitting there protesting like you should.
No, what?
Why
How
would they
should
do
you
nothing?
protest? Because Alex Preddy was just recording, and he ended up getting shot and killed.
Yeah, do you
So
think
I'm
he was murdered?
confused. Yeah, like I don't understand this whole premise that you guys have now that there's a certain way that you're supposed to protest. Protests are about causing some type of disruption that affects change, and so protests aren't going to be comfortable. Protests aren't going to be safe. Protests are they are meant to actually disrupt the way of life so people can actually stop and engage and it can affect change. It's not supposed to be just someone looking at people standing on the side of a road with a sign. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. It's supposed to be loud. It's supposed to be a bother. It's supposed to stop everyone's day-to-day life to affect change. That's protest, not just standing on the side of the road. So you guys have this premise that you have to do it the right way. There's no right way to protest. There's been many forms of protest that have occurred throughout the history of our country. And the most meaningful protests, the protests that have actually affected change, they haven't been peaceful. I hate to say it like that. I would love for it to be peaceful, but at times it hasn't been peaceful and change has been forced to happen.
Well, that's you still can't convince me that if it was peaceful, none of that would have happened.
Wait, Alex Preddy was literally peaceful. Do you think he was murdered?
No, I don't.
No, you don't? Okay, well, so your own administration classifies it as a homicide now.
Well, yeah.
Did you know that?
Because
Your own administration classifies it as a homicide? Not only that, but also the fact that...
vehicles and stuff like that, is that peaceful?
What's up? What was he doing that was not peaceful?
Kicking vehicles?
That was 11 days prior to this event. I'm talking on the event.
Well, still,
Also, kicking a car shouldn't warrant you actually being murdered. I don't care how many cars you kick. That doesn't mean someone should shoot you.
Yeah,
Like, you
11
guys
days
need to
later,
stop
too.
making that comparison.
Yeah, so he
Like,
kicks a
that's-
car,
that's
and
so
11 days
stupid.
later, it's justified that he got shot? Like, what?
I don't know anything about his story. I've just seen stuff.
Then
where
why
he
are you
was
saying it's justified for him to get shot? You literally just said it was justified for him to get shot, but you don't know his story? What?
Well, I don't know the day he got shot. I don't know, but if it was anything like the day he was kicking the car, you know.
He wasn't.
It
So
wasn't.
if you look at the video of the day that he was shot, he wasn't harming any officer. And you can even look at people like Rand Paul acknowledging this, okay?
And which that makes it even worse because you all keep reflecting on like the video of him kicking the car and all this other stuff, but that video was more contentious than the video of him actually being murdered. Like it was more high strung in that video than the video of him being murdered. So ICE actually showed the propensity to handle a higher stress situation and not murder him versus a lower stress situation and making the decision to murder him. Like that first video makes the second video look worse.
Well, if he wasn't planning on doing something, why did he take a pistol to him?
Because you have a Second Amendment right. Do you believe in your Second Amendment right?
I do.
Okay, then you should. You guys on the right swore that you cared about gun rights. You swore that you didn't want people to put regulations. That's why we had to let kids die. That's why people couldn't go to the movies. People couldn't go to nightclubs. The reason why no one wanted to actually put in any regulations. That's why we've always had to deal with thoughts and prayers. Because you guys told us that we can't infringe on your gun rights because there was a tyrannical government that was going to come and you guys needed to be prepared. And now the fucking tyrannical government is here. We have fascists and fucking Nazis in our government. And you guys are now just saying, well, you shouldn't have a gun. You shouldn't exercise your First Amendment right. You guys are such fucking hypocrites.
Well,
it's
if you're
weird.
going to protest like that.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
You're a fucking idiot to do
You're a
that.
fucking hypocrite and you don't care about the Constitution and you're a traitor. You're a traitor and you're unpatriotic.
Whatever you
Wait.
think.
How do you feel about the people on January 6th that Donald Trump pardoned? He pardoned all of them, even the people who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them patriots.
I don't know nothing about January 6th either. I just, you guys keep bringing it up, but why weren't those people, why weren't charges brought against them?
Why weren't charges brought against...
In jail without being charged.
Why aren't charges brought against Donald Trump? There were, specifically. Jack Smith, right, the person who was the one that investigated this, literally testified under oath recently and said that they had beyond a reasonable doubt evidence.
Yeah, but the people they put in jail for January 6th, why weren't they charged? Why?
What?
Why
wasn't who charged?
The rioters.
They were. They were charged and convicted. What are you talking about?
How do you figure that?
Because Donald Trump pardoned them?
Against, so.
What did Donald Trump pardon them from? Their crimes?
That they were never charged with.
They were charged. They were charged and convicted. Like, for example, DJ Rodriguez was charged and convicted with assaulting a police officer, driving a stun gun to his neck.
That was one person. How about all the others?
Yeah, what about him? Like they were charged, they were convicted. I can give you plenty of other examples. Would you like them?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, I got you.
Barbara, thank you so much for the 5 for the TikTok dog walking. Kelly, thank you so much for the 18. I appreciate you. Pawpaw was crazy. Sonia, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, listen, I'm glad that you guys read that Tulsi Gabbard article because, like, it's fucking crazy. Harold, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. Yes, Olive, thank you so much for the 5. I'm trying to keep it calm. I'm trying to keep it very ashwagandha, as Hector would say. Varian, thank you so much for the 5. I'm going to look that up. Thank you so much for that. Aaron, thank you so much for the 15. I appreciate you and all the Aussies. Amber, thank you so much for the 5. You're amazing.
Yeah, so by the way, I could name to you a bunch of people specifically who Donald Trump released. Would you like me to give you examples? Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Rail, Dominic Pezzola, Jessica Watkins, Kelly Meggs, Stuart Rhodes. Those were people with an 18-year sentence, 12-year sentence, 8.5-year sentence, 18-year sentence, 17-year sentence, 15-year sentence, and 10-year sentence. And they were all released by Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
That's
Those
all
are
you
actually
have to say
individuals commuted.
After you made Parker give you more names, go look those up and give you more names because you said that you wanted it, and the only response you have is, okay.
And for people who were convicted and pardoned, Enrique Tarrio, Jake Lang, Nicholas DiCarlo, Jenna Ryan, Rudy Giuliani as well, like helped him, and he got pardoned. Remember that?
No, I don't have no idea.
Sounds
Hello?
like it's bath time.
Do what?
Is it bath time?
No.
Okay. All right.
Should it
Well,
be bath time?
so why do you want to respond to what I just said, or want to go back into why you support Trump, or?
Well, I'm just gonna. I support him because I think it makes more sense to
Okay,
support
why?
him because I like some of the things he's doing.
Like?
Well, getting rid of the people that shouldn't be here, the illegals.
Okay.
That's the biggest thing for me.
How does that materially benefit you? Because they're mostly going after people who have not committed violent crimes. 95% of those detained have no prior violent criminal offense.
States, didn't they?
What's
they
up?
came into the United States. It's a crime.
I said no violent criminal offense, and 73% of those have no prior criminal offense at all. Coming into the country unlawfully is a crime. I'm not disputing you there, but I don't really give a shit, to be totally honest, right? Especially when our current legal process takes so long for no reason.
And our current president has 34 felonies.
Made up felonies.
They definitely are not made up.
Well, why isn't he in jail then?
Because of the fact that they literally said within the sentencing that they weren't going to put him in jail because he was elected president.
It's because
If he wasn't elected president, it's likely he would be in jail right now. Like, we would see Trump not only just orange on his skin, but orange on his jumpsuit.
They knew they couldn't put him in jail, so he's not in jail.
He would have been put in jail, very likely, if he wasn't elected president. If you didn't vote for him and he wasn't elected president, he probably wouldn't be in prison. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, yeah, there's probably some things.
Could you give us an example?
Well, I really couldn't tell you right now.
So why'd you go on a live stream about why you support Donald Trump if you literally can't provide any reasoning?
I did. I told you because he's getting the illegals out of here. Ain't
Okay,
that
but
good enough?
you haven't explained how that materially benefits you at all.
Well, it brings back jobs to people that need them.
We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw real domestic manufacturing decrease in this country. Real business investment decrease in this country. The jobs have not come back. Did you know immigration increases jobs, right? For the amount of jobs that or amount of employment for natural born U.S. citizens.
How does that increase jobs?
Yeah, because there are more people that are fulfilling jobs that then make other jobs more efficient and more productive. Like, seriously, like, there's economic data that indicates this. I can send this to you from the National Bureau of Economic Research. The title is actually Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux. And if you look into it, it shows a positive impact in terms of employment for natural-born U.S. citizens, given the immigration that we've seen over the past 20 years.
That kind of don't make any sense, does it?
It does make sense. I just explained it. More people in the country makes trade more efficient, makes other jobs more productive, because there are more people for you to engage in trade with. Like, think about it this way. If there are more people that want to buy a certain good from you, is it likely that you're going to get a higher price from it?
Possible.
Yes. No, that's exactly how it works. because of the fact that negotiation, right? When you have more people, you have more leverage. Okay, so you can get a higher price because you have more people, more leverage. Same thing applicable to here, right? If you're in a situation where there are more people that come into our country, you're engaging with more people. There's more people that you can engage and trade with. There's a greater chance that there's a trade that you can engage in that is more beneficial to you.
I just don't see how that would work.
Like if you live in big cities, why is there more economic productivity in engaging in economic growth? Because people are more in close proximity to engage in trade. If you live further from each other, it takes more out of you to engage in trade. It costs more to trade. If you're closer to each other, it costs less to trade.
Hey, Parker, mind if I hop in just 2 seconds?
Go ahead.
I got to take off because I have a doctor's appointment I got to get to, but I got a couple of quick thank yous.
For sure.
JJ, thank you so much for the 10. Shannon, thank you for the 2. And also, Mark, thank you so much for the 1. I appreciate you. Parker, I'm going to get out of here. You enjoy bathtub time with Paw Paw. Hopefully you get something good out of it. I'll see you later, bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Chat, be good. Everyone be good. Love you guys. See you, bro.
See ya. You were saying?
I forgot what I was saying now.
I apologize. I'm trying to think what we were. We were talking about undocumented immigrants, correct?
Yeah.
What about them?
This way you explained it just doesn't make any sense to me, I guess.
What doesn't make sense about it?
That bringing people in here.
Bringing people in here? Well, I think it's a good thing because it increases the amount of trade that we can go in engage in. It increases the productivity of our economy, increases employment rates, increases GDP, and it has actually a slight positive impact on wages too.
How does it increase employment rate when your own citizens are getting the jobs?
Yeah, no, because of the fact that there are more people in the country that are engaging in labor, right? That increases the amount of people you can engage in trade with, therefore increasing the size of the economy, which then allows for us to have more resources to be able to reallocate towards increasing productivity and increasing the amount of jobs that people can fulfill.
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah. So like it seems like immigration is very positively impactful, not only to the people who are immigrating to our country, but for the people who are already there. Plus, a greater percentage of our population is going to be older on Social Security and Medicare for a longer period of time because of increasing life expectancy due to technological increase. So that's obviously leading to longer times in which people are on Medicare and Social Security, which specifically, if we don't have enough people who are younger, because proportionally we have less younger people comparative to the people who are older because of our birth rates being below replacement rates since the 70s, which is around 2.1. So that's essentially creating conditions where there's a greater percentage of the population who's older and a smaller percentage of the population who's younger. So we'll have less revenue being produced because less people are working for the greater proportion of the population that is older on social services.
All right. I've got another question for you real quick.
Go ahead.
I know they say that people that come in, the undocumented, put $90 billion back into the society, back into whatever.
A lot more than 90 billion.
Okay. How is that possible?
They pay $100 billion a year in taxes.
Okay, but if they're illegal, how can they pay that?
They can have an ITIN, sales tax. There's plenty of different things they pay.
But they're not paying into Social Security.
You said they're not paying into Social Security?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure through I-10s they can pay into Social Security. But even so, that doesn't change. that if they're given legal pathway to citizenship, then they will be paying into the system to a greater extent, right?
Yeah, but what is an I-10 though? Is that just for?
It's a tax identification number.
Okay. So if they work, they retired, does that mean they can get Social Security?
They can get Social Security once they retire, yeah. But it depends on how much you paid into Social Security. Like if you're a legal citizen, you can get Social Security. If you're an undocumented immigrant, you cannot.
Okay.
Because you don't have a Social Security number. Does it make sense? You have to have a Social
Right.
Security number to be able
That's what I
to
was
get Social
going
Security.
You know, how can they do that without a Social Security number?
They have a tax identification number.
Okay.
But like if you want them to pay even more into the legal process, right, then what you should do in that circumstance is you should provide them a legal pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay. All right. Well, I got to get going here. I got.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you.
Alrighty. Have a good day. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Mark, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Olive, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's really funny, actually. Thank you, Olive. Jinka, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. They said my grandmother died passed during COVID as well, and I am grateful that people like you. Oh my gosh, it went away. I don't know why my thing stopped. People like you exist as a voice for people who are in the same boat. It's not holding same boat. Keep doing what you're doing. You, Dean, and Santana are the people we need speaking up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Lisa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said I worked in a hospital as a transporter during COVID and had to reuse the same mask for weeks. And when unable to provide medical supplies to patients due to crowding and shortages, I am forever changed from what I've seen. Thank you for not taking BS from the awful guy. Thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane what our medical professionals had to deal with. Alejandro, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate everything you do, Parker. Love the streams. And you shut down all these weirdos devoid of empathy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Alejandro. Thank you so much. Good some W's for them in the comment section. But seriously, like with COVID and whatnot, that's like actually one of the original things I debated on TikTok here, because I thought it's just so crazy how many people thought that the vaccines were not effective and that they were just misinformation or like fucking literally microchips meant to control you and stuff, like literally instead of just getting vaccinated, and how many people that were impacted by it. And I literally I think practically one of the biggest reasons why I'm here today is probably because I started doing those live streams. So it's like, genuinely, I put a lot into that before. I really think it's a huge fucking crazy thing. Like literally so many people were like 5G. Like, dude, we had it was actually nuts, dude. That was a whole time. That was a whole time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When you hopping on Farm Sim, Parker?
You know, someone was asking for a Farm Sim fund to actually do a stream where we went on Farm Sim. To be honest with you, maybe I would do it. I'm not quite sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Lydia, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said my grandmother passed away of COVID in a nursing home and we weren't allowed to see her. All we could do was listen to her struggle. That's so sad. That's literally so sad. They said listen to her struggle and to breathe on the phone until she died. Oh my God, that's so sad. That's literally so sad. I'm so sorry about that. That's actually horrible. That's so horrible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So I did not mean to.
You're good. Don't worry. Seriously, my condolences. That's really tough to deal with. That's really tough. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? Oh, let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Do apologize. We're like 5 hours into the stream. Dean's still not live yet, so I think I'll stay on until he probably hops on, but then I'll post my stuff and then maybe do like a Q&A on Twitch. Najia, thank you for the $5. Maybe sometime. Maybe sometime. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim, Parker?
The same account. Or is that a separate account? That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
You're 17. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. My brain didn't process. You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. Aaron, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Lisa, found your lives after I lost my dad in 2023. You have become a daily feature of my life, and I feel this has helped me deal with my grief. Thank you, Parker. Aaron, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad I've really been able to help and provide community. Thank you so much. Seriously. And seriously, thank you for being along with me for so long. Seriously, that's actually crazy. That's like you've seen me literally be on here for so long. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If you look up the definition of the goat on Facebook, your face pops up, bro.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yeah, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Lawton, thank you so much for the $4.20 on PayPal, by the way. Courtney, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Thank you. Toby, thank you for the $5. And Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm so sorry to hear that, Haley. How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Shutsky, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. And Evelyn, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Evelyn said, just went to a prayer service against ICE at my college, and it moved me so much. What are other ways I can support the protests against ICE? I think important things are to bring attention to it, to talk to people, to communicate, work with community members around you. You can always work in local food banks, specifically for individuals that are protesting at ICE, and outside of that as well, just in general. Just community work in general is always good. Mutual aid is always good. Bringing attention to it, making videos, informing people around you. Like, those are all great things that you can do, just meaningfully. And just in general, there's also just activism alongside the work that you do. I think there needs to be a lot more people who are in non-political fields, standing up for what's right. I know there's always a bunch of influencers that exist that don't talk about politics at all. So it's like being in those spaces and also making it normal and cool to bring these things up. I think that's a really important thing, to normalize conversations about it to a greater extent. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Do you?
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't know. He's prevented hella wars as much as he's probably starting one right now. He has prevented plenty of them.
Okay. Can you name them?
Pardon?
Can you name them?
Well, he's had Putin. Well, Putin. Fuck. He had Russia pull from Ukraine a bit, but not a lot.
No, he
He's
didn't.
had them.
They've actually
Yeah,
taken
he
more
has.
of Ukraine since this happened. Trump has admitted
He's
it
had-
himself,
he had
and he
it
said it's been
reduced
hard
for
to
a
do
week or
that.
two.
Trump has
Nah, he
admitted
had
that
it
he's
reduced
failed
for
on
a
that
week or
himself.
two. He had it reduced for a week or two.
It wasn't. Which is a week or two. Your mom, thank you for
Are
the
you
galaxy. And
gay?
even so, that would still be less.
I have a question.
What?
Are you gay?
No. Why'd you just randomly ask me that question?
Oh, I don't know. You just sound it.
I sound gay?
Yeah, a little bit.
How do I sound gay? They just left. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Does he mean like cool? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Or wait, was he hitting on me? I honestly don't know, chat. Do you support? Why do you support Trump? Wait, what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I just think he's done a great job so far.
Okay. How so? By doing what?
The border was open. A lot of people came in. He's really prevented that.
Did you know more people came under the... Actually, I'm sorry. You sound really young. I apologize. If I'm wrong, I really apologize. My intuition's like, they're probably not an adult. Like... Lawton, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I literally, I must have completely, like, with everything that was happening at the time, completely didn't, like, recognize. I apologize. That's my bad. That's so my bad. It's always the pen. It's always the elevation pen. It's the best way. Or the elevation gummies. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No. Oh, wait till she call.
Okay, they accidentally did that. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Chat, maybe we need a Rage Bait MAGA to join the live more. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I think we need a Rage Bait MAGA to join. What do we say to Rage Bait MAGA? What do we say to Rage Bait MAGA? Trump is a pathological liar grifter. Okay? Trump is a grifter, and you support this guy. And all these MAGA cowards are so scared to join the stream right now. They're scared to get dog walked right now. They're scared to get dog walked right now. They won't engage in debate because they're too scared to support their cult leader. Their cult leader that they love so very much. So very much. All right, was that sufficient rage bait? Will y'all join now? I love you. Screaming fetus. I told my family about screaming fetus yesterday. I literally saw my family yesterday, and I told them about screaming fetus because I thought it was funny. They asked me about like trolls that come up on the live, and I told them about screaming fetus. So screaming fetus, you are now in the family lore. Okay, you're now in the family lore. How does it feel? You've now reached the family I guess it was lunch, yeah. Alrighty, Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I honestly do all. I do all. I'm not specific to one. Alrighty, welcome back. Why do you support Donald Trump?
My daughter, and then that.
How old are you?
34.
Yeah, and do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, I choose him over Kamala.
Okay, why so?
Just the things that he stands for that, I mean, obviously not everything he's been doing I support, but there are some things that I do agree with.
Such as?
Pro-life.
Also, what's your birth year, by the way?
January 20th, 1992.
Okay.
Oh, year. Sorry, 92.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead, you were saying?
I said pro-life.
Pro-life? Okay. Why are you against abortion? Why do you think it should be illegal?
I don't think that people should kill a cell that is potentially going to be a human being. They're stopping the development, and I think that we should stand for that life and protect it.
Okay. Do you think the IVF process is wrong? Because they
No,
discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process, which are cellular lives. If you
but
don't
why
care
do
about
they
those, then
just
it's seemingly something that's going to be different than just cellular life that's going to establish whether or not you value it.
so why do they discard them?
Because they either they're not going to use them or they specifically are not viable.
Right. So it wouldn't potentially develop into a human being, right?
So in some circumstances that could be the case, but not in all.
So what are the circumstances that it would potentially be a human being if it were
Oh, in
to?
situations in which specifically like they could have used it, but they didn't need to use anymore.
Right, but it wasn't so like they didn't use it, meaning it didn't have the correct
So let's
process in
they made
order to develop.
listen. So they made 6 of them. They used 1 of them,
hmm
right? And the rest of the 5, since the one already worked, let's say the first one worked, they're left over. What do they do with them?
So the other 5 will, if they just let them be, they would be a human. They would develop into a human being.
No, they could put them within conditions in which they would, but outside of that context, no, they wouldn't. If they just left it, if you left
Okay.
it in the
Yeah,
circumstance
so
it
that's
wouldn't continue on.
right, exactly. So it wasn't, I mean, they had the success in 6 is what you're saying, and they chose 1 out of the 6. But the other
But you just
5,
said
they
you just
didn't
said something that
inhibit.
could be a potential human being you would value, and that's true in the context of IVF.
Right, but they didn't put it into whatever it needed in order to develop properly into a human being versus like an actual like cell within
Okay, wait.
somebody's
So then
body.
you could say the same thing. Then you don't value a zygote prior to implantation, prior to
No,
the
because
pregnancy beginning.
well, the way that okay, so 2 people had intercourse, right? And that's what brought that baby or that cell about, right? So once that came into life or cell, in your words, then with future development, it would potentially become a human being. Versus the other way around, you're talking about like something being made in a test tube, like in a science lab, pretty much. There's a big difference.
You know how many kids like exist today? How many people in this chat specifically came through the IVF process? If you specifically are a product of IVF, type 3 in the comment section.
Yeah, I have a family member that is a IVF child, and I'm not against it whatsoever. That's why I said when you asked me if I was against it, I said no.
Look at the
But
chat. So
you're
there's so many people this is applicable to. So you understand that they absolutely can be people, right?
yeah, they can be people, but they didn't process them through the test tube, like or whatever process, because I
The
don't know
petri
it.
dish.
Yeah, they didn't do that in order to let the other 5 survive. It's
Okay.
science. It's like actual, literally,
I don't
like
even know what
sitting
you're
in a
supposed to
science
say.
lab
Yeah, I understand.
versus. Okay. So that's where I don't agree because you're comparing that with like an actual cell being developed within the human body
This is an
because of.
actual cell, though. So it's not
I
just like a
know,
science
right.
experiment. It's a cell like that. It's a human cellular organism. Okay, in the same way.
Okay, but it wasn't done the same, right? Can we agree
Yeah,
on that?
obviously there's a different process, sure,
Okay,
but they're still
right.
utilizing sperm and the egg.
Right. Because they're doing it themselves. Like whatever doctor is doing it, right?
Yeah.
And they're not always successful, but when they are, then they create a baby out of it because they let it develop.
So, and do you think it's
So
wrong that
like
they discard those zygotes and embryos?
no, I didn't say it was wrong that they
So if it's
discard
not
them.
wrong, then why is abortion wrong in the first trimester, for example?
Because it's a baby, well, cells within a body from an act of 2 people deciding to be intimate, and now there's a cell that grew and is going to develop into a baby. What you're talking about is like something that's going on in a science room or a doctor room, but that like we can't control that. How can we control what they do
Yes, we
with
can.
the other 5 that
You can regulate it, or you can ban them from doing that.
so you think that we should?
Hell no. I don't give a shit about zygotes and embryos. The point that I'm bringing up is that like there's something that's different about that cellular human life comparative to who we are, who newborns are, who babies are, that differentiates one in terms of personhood versus the other. What's the difference? Well, it's going to be subjective experience. That doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. So prior to that point, there is literally no reason to designate abortion as being wrong and no reason to restrict access to abortion.
Interesting standpoint there. I mean, I see what you're saying. I stand on protecting a life that is within the mother's womb that will potentially be a person, a human being.
Yeah, so what's wrong with it? What's wrong with getting an abortion? The same thing could be said for the zygotes and embryos that were being discarded. They could be a human being.
I just feel like you have to protect those voices that are not heard. And with the IVF, that's different. I don't view it the same as you do.
But they have voices that cannot be heard.
They were never potentially what they were like going to be a baby.
Oh, okay. So same thing said for the embryos that you get an abortion for, like that they never got to the point. So why are they valuable?
That's different because you're stopping the process of development. The other one, they're not stopping the process of development. They're trying to create development. There's a difference between creating development and stopping the process. That's just how I look at it, at least.
Yeah, so you understand that both of them are stopping the process given that it's already been established. In the case of the situation with
But you said that...
Hold up.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In the situation with IVF, you've already established a process of conception, and then you're not continuing with the process in terms of implantation, right? But in the situation specifically with abortion, right, technically the pregnancy already stopped, but they're trying to prevent the process of pregnancy.
Right. But for IVF,
we don't want
you
pregnancy.
said that,
So what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with preventing pregnancy?
like I said, I don't think it's right to take that life away just because you feel like you're not financially stable or whatever reason.
Do you think it's okay to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I mean, there's different circumstances. I mean, that'd be very hard for me to do that, to be honest, personally. But
do you think it should be legally allowed for people to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I mean, if there's no chance at life, then obviously, the answer I would say is it's not wrong.
Well, they are cellularly speaking living, but they are brain dead, which means that their sentient life is never going to come back.
Right, but they won't potentially ever have life, right?
Wait, they have cellular life. They have cellular life, but they're never going to come back in terms of sentient life.
Okay, but the cellular life in a baby or the cellular life that's potentially going to actually be a baby and a person, that's different. They're going to live, they're going to be alive, right, when they're born? Versus somebody that's brain dead is just laying there, and if the doctor's saying they're not going to have life, but their cellular life is alive, like that doesn't compare to me. You can't put the two and say these are the same.
Understand, Art. I'm really confused with what you're trying to say, to be totally honest with you.
Well, you just told me that if I'm okay with somebody having the plug pulled on them if they're cellularly alive. Is that correct or no? Am I getting you wrong?
Cellular life, yes.
Versus their brain being dead, like inactive. But you're comparing that to an actual cell within somebody's body that's going to develop and turn into a human being. Where, like, how is that compare? Like, how do you compare the two? I don't understand.
Because they both have cellular life.
Right,
That's all I'm
but the
comparing on the basis
one
of.
cellular life is the brain's dead versus the other one, the brain's gonna
So you
develop. So
don't just value cellular life. So the point I'm making is that prior to sentient life, why do you value it?
I'm not saying that I don't value it. I'm saying the developmental process is what I value. So one's gonna develop into a human being, the other one is brain dead. So you get what I'm saying, or no?
Okay, then why don't but that doesn't mean that you establish the value at conception because it's not developing at conception. It would mean that you establish the value at implantation because that's when it's going to start developing.
Right. So once it's conceived, it's slowly developing, right?
No.
Into
No.
It
No,
just
once
sits
implantation occurs, the beginning of pregnancy.
Mhm.
So conception
Right.
happens prior to implantation.
there. Okay, and then it implants, right, in the
Yes,
egg.
and yes, and then that causes pregnancy,
So it's a whole process.
and then it starts
right?
developing.
So you believe that in that process, somebody should have the right to go and stop that process and take
Absolutely.
that potential life.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then, I mean, I don't think that's right because that life is not being fought for. It's being discarded.
I don't care. Like I genuinely,
that's
who cares? Who cares
heartbreaking.
about
Well,
the?
that's
I
heartbreaking.
care a lot more about the sentient individual that's pregnant, that's going to have traumatic experiences due to the fact that they're being forced to go through a pregnancy, rather than caring about literally a zygote or an embryo.
But they made the choice to do something
Like
that
have
they knew
sex?
would happen. Yeah, they knew there was an
So?
outcome of having a baby.
So?
So maybe we have to make choices better, right? If you don't want
So
something,
do you mean not have
an
sex?
outcome.
So by
I
choice is
mean,
better, you mean
maybe
not have sex, right?
absence. I mean, maybe so. If
Okay,
you
what about for
cannot
people
take,
specifically who were sexually assaulted? Should they be able to get access to an abortion?
I mean, I know people that came from rape scenarios, and I would be very sad to say that their parents discarded
So you
them.
think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion if you're assaulted?
I mean, that's a very touchy place to discuss because
So do you think it should be illegal?
do I think it should be illegal? That's a hard one, to be honest. I think that possibly the person should have the right, but I mean, at the same time, carrying the baby and putting up for adoption still gives life a chance. And I'm for life.
So you
I'm
think they should have
pro-life.
an option to get an abortion, correct?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I can't
You're not
say
sure. So a 10-year-old great victim shouldn't have the option to be able to get access to an abortion?
Well, that's just sick right there.
Yeah, of course. So should they be able to get
Yeah.
access to an abortion?
I mean, I would say, I don't know, honestly. That's a tough one.
Because the reality of the matter is that it's sick and it does happen. And in the circumstances in which it does happen, those kids should not be forced to go through the pregnancies.
Right, but should we then use, like, how common is that occurs?
It doesn't matter how common it is. In no circumstance should a child be forced to go through a pregnancy. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just thinking. Yeah, you got me there because that's a tough situation to face. I mean, God forbid that happens to anybody. That's horrific to have to face that.
Okay, so I guess like in that circumstance, would you then see like maybe the harmful impacts of the Trump administration policy when they leave abortion access up to the states? It restricts access to abortion for like individuals who were assaulted.
I mean, as far as assault, I think that if they're underage, there should definitely be some doctor that specializes in that, because that kid's already traumatized by being assaulted, and then on top of it having to carry a baby and go through that. That's like,
I mean,
you know,
that could be said for any great victim, right? It's a lot to have to go through for anyone. And by the way, that's for any person who's pregnant. It is a lot to go through to say that someone has to go through a pregnancy and give birth. Like, genuinely, that's a huge obligation to give to someone. So I do think that people are too willing to just give that obligation up and to say that people should have to uphold that no matter what, when they're the only ones in the circumstance in which can, and they literally requires their internal bodily resources, lots of physical labor, and incredible amounts of internal energy, right?
yeah, no, I
Right,
mean,
and
I
literally,
have
by the way,
kids.
medical risks. You understand that, like, there's lots of risks associated with maternity that, you know, people should not have to go through as well. They should have the option on that. And for someone, say for example, they are not ready to have a kid yet, and they want to be in the best medical health for their children later in life, wouldn't it make sense for them to get an abortion earlier on so that they can have more children later on when they choose to? Like, say for their own, whether it be financial or even medical health.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from as far as like taking people's rights away for, like, you know, having the option to do what they think is right or wrong. So I understand that. I just also stand on the side where I think that a life should be protected. But there's circumstances, like, for instance, with the underage child that was assaulted, where, you know, you wouldn't want to force them through more trauma. I think
Okay.
sometimes. Oh,
So
go
you could say
ahead.
that for any rape victim, correct?
I mean, like I said, I know people that are the product of rape, sadly.
Okay, and I mean that. So like, I guess that just like, think about it this way. Um, my parents, them choosing not to date each other, wouldn't have been wrong. Do you agree?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't exist if they didn't do that.
Yeah, but that's different.
So do you see? Do you see what I
Because
mean? Just because a certain action would have led to a certain person not existing doesn't mean that certain action is wrong, right? Right? Because again,
I mean,
that literally, like, my parents not dating wouldn't be wrong, yet it would not lead to my existence. It would not lead to my sister's existence. And 3 people wouldn't have existed if my parents chose not to date.
yeah, but if they chose to be abstinent, then you also wouldn't be here,
Yeah.
right?
So again, would that have been wrong?
No, because they didn't act knowing that there was something that could come out of that act. It's just like, think about it. If
Wait,
people
you know
walk
that
around,
when you get into a relationship with someone that you could have children with them, especially if you're looking to have children, which my parents were.
right? So you were, in a sense, planned out? I
Yes,
don't know.
definitely. I was planned.
Okay. All right, there you go. So your parents wanted to have you, and I'm sure they had a great plan and were in the right places in life to have you.
Yeah,
So
and
they
that's exactly
acted
what their choice should have been. They should have had that choice.
right.
So then that should
Right.
be true for other parents as well. The other parents as well should be able to
And
choose
what if
when they
your
become a
mom
parent.
decided, and what if your mom decided, like, your dad wanted to have you and you're so excited, and then your mom's like, well, you know what, actually, I don't feel like it's time for me to, like, carry this baby.
Yeah, that would have been completely up to my mom. I mean, my mom
And
just
you
had
think
2
that,
children.
and
If she
you
doesn't
think
want to
that's
have another
right?
kid, that's up to her. What?
And you think, I'm just saying, you would think that's right?
Yeah, that's totally up to my mom. That is my mom's choice.
And you feel like that's what your mom would just, like, think
My
about
mom would
how,
want to have
like,
my mom, if you would ask her, she'd be
mhm.
like, I would want to have Parker again, right? Like, she really loves
Right.
me, okay?
I
Of course
believe
my
you.
mom wants me to be here, but it is still inevitably her
Right.
choice that happened.
But it was because of a choice she made to be
Yeah.
intimate with your father.
Yes.
It's not a choice that she chose to have you. You're a blessing from her and your father
She
being
wanted to have,
intimate.
like, my parents wanted to have
You
a
wanted
boy.
to
Like,
have
they had
kids,
2 girls. They
right?
wanted to have a boy,
Okay.
like, as well. Like, they
Oh,
wanted
so
to
you're
have
the
me.
youngest?
Yeah, I am
Is what you're
youngest.
saying. Oh, so they were looking for a boy and they got you. That's sweet. Well, I don't know. So you come from what I've heard, a Christian family. Your parents are Christian,
Mm-hmm.
or did I hear that wrong?
They are.
Okay, so I'm sure your parents stand on the same stance as me when it comes to abortion. When we stand in a place of faith, we say, you know, God blessed us with this child.
I mean, I've never had this conversation with my parents, but I'm pretty sure they don't think it should be illegal. I've never heard them ever once say it should be illegal.
Really?
Never
So
once.
why have you never talked to them about that? Isn't that important?
It's honestly just
If it's
never came
something
up.
that's
Yeah,
so
we never had
weird.
conversations about abortion. Literally, I've never had that conversation with
That's
my parents.
so weird.
How?
What? So you guys aren't that close?
No, I am
I
very
mean,
close to my
tell
parents.
me if I'm overstepping. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm just, that's crazy because I've had that conversation with both of my parents.
So let me tell you,
And
my mom is
and I don't
liberal. My
stand.
mom is liberal. I would
Uh-huh.
assume that she's pro-choice, right? I've never had
Okay.
the conversation with my mom. I think max
Oh.
my mom would be like, "Oh, I probably wouldn't do it myself, but I don't think other people should have a restricted access." Like that would be
Right.
probably my mom's position.
And what about your dad?
I don't know. I would assume that he'd be pro-choice. I assume that his position is just it's literally up to the person. He doesn't really mind.
Okay, well that's good to know. I like hearing that because
Yeah,
like
I don't think no one in my family is like pro-life like that or anything.
okay, that's cool. So your parents support and like everything that you stand for pretty much in a
I
sense?
mean, my parents don't agree with me on everything now. I mean, I'm not Christian.
Right. But as far as like letting a person choose for themselves, I understand that.
Yeah.
That's where I get like where you don't want to mix law and faith because then, you know, it's like I guess I grew up more in a more intense Christian home, so it's like for us, you
I mean,
know,
I grew
that's
up pretty
wrong.
Christian. Like I went to church every single week twice.
Me too.
Yeah, I was pretty Christian growing up. Like it's just like the way that I think my parents engaged in Christianity is a little bit different maybe than others do. And my parents aren't like gonna force it on me where I have to keep going, right? My parents are pretty
Right.
open with that. That's what you should do in that circumstance, by the way.
Right,
You
right.
shouldn't force your kids like as too much. Like I think that like, you know, it provided, you know, structure for me as a kid. Like the one I went to, I have good experiences when I went to my church as a kid. I really
Yeah.
still like the church. I would go back there today if I could. I would talk to all the people that used to go there. Like, you know, it was good community. So
Oh, that's cool.
I liked my church. My church was really cute when I grew up. So it was like one of those
Yeah.
like progressive churches. But like the only one, like practically one of the only ones like in the Iowa area. But at least
That's cool.
yeah, but the point at least I'm saying here is that in terms of like the values from Christianity, I don't think
Mhm.
that they actually associate with Donald Trump at all.
Mhm. Right. I see that. Like honestly, that's why I like listening to you sometimes when I get a chance or like you know when I have free time. Because I try to be open-minded and learn from other people because like I said, I grew up in a non-denominational church, but I would say it was within my family walls, it was more like strict. Like we couldn't even watch cable TV and stuff like that growing up. So sometimes it's hard to look at things with an open mind.
Okay. So that makes sense. I guess like what specifically would you say that like Jesus would want to feed children that are hungry? Would you say
Oh,
Jesus would
100%.
would Jesus ever support a candidate for president that cut children's access to food?
No, I don't agree with that. I think
You know, Donald
it's
Trump did do that through the
wrong.
big beautiful bill, right? He cut over 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Really? Didn't hear. I heard during this shutdown it was like a threat or something, but I never heard it actually went through. My sister's a school teacher, and she
Yeah.
never told me.
Well, it's planned to go through here after, I think, after the elections, but the
Oh,
bill has
okay.
already been passed, and that's specifically
Uh,
for children, and it's according to the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government, going to cut 420,000 children on average every single month off of access to food stamps. Not access to food stamps. Sorry, access to free school lunch and breakfast. I apologize.
no way. And it's set? It's actually going to happen
Yes,
100%.
yes, that's already been
What?
passed.
Why? Just
Because the
because
big
of the
beautiful
bill?
yeah, the big beautiful bill, they gave tax cuts disproportionately to the rich and wealthy, and in order to be able to make up some of that revenue, to not add as much to the debt, they decided to cut access to food stamps, Medicaid, and children's access to free school lunch and breakfast. It's absurd. It's like, it's, by the way, it's such a small portion of the budget. Going after that is wildly absurd, right? Like, you can go after so many other things, but he decides to go after that. And by the way, he's increasing the military budget to $1.5 trillion a year from $1 trillion, which we already spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. And we could cut our military budget, if we had $1.5 trillion, by over $1 trillion and still have over $100 billion more than every single year than the next country, being China.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's like there's literally no reason we should be doing this at all.
Right. Yeah, no, I didn't know about that. Wow. That's sad. Because that's not Christian values at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what I say all the time. And I actually really appreciate your response, because I feel like when I say it, it oftentimes gets overlooked, and like most people don't see it from that frame. Like, I feel like that's one of like the most obvious things of like, if you're a Christian, you should care about this, is feeding children, right? Like feeding children, providing health care for those that are sick or unhealthy or in need, right?
Right. Yeah, 100%. Wow. Sorry, I'm just stunned right now. That's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like, this is kind of random, but do you kind of think that Charlie Kirk was moving in that direction, like seeing the truth for what it is?
No, I don't. No, not especially on those
No.
positions. No, because
No?
Charlie was like a libertarian at heart. He's someone
Mhm.
he's then asked a question specifically. Would you be okay with taxing 1% of Jeff Bezos' net worth to get rid of all homelessness for veterans in the country? And he said no. He was asked that question by
Oh.
Kyle Kalinske. You can actually find that. I think it's from like 2019. He's kind of a person that doesn't want as much government expenditure, and he cares more about just like leaving it up to people. He thinks that taxation is theft, which, by the way, both sides are taxing, and Trump's side is also taxing. So I really don't understand that perspective as being relevant. But he seemingly was like someone who wanted to reduce the level of spending in terms of like those
Wow.
types of services.
Wow. So it's kind of like wolves in sheep clothing in a way. I mean, I hate to say that, but
I
wow.
actually would agree with you there, because like honestly, I feel like this is one of the most basic elements of caring for people, is ensuring that they have access to food, right? Like that's literally what Jesus fought for. So I think you're spot on with that analysis.
Wow. Well, thanks for bringing that up to me. I like don't have words right now, because it's just like you look towards like the Trump administration as like, oh, they're carrying Christian values and this and that, and that's what I feel like a lot of Christians would turn towards that for that very reason. But then when you hear things like that, it's like, well, that's not Christian like at all.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I do go on to the last person for today?
No, that's all. Thanks for your time. Have a great rest of your
Absolutely.
day.
You as well. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's go on to the next conversation. Everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Aaron, thank you so much for the $1. We all live in LA now. Lauren as well, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Lauren in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. They said my mom had 2 abortions between the ages of 17 through 22. Before deciding to have me at 24 after she was married and financially stable. If she hadn't gone through the abortions, I likely wouldn't be here. Thank you for educating people. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Lauren in the comment section right now. Miguel, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a bunch of different claims about it. I don't know all the specifics on every single one. There's just so many going around. Josh, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Anonymous, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm so sorry to hear that. That's exactly why it's so important to ensure that we have these legal access. Literally, definitely should have. Thank you so much. Temris, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would be a great question. I have asked people in the past about that one. And actually, like, their view has to be that they want to investigate miscarriages, essentially, because of the fact that they can't tell the difference between an abortion and a miscarriage under their view if not, because people could just give themselves abortions. Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom. Ducky as well. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ducky. I really appreciate it. Oh, I didn't know that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Honestly, seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them. I have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's go on to the next person here real quick. Probably like the last person up here for debates for today. Dean's still not live right now, meaning he's probably going to be live starting here very, very soon. So we will send everyone over to him as soon as he decides to get on. Let me message him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, it was an accident.
You're good. Don't worry. I'm near 6 hours. Oh, wait. Sorry. We hit that point in the stream. I'm sorry, everyone. We hit the point in the stream where my camera, kind of like cuts out because sometimes it just doesn't have battery because it wasn't charged up on. I accidentally didn't charge it up all night, so we're like almost 6 hours in the stream. That's why. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? But chat, how have y'all been liking the streams where, every once in a while we'll get some 6-hour streams in there? It's been nice every once in a while to get the 6-hour streams. I like the setup I have where I do 4 to 6. I think it's nice where I can just like kind of move it around based upon the day, based upon the time that I have. Because, I love being able to stay live to the 6 hours. Like I really do enjoy that. But I think it is too much to put myself in a circumstance where I have to do 6 hours all the time. So, what's up? How old are you?
20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I would say tariff policy and immigration. Those are probably the two big reasons why.
Okay, for sure. Let me thank a few people, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. I have some people to thank over here on YouTube. Just give me a quick second real quick. Alrighty. Let me do that real quick. Mason, thank you so much. I really appreciate the... what is it? The $22. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. Actually, no. I read Trevor's as yours as well. Thank you so much for the $17. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now, and I'll make sure to do that again for you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I got you. Thank you so much, Mason. Thank you. You're so funny. You fucked up your camera? I got you. Trevor as well, thank you for the $5. Ducky, thank you for the $5 as well. Emerald, thank you so much for the $2. Ray with the $2 as well. Quinn, thank you so much for the $2. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Najia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. I actually think I'm fully caught up outside of Phoenix. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for your bonus for the extra long stream today. I know, right? Based. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Tariff and immigration policy.
Tariff and immigration policy. Okay. Alrighty. And what specific? You said that already, by the way. So what's a tariff? We'll start with that.
Tax on an imported good. The company has to pay a tax on an imported good that they import.
And who pays that tax?
The corporation importing the product.
Okay. And it's mostly passed down to the consumer, correct?
No, I would completely disagree with that statement.
Okay.
Because
I think the data is pretty clear on that one.
No, we can look at any tariff. Look at the steel tariffs implemented in 2018. The steel prices really rise, maybe 1% to 2%, but not massively. If corporations, if they get tariffed 25%, on Chinese goods, which a lot of Chinese goods are luxury goods, they're not necessities. You raise that price by 25%, sales value is going to completely collapse. Corporations have to eat most of the cost. There's multiple articles on this. I can give you a New York
No,
Times
I mean,
article.
I would love to see that. Yeah. You're
Give me a
saying
second.
in the long run they eat most of the costs?
Yeah, they have to.
Okay. Well, then I would like a source for
Well,
that.
in the short term too, especially in the short term.
Oh,
they
what's
eat
your
most of
source?
the cost. Let me open up my computer.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, everyone, if you are on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get 3,000 likes. I'd really appreciate if you're on TikTok. Tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people.
Right here. Just logging in right now.
Or are you going to say that it's only at this point in time so far only partially been passed down to the consumer? Or are you going to say in the long run it's passed down to the consumer at a lesser degree?
Both. Short term, it's not passed down right now. Long term, it's not passed down.
Okay. So to clarify, so do you think so taxes don't cause prices to go up? So then you're okay with corporate taxes, right?
Yeah, I think that it's better than what we're doing now. We're giving them incentives. Biden believed in bringing manufacturing back too, with the Chips and Science Act, which was a disaster because Intel laid off all their employees after that. And Biden just believed in giving corporations tax cuts to manufacturing.
The Chips and Science Act wasn't a failure. I don't know where you got that. But secondly, Secondly, one thing you're not taking into account is that we had a massive increase in real domestic manufacturing investment under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. Or wait, fuck, I can't speak. Under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration, we saw a decrease under the. Why is everyone putting red flags in the comments? I'm so confused. We had he flagged Dean's stream yesterday. Did you go on Dean's live and flag it?
I did.
What happened?
I said a curse word on accident. Literally, you can talk to Dean. It wasn't a big deal.
You mean like a drug name?
No, like the F word.
Oh, like fuck?
Yeah.
Cuss words don't do that.
Well, you can go rewatch it. Like I didn't say anything crazy.
People said you lost your temper?
I got mad at Dean when he said that Alex Preddy was a upstanding citizen, and I said that Alex Preddy wasn't, and I got flagged for that.
People are saying use the slur. He kept getting bullying and harassment because he was crashing out. Oh, he was getting bullying. He just needs to keep it together. Okay, so
yeah,
I don't know why some people are saying slur. I don't see my friends aren't saying that.
I didn't say that. So
okay, alrighty.
A lot of these viewers are like liars and stuff. Like,
I wonder why you're so much calmer with me than you are with Dean. But he was an upstanding citizen, by the way.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
How was he an upstanding citizen? He was treasonous.
Treasonous?
He was treasonous, absolutely. Thank you for the galaxy, Dirk.
How was he treasonous? Did you just thank someone for the galaxy? That's crazy, bro.
Because he was working against the FBI. He was in multiple group chats harassing FBI officials to protect foreign nationals. If that's not treasonous, then I don't know
what group
what is
chat?
treasonous.
And how is it treason to tell people to protect people in the country who are here illegally?
A lot of them are illegal.
Leave the money gun.
Those are foreign nationals. So if you're in group chats to harass federal officials to protect foreign nationals, is that not treasonous?
If you what do you consider a foreign national?
Someone who's not a citizen of the United States.
So you're saying to protect quote unquote foreign nationals. Well, I don't have an issue with protecting undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes. Based upon that definition, I'm doing that. But what group chat are you referencing? I'm not doing it just on a group chat. I'm doing it on a live stream. I say that undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
That's crazy.
So explain to me how I am a treasonous for doing so.
Well, are you assaulting and harassing federal officials?
Okay.
Doing their duties?
So you said assaulting and harassing. So who did he harass?
He spit on an ICE officer, and then he
No, he didn't. He spit on the car?
No, he spit on an officer. You can rewatch the video.
You know, he spit on the car. There was no officer there.
There was an officer that opened the door. Well,
After he spit,
after
he spit and kicked the vehicle.
and he spit on
So
the
by the way,
guy.
let me clarify.
Yes.
He spit and then kicked the vehicle, and then the the officer opened up the car that went door. Okay, so I don't know where you got that from.
No, the officer was closing the door. He spit on him. The officer still closed the door. And then when he broke the
Do you want me to
taillight,
play the video,
officer-
dude? I can
We can
literally
play
pull
we
it
can
up.
play the video. Let's play the video right now.
Here, I'll just watch it. I don't know if I'll put it on the screen, but I can. It's not a big deal. I don't have... What the hell is it? Dude, it keeps doing this. Alrighty, there we go. At least it shows now. Sorry, let me pull the video up and I'll watch it. Oh my gosh, it literally... Why won't they just show me the video? Show me the damn fucking video.
Media
Show me the
blackout.
fucking video, dude. Why, dude, these annoying ass media sites suck ass, dude. Just show me the
Try
damn
to-
video, bro.
try to
Why does it...
AP.
Okay, you know what's annoying? When I search things up, the first thing that should come up is the fucking video. Why is it a million fucking things that are not the video? Genuinely, this is crazy, dude. Jesus Christ, CNN, you're useless as fuck. Give me the fucking actual video right away. I don't want to see an overview. By the way, just want to clarify, when he spits, it was at the car. You can't even, there was no identification of it being an officer there.
Put up the clip.
No, it wasn't.
The door was open.
I'll show you.
Put up the
Dude.
Put up the clip.
You know what's annoying? Dealing with idiots like you that no matter what are just gonna fucking bullshit until I fucking show it on the damn screen. It's so frustrating. Like literally, I have to like 100% prove you false. You're just gonna keep claiming the same stupid fucking shit. Genuinely, look at the fucking screen, man. Jesus Christ, dude.
All right. Is that when he spit?
I'm doing it right now. Give me a second. I have to set all of this up because you won't literally just admit the fact that it is not conclusive at all to indicate specifically that he fucking spit at any officer.
So it's non-conclusive.
Shut
that
up.
doesn't mean that it's
Shut up.
It's at the car.
Shut up. See how
It looks
CNN's
like
annoying? Bro, like, literally just play the video. Okay, so you look at the whole video. There's no evidence of the fact that he was outside the vehicle when that happened. The door wasn't open. You do not see that.
Well, you don't know if the window was open. And
Oh my
either
god,
way,
wait, so then you're the one making an unverified claim saying that he spit on an officer. Was there any evidence that he spit on an officer?
I mean, he's spitting on a vehicle and assaulting a vehicle, and he's fighting with the officer on the
Assaulting a vehicle. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up, dude.
Assaulting
That's
a
so
federal
bad
police-
faith. That's so bad faith. He kicked a vehicle, dude. Is that means he was justified in being murdered?
He broke federal property.
Do you think he was murdered?
Do you think Ashley Babbitt
Do
deserved
you
to be
think
murdered for
he was?
federal
Can you answer my question
trespassing?
directly? Do you think he was murdered?
No.
No?
I think it was negligence. No.
Okay, so to clarify, your own administration has indicated that this is homicide. So
Well, I
your
disagree with the
administration doesn't even
administration,
defend you saying this stupid shit anymore.
I don't. Well, then I disagree with the administration then because it wasn't.
So tell me, how about this? What imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death was any officer at risk of? What reasonable risk of imminent harm of imminent risk of bodily harm, serious bodily harm and or death?
Well, for example, Alex Preddy has been harassing federal officials for weeks on end. So these
Those
federal
officials did not know at
No,
that
no,
particular
hey,
time.
Let me finish.
So
Let me
stupid.
finish.
Wait, 11 days
Let me
prior.
finish.
Are you
gonna
saying
let
that?
me finish?
Oh wait, so no, I'm sorry. Let me just clarify before you do. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm not going to keep doing this. I just want to make clear this one point. Are you saying that they established who he was, they wrote down who he was, they categorized who he was, and then attacked him later on?
I would be pretty sure they recognized him.
So they targeted him.
They didn't target him. He
So it was
obstructed.
premeditated?
He was impeding. No, he was
He
impeding.
wasn't.
and he was,
Wait. So how? Wait. Actually, clarify.
He was
how?
impeding
How?
an arrest.
Yeah.
Yes, he
you know.
was.
How about this? How was he impeding?
He was preventing an arrest.
You
And
mean
he
a woman
was
from being
blowing
pushed and
whistles
pepper sprayed
yelling.
without reason?
That
And by the
woman
way,
was
what did he do to prevent the
whistling and
arrest?
harassing
What
that's
did he
an
do to
impeding
prevent the arrest?
That's impeding the duties. He stepped in front of them. He stepped in front of the shield, the woman who was blowing whistles, harassing officers doing their duty. And then they probably recognized him. He goes on the floor. He's squirming on the floor. Someone yells gun. They see a black phone in his hand. And the officer probably mistaked it for a phone and shot him. That's the honest truth that would happen. It was
So they saw
negligence.
him recording from prior. I don't know where you're getting half of this information from. You're literally making up stuff. Okay, a few things here. You're saying it was premeditated, meaning they knew who he was before, and they carried over specifically because they didn't like how he acted prior and recognized him. They decided to attack him in this context. By the way, I just want to clarify: were Border Patrol agents, right, specifically already in Minnesota at that time, 11 days prior?
Well, they've been probably fluid.
Because weren't they just sent there? So that could have been different agents. It likely was different agents.
How many agents are in Minnesota right now, and in the same neighborhoods too? It was they probably recognized them. They probably recognize this guy who's assaulted vehicles, who's been crazy. This person's even his parents said that he hasn't been to work in years and haven't contacted them in years. This person's crazy. This is not a normal individual. This person clearly has some sort of mental illness.
There's no evidence of that. And even so, that's not evidence of them specifically. Dude, I don't know why you keep trying to use that as like a justification for them being murdered. By the way, can you tell me what was the reasonable risk?
He had a gun in his pocket. And
That he never.
Hey, let me finish.
Sorry.
You said you went in
Sorry. I'll let you finish. I apologize.
He had a gun and an
Sorry, you have like a
officer
little bit of feedback on your mic, and it's really annoying.
Is this better?
I don't know. Think so?
Okay. Well, I can't tell from my end. So someone yelled gun. The officer saw him holding the black phone, probably recognized him as someone who was crazy, probably seen him a few days before, and got worried and shot him. If an officer saw, if I was harassing an officer a few days before, and I go up to the officer and I quickly pull out my wallet, do you think that officer is completely unjustified in shooting me?
Yes, completely unjustified. You pull out your wallet. Yeah, they're
Quickly,
unjustified
if I pull
in
out my
shooting you.
wallet quickly, and someone yells gun and then he shoots me, you think that's unjustified?
Yes. Now, also, let me clarify.
That's crazy.
No, it's not. Can I please make a point here? One, he was disarmed. Right? 2, he never brandished the firearm in the first place. 3, he never assaulted any of the officers or caused any harm towards any of the officers. And then 4, right? The person who disarmed them was in direct line of sight by the person who shot him.
We don't know. Do you know for a fact that he
Yes.
saw him disarm his gun? Also, can people have 2 guns?
Wait, I'm sorry. He didn't have 2 guns. There was no indication of that.
Yeah. Could an
Hey,
officer
by the way,
mistake a black
you can't
phone
just.
or a
I'm
wallet
sorry.
for a gun?
I'm sorry. You can't just shoot people because they could have had a gun. Do you realize how fucking stupid that is? You just said it was reasonable to think that your life was at a serious risk of you or a serious risk of dying and or a serious risk of bodily harm because they could possibly have a gun. Any person could possibly have a gun. That justifies shooting a fucking random civilian. Okay?
He literally resisted. First of all, if you go up to an officer with a gun, you're gonna get shot.
Wait, when did he resist?
That's why they brought him to the ground.
When did he resist?
There was a struggle on the ground.
He was pepper sprayed. There were multiple agents on top of him. When did he resist?
He was squirming and fighting on the ground when he was on the ground.
No, he
And
was
then
being
someone yelled
he was
gun.
being fucking slammed onto the ground by multiple people and was squirming because of the fact that he was being slammed. I want to let you know those particular movements he was engaging in, specifically the curling up, those are not determined to be resisting because that is normal human response to being literally fucking pistol whipped, literally fucking pepper sprayed, and multiple agents getting on top of you. That is a normal human bodily response to that situation. Like you was trying to shield your insides.
You don't fight against the officer. You don't try to get up.
That's
when an
not
officer
fighting.
puts you
He
to the
didn't do
ground.
that.
Yeah, he was trying to get up. He was trying to get up. He was on the
Wait,
ground. He was
where?
trying to go
Where?
against the
What video
arrest.
do you see of that?
The main video. You can
Go
see him.
Wait, where? What do you see? What are you talking about?
You can see him resisting and squirming on the
He
ground.
was not
He's
resisting.
trying to get back
Squirming is
up.
not evidence of resisting, because the fact that he was responding that way was not because of the situation, right, of him trying to resist, but because of that's a normal bodily response in that circumstance.
That's a bot. So when you're
Yes,
when the officer
yes.
tells you to
Wait,
lay
by the way,
straight,
that's been determined by courts to be a normal bodily response in the circumstance.
so
There's
when
case
an officer
precedence
tells
on
you to
that.
lay down, when an officer tells you to lay down, do you lay down on all
That
fours? Or
they
do you
never
lay
got
down
an
on your
order
stomach?
like that.
How do you know that?
They
You don't
literally
hear-
went up
they're
to
not-
him and
they're
just
not-
fucking
they're not
threw him
said
on the
that.
ground. Right after he was trying to, he was trying to prevent
he was
the
impeding-
agent. He was trying to prevent the agent by literally standing in between them from pepper spraying the woman unreasonably and from pushing the woman unreasonably. Okay, that's it. And he got taken
No.
taken to the ground.
He was pepper sprayed, and then it led to a struggle on the
Hey,
ground.
dude, I'm
There's multiple
sorry.
news sources
You
that-
have got to be
report this.
fucking evil to defend this. Literally, he did not
Oh
have
my
a gun
God.
when he was fucking shot. The person who
So-
shot him saw him be disarmed. Okay, they
Doesn't
saw him
mean
be
you can't
disarmed.
Have multiple guns. What do you? If it can an officer mistake a phone or?
Did
a
I already
wallet for a
respond to
gun?
this? You fucking idiot! Did I respond to this?
I don't know why you're. Getting
What was
so
my
mad.
response?
No, you said no, which is fucking bullshit.
No, listen.
It's
No,
bullshit
that's
to
not
say
what I
an
fucking
officer
said.
cannot
You
mis-
stupid fuck. What I said was that there was no other gun on him. And I said that the situation, by the way, I never said it wasn't possible. I said there was no other gun on him. And I said the situation yielded no fucking reason to believe your life was at a reasonable risk of imminent threat of bodily harm, serious bodily harm, and or death. You have to be serious here. There was no reason to think that. You can't just say, fuck. You can't just say because someone has a gun that possibly could have a gun or could have a second gun, by the way, you can just shoot them. That is not a reasonable officer would think they are in a imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death. That is not what a reasonable officer would think in the circumstance. You are being fucking ridiculous.
Can a gun kill you?
Yes.
Can a gun kill you, especially with someone resisting the? So how can an officer not retrieve someone holding a gun and someone who's resisting arrest?
We've
How
already
can it
clarified
not
there
set
was
as
no
a threat?
resist. You just haven't watched the video.
Multiple new. The NBC reports it that there was a struggle on the ground.
That does not
Multiple
mean.
news
Wait.
sources
Did they say he was resisting?
leading to a struggle? What does struggle on the ground mean? If he's struggling, that obviously refers to resistance.
Give me a single report that says resisting. That is not fucking Fox News or Newsmax. Seriously, give me something.
Searching up right now. It's NBC. Let me get the article. Or was it CBS? Do you count CBS or no?
Tell me where in the video.
Oh, the video now?
No, I said either. I said both. Actually, I meant to say.
Multiple news reports have said that he was resisting arrest.
Okay, tell me. Which one?
LV Criminal Defense, Las Vegas top criminal lawyers said that he was resisting arrest.
Okay, so what's the title?
Alex Preddy, What We Know.
And what is it from?
LV Criminal Defense.
All right. Let's click on this at random.com. Can't wait to see this. Conflicting narratives from federal officers. Where does it say it?
Let me fortunately watch the video. Bystanders claim the agent shot him. Appeared to reach for his firearm. Other witnesses legally armed. Judicial warrant, but officers blocked the scene. Federal judge. Wait, I don't know if this is the right article. Give me a second.
Chat,
Forgot
I know
about
it went
that.
away. I know it went away. I'm gonna fix it in a second. Give me 1 sec.
You don't think resulting in the struggle means resisting arrest? What does resulting in the
Shut the
struggle?
fuck up. Give me the claim. You just cited it.
And he's exactly.
You just cited it.
saying
Where does it say resist? It doesn't. I just typed it into the fucking search bar on the site. It never says resist on it. You dishonest, lying piece of shit. You're going to sit here and justify the murder of people because of the fact that they were quote-unquote resisting arrest, and they weren't even fucking resisting.
What does a struggle on the ground mean? How is that not resisting?
Dude,
Someone struggling?
give me a single report that says resisting. If you can't, then shut the fuck up and sit the fuck down. Genuinely. Give me a single fucking report that says that.
Did you take the Department of Homeland Security?
No, I don't take the Trump administration claims. No,
the government agency saying he resisted
dude, that's the
arrest.
Trump administration, you
legacy
dumbass.
media.
I'm sorry, stop talking. That is the Trump administration. You cannot say the Trump administration claimed this, therefore it's true. We proved that they lied. We proved the DHS was lying. They called him a domestic terrorist, saying he was going there to fucking kill as many agents as he possibly could. That's a total fucking blatant lie. And they would have got away with it if it wasn't for the fucking videos. For the fucking meddling kids that have the videos that specifically demonstrated this. By the way, that's why Renee Good was a part of ICE Watch. It's because they're fucking lying and they're murdering U.S. citizens. They're violating people's due process rights. And if we don't have videos of it, they fucking lie about it and they're able to get away with it. And people like you believe it, no matter fucking what. Even if there is a video. Even if there's a fucking video, people like you will believe it.
I actually trust the government agency over your word, believe it or not. I think that you not trusting, aren't you guys the ones who trust the government? Like, that's just ridiculous that you don't.
Not the Trump administration. I don't believe pathological liars. I don't believe people that specifically constantly are going to sit there and lie when they're proven to have lied. Like, genuinely, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. Like, genuinely. I have a brain cell, okay, that functions properly. At least one of them, right?
But you don't think that an officer can mistake a black phone for a gun when someone yells gun?
I don't think so. I don't think so. And by the way, his arms
So then
were.
you don't have a brain. Then you don't have a brain. I'm sorry. An obvious officer from a distance can mistake a black phone for a gun, especially when someone yells gun.
Can I clarify something to you? Do you want me to tell you why you're being stupid? Because I already answered this, and you didn't fucking listen. This is what's so frustrating with talking to idiots like you, because you repeat the same stupid fucking narrative talking points without listening to anything I said. The person that shot him within his fucking line of sight was the guy that disarmed him. Did you know that? Did you watch the video?
The guy who shot.
Because I repeated that to you. I fucking told you that already. I've already explained this to you. And yet you still set up here with the fucking Fox News Kristi Noem talking point. Right? Of literally, he's a domestic terrorist. He got him had a weapon. They thought his fucking phone was the weapon. No, he saw him be fucking disarmed right in front of him and still shot him.
Hold two guns, genius. People can have multiple guns in their.
There you go. He just fucking backtracked to it again. You backtracked to that he could possibly have a different gun. Okay, would it be justified for an officer to shoot you because you could possibly have a gun?
If he mistakes a wallet.
Answer the question. Would it be justified for an officer to shoot you because you could possibly have a gun?
No, but if he
no,
sees me holding
you just
a gun,
conceded, you dumbass. You just
No, that's not
conceded.
conceding.
You just said
He
it's not
mistaking the
justified for an
phone for a
officer to
gun.
shoot you just because you could possibly have a gun. You just conceded.
It depends on the circumstance. If
Oh,
I was
now it
struggling
depends
to
on
go
the
to my rest-
circumstance. Okay, what
Yes,
about the
100%.
circumstance? Wait, so tell me, what about the circumstance where would you say would be different to then justify them shooting you because you possibly could have a gun?
If I was having a physical struggle with the police on the ground, and I'm holding a black object that looks like a gun, then the officer would have.
It doesn't look like a gun because they
complete
already
justification.
saw you with the phone. Plus, the person who shot him saw
already
him
saw
be
me with the
disarmed.
phone.
Okay, so you think he had a second gun that came out of nowhere?
I think the officer can mistake it for a gun. If someone yells gun,
Can I ask you this question? Did the officers or the agents know that he had a phone? Watch it right here. We're gonna know right here whether or not he's dishonest. Watch this, which we already know, by the way, but for
Okay.
sure. Answer the question: Did they know he had his phone?
I assume some officers did. Yeah, not every officer. Multiple officers came after
Okay,
the struggle.
give me
began
any
to
good
happen.
reason to believe they didn't know he had his phone because he was literally with it right in front of them, recording them. You fucking
I said
idiot!
multiple
He
officers
put it right
knew
in
about
front
it.
of him, was recording them. Every
was
single one
recording-
of those agents saw the fucking
every single
the phone.
one. Not
Every single one of them saw
multiple
that.
Multiple agents came after the struggle began to happen. That doesn't. They don't.
Wait, and by the
not
way,
all of them
you know
knew
what?
about
You
the
know what? There's
recording.
someone in the comment section. Someone said, "Parker, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. A U.S. citizen was murdered on the street unreasonably with no fucking reason to do so in broad daylight, and you're not fucking mad? You're not mad that people are defending that? That the Trump administration was totally going to defend that and call the guy a domestic terrorist? You're not mad about that? That pisses me the fuck off. You want to know why that pisses me off? Because I don't want to live in a country with authoritarian nightmares like that, where the president of the United States can fucking lie to the American public, say that you didn't see what you saw in the video, and people will still fucking sit up there and justify it. We are not mad enough. Okay, if you're in the comment section saying that, genuinely, you're one of the most unreasonable people I could ever fucking talk to. And people are spamming in the comment section because they want to rage bait now. Go ahead.
They see it because they realize this guy has mental illness. He's a crazy person, and a crazy person that's holding what looks to be a gun on the ground while struggling against an arrest is probably someone who would shoot an officer. This guy would shoot an officer. Like
there was no evidence of him resisting arrest. You keep repeating that talking point. By the way, even if he did resist
what does
arrest,
struggle on the ground mean?
Hey, can I tell you something? Hey, resisting arrest, does that justify
shooting
shooting someone?
If they are perceived to hold a weapon, yeah. If it
so
looks like their phone's a weapon.
So to clarify,
then yeah.
so
accidents like this
when
happen all the time.
When he was shot, did he have the gun?
No.
Okay. So if he didn't have the gun, then what justified him being shot?
It's negligence. The officer mistaken the phone in his hand.
So negligence would then be murder, you dumbass.
No, it'd be manslaughter.
If the officer does not meet the due standard of care, that would qualify as murder and unjustified. Negligence means it was unjustified, you absolute moron. Are you kidding?
Manslaughter. It's not murder. It's manslaughter. That's different. You'd get charged under a
So you're saying it was unintentional?
It wasn't unintentional. That's exactly what I'm saying.
One, I don't think it was unintentional. Because he literally... Dude, I don't know how many more times I need to tell you this. You dishonest fuck. Like, I've told you this multiple times. He saw him be disarmed. That's why your own administration is qualifying this as homicide. They've admitted it.
Yeah, who said? Christy Gnomes came out and said it was homicide?
No, Christy Gnome got kicked out because she was fucking doing all the crazy shit. Tom Homan was put into that position, and they qualified. It was just reported on recently that they qualified it as what's it called? Homicide.
A federal judge ruled on that? Who ruled on that?
Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was a judge.
A federal judge ruled it was homicide.
Or not a federal judge. Sorry, I apologize. Not a federal judge. It was the administration. Or not the... Fuck. Let me make sure.
What power does an administration
Sorry, let me make sure. Jesus Christ. Well, you know what's so annoying? What the fuck is up with my camera? Why does it keep doing this?
Yeah, whoever gave me the Galaxy, Dirk Ferk, appreciate that.
Genuinely, like, what the fuck is up with the camera? I'm about to just get off, dude. It's so annoying. Like, when I get 6.5 hours in, it just does that. It's so frustrating. Sorry, what'd you just want me to look for? I apologize.
Yeah, who said it was homicide? Like, who had the power to rule that was homicide?
I think it's the medical examiner, actually. Says Alex Preddy was murdered. Or homicide, sorry. Yeah, deemed homicide by a medical examiner. True.
What power does a medical examiner have to charge the officer?
Hennepin County. Hennepin County.
Yeah, the medical examiner doesn't have any power.
Sure. So I do take that back.
Okay, so no one in the administration and none of the judges have ruled it's a homicide, so it's still up for discussion.
But sure. I guess the administration, it hasn't been determined by a court yet, for sure. But I mean, I think you can look at the video. Okay, I have a question. Do you think Charlie Kirk was murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, has a court determined that?
Not yet, but there's a trial for it. And you know what? I'll give you this. He hasn't got murdered yet. When the court rules that
he doesn't think Charlie Kirk was.
Robinson,
so by the way, in order to say what he just said, he now doesn't think Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah, we'll wait to see if.
We'll wait to see if he was murdered, chat. We don't know yet. We have no clue. We'll wait to see if he was.
He has a day in court.
You're an idiot. Yeah, You're stupid as fuck. Are you kidding me? He obviously was murdered, you dumbass. What are you talking about? What type of stupid fucking crazy shit is this? You can't look at a video and determine they were murdered based upon the video? You are dumb as fuck.
Legally, he wasn't. When the court rules that Tyler Robinson.
I have a question. If someone just walked up to your mom and indiscriminately shot her in the head, would that be murder?
Yeah, probably.
Did a court determine that yet?
Well, under the law, no, it wouldn't be murder yet.
So,
Under
but
the law.
do you think it was murder?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay,
But
there
are
you
we
go.
talking
So,
about
so in your
legality, or are
personal
we talking
opinion,
about
wait,
opinion?
hey, in your personal opinion, was Charlie Kirk murdered?
In my opinion, yes. But I'm gonna give
So
it.
why do you have to be so fucking annoying and try to not
Because
answer
we're
it that way
talking-
when you
we're
knew
talking
that's what I
about
was
legal-
asking you?
We're talking about.
Hey, you knew that's what the question I was asking you, and your dumbass tried to not respond to that question and just tried to make up some random
Are we talking
irrelevant
about
shit to bring up.
legally or an opinionated? Are we talking about?
I'm asking you for
legality
your
or an
opinion, dude. What do you
Yes,
think
in
I'm
my
asking
opinion,
you
Charlie
for?
Kirk was murdered. Yes, in my opinion.
Okay,
Charlie Kirk
what
was
in
murdered.
your opinion was Alex Preddy murdered?
No, in my opinion, no.
Okay. So let me ask you this question, right? What are the qualifications for determining that something was self-defense from an officer standpoint?
Immediate threat of bodily harm or death. I think those were the two. So if an officer perceives a threat or believes that a threat of bodily harm or death, then I think the officer would be justified to shooting someone.
No, it's not the officer believes this. It's a reasonable officer would think that. Reasonable fear that there's an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death.
If someone yells gun and he sees a black object in someone's hand that's struggling against
If you repeat this fucking
officers-
stupid ass talking point one
Yes,
more
because
time,
it is
I am
reasonable.
literally
It's
going to throw my
reasonable.
head
It's not
through
a
a
talking
fucking
point.
wall. Talking to you
It's
is the most
reasonable.
insufferable, stupid fucking shit I've ever had to deal with. Are you
You're
kidding
mad,
me?
bro.
You're going to repeat
You're
it
mad.
again? Are you serious?
Yeah, because
Yes, I am mad because you just repeated the same stupid talking point. Are you serious? Are you you're either stupid
not a talking
or
point,
you're
it's
or
the
you're just
truth.
trying to be dumb?
it's the truth. It's not a
No, it's
talking
not.
point. We're talking about how an officer can be reasonable to suspect the threat. That's a reasonable
okay,
scenario.
If
that
I
is-
have to repeat this to you one more time, I'm genuinely going to kick you. I can't do this anymore. The person who shot him saw him be disarmed. It was within his line of sight.
Again, you don't know if he saw him. You don't know if he blinked. You don't know multiple.
You don't know if he
multiple
blinked.
scenarios
Oh
now.
my! You've got to be kidding me.
And you don't know people.
You've
again,
got to be kidding.
two guns.
Hey, dude.
You get
Hey,
mad
dude.
at
I
me
just want to let
saying
you
this,
know.
but people can have
Hey,
multiple
blinks
guns.
don't take that long. Okay? When you blink, you don't miss that much.
It's a Minnesota.
What did he blink
air,
like this?
Hard to see. Hard to see. Yeah. And also, again,
Guys, this is how the officer blinks.
yeah, wind in your eyes. There's multiple.
He wasn't
scenarios like
paying.
that.
You know what, Chad? He just wasn't paying attention. He was a little bit too elevated, and he just wasn't paying attention. Okay, everybody. He was a little bit too elevated. Wasn't paying attention. Oh, okay. So then, how do you know? How did he have a reasonable fear if he wasn't paying attention?
Someone.
He could have had a gun. He could have had a gun. He could have had a second gun. He could have had a second gun. I promise you.
You know how hard it is.
He could have.
You know how hard it is
could
being
have. If they disarmed it, what if they disarmed him a second time? He could have had a third gun. He could have an arm that turns into a lightsaber and it could have stabbed all the agents. He could have. He could have turned into Iron Man on the spot and used his energy to kill all of them.
You're laughing, but being an officer is a life or death job. And seconds matter. If someone yells gun and they see someone holding a black object, that's the difference between your buddies getting shot, you getting shot. And he acted, he died.
James Bond could have dropped from a helicopter from the skies and took them out.
Okay. Clearly, you're not a serious person.
You're not a serious person.
crying
I'm
about this
literally. You are the
bullshit
most
person.
embarrassing person to ever talk to. You actually,
Oh,
seriously, you
embarrassing?
unironically
That's why I
said.
got a galaxy, you mad.
You unironically said that because of the fact that he could have had a second gun, that's a justification to shoot him. You're ridiculous. By the way, Omega
The
Star, thank you for the
officer
$20.
mistakes
Thank
an
you so much.
object
He's
for a
mad.
gun.
Squirrel, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Omega. Thank you. Craig, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. When an agent yells gun, 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 it means they've disarmed the suspect. I'm fucking screaming this into my screen. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate it. Delian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's
Thank you
not
so much
true.
for the
That's the
$10. I
dumbest
really
I've
appreciate it.
ever
Can we some W's for them in the comment section? Sonia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They just rule as mere cause of death. I totally get you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Michelle, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much on Venmo. I'm sorry you have to deal with this POS. I love it. Thank you so much. They said I love all these TikTok lawyers. I'm an actual lawyer and it drives me crazy. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michelle. Seriously, W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Shannon, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said he pulled the trigger, which that equals intent. Murder, accidental firing would be manslaughter. True. Charlie, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for them in the comment section. Tiffany, thank you for the $4.20 real quick. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm going to do some patience pen. Don't worry. Craig, again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Amanda, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For people seem to forget, huge factor of any type of law enforcement, etc., is you're supposed to de-escalation. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Charlie, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Jesse, thank you for the $10. Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. They said, I live in Minnesota and there are more HSI agents here than local police in the metro area. And Minnesota is an open carry state. They do not need to.
Also, whoever the idiot that says that gun means that they were disarmed, I have the policy right here. Gun means that immediate notify other officers on the scene that a firearm has been observed. Suspect is reaching for or drawn.
Yeah, provide me that. I'd love to see. Ibarra, thank you so much for the $3. Foster, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, thank you so much. Stephanie, thank you for the $5 as well. Lon, again, thank you for the $1. Tania, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Tania. Can we get some W's for Tania in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Lawton, I don't have one, so otherwise I would. But actually, maybe I'll get one and I'll do it. G, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. W's, thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so much, G. As well as Laura, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the awesomeness. And Barbara, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for MAGA claimed children's deaths in classrooms weren't the gun's fault. Yet now, after Alex Preddy's killing, they justify it because he had a gun. True. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for 25-year LEO. I see a lot of violations by the agent, none by Alex. This kid's an idiot. Thank you so much, Rodney. I fucking love you for saying that, Rodney. Can we get some W's for fucking Rodney in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it. Seriously, W's for Rodney in the comment section right now. Jenna as well. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Jenna, for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Seriously, I really appreciate it, Jenna. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. And Deidre, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for this man's going to make me pull my hair out. Seriously, though. Thank you so much, Deidre. And Tequila, thank you for the $5. Again, Rodney, thank you so much. That was honestly so funny. That made me laugh. And Jenna, thank you for the $50. Thank you. And Maddie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For clearly, he could have had a nuclear bomb and therefore deserved to get unalived. I know, it's crazy, right? Thank you for the Galaxy Love. Thank you so much, Allie. You know, people are sending me so much more donations because they like me so much more than you, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what you were saying earlier. You're saying people love you because you got a Galaxy, but seemingly people are liking me more.
Yeah, I got some donos too from Charlie Kirk. He gave me some teddy bears, and then
Rin, thank you so much. I appreciate the gem gun. That was an embarrassing thing to say. Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
That's someone the person's username.
Rosalinda, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy.
That's the person's username.
Oh, they're okay. Well, okay, alrighty.
And then Carson gave me.
I guess if you want to desecrate your own guy, go for it. I guess, man.
I'm not desecrating. I think what happened to him is horrible.
Orion, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you.
What was worse, Charlie Kirk's death or Alex Purdy's death?
Alex Preddy's death.
You're crazy. That is ridiculous to say. They're not even on equal footing. You're just gonna blatantly said that Alex Purdy's death is worse.
Did the government in office justify Charlie Kirk's death? Did any person within the Democratic Congress at all justify Charlie Kirk's death?
I'm sure some congressmen try to sympathize with it.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I would say yeah. I think sympathizing with it or making excuses.
So no, name a single person.
I think Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar did not do that.
There was definitely some DNC officials that made some sympathizing claims.
Who?
I don't know them on the exact top of my head.
He has no clue who they are, of course. Megan,
no,
thank you for the
'cause I don't-
$20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. But Trump, if he calls for the execution of some Democrats,
Yeah,
I'll
'cause
still
they were-
support him.
Yeah, because they were calling for treason. They were telling people to not follow their orders. They were telling people in the military to not follow their orders.
To not follow unlawful orders.
Unlawful. They know what they're doing. They're purposely trying to cause an issue in the military. That's treason.
They were specifically saying unlawful orders, not
Yeah,
lawful.
why are they sending the video of that then and calling on military officials to do that? They're obviously trying to stir.
Because they don't want them to follow unlawful orders. By the way, they have been given unlawful orders.
Yeah, no. What unlawful orders?
Yeah. For example, the second strike on a Venezuelan boat off the coast of Venezuela, right? Where specifically it was a shipwreck, and it was determined specifically that's literally a war crime because of the fact that it's in violation of the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, the person's carrying fentanyl.
Oh, you can't say that.
So-
TikTok TOS, man.
Okay, well, that person's carrying.
Hey, do you have a second account I can add you back up on?
Yeah, I do have a second account.
Okay. What's the name?
Marco something.
Okay, I'll look. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The guest is getting schooled really hard. Thank you. Hawkeye, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. As well as Real Hounser, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as Sleepy Soul, thank you for the $2. Thank you. They love me so much more. Brianna, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Zoe, thank you so much for the $1. I'm sorry I didn't see that earlier, Brianna. Downfall, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's just a classification, manner of death, autopsy. Yeah, no, I misread. I must have completely misread that from earlier. Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Laura, thank you for the $5 as well. G, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And I appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up there on Venmo and PayPal. That's my fault of literally like when I start live so early, I get like news like while I'm on live and I get it and I see it from like other things. But yeah, I'll look for him. Let me see. Let me see if I can find him. I'll look for Marco. There we go. Found him. Okay. There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going. Actually, wait, by the way, real quick. For the 8,800 people here on TikTok, make sure to follow if you haven't already. It's the best way to ensure to see my content every single day. If you're on TikTok, or if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps get it out to more people, as always. We're literally almost 7 hours into the stream for today. Typically, live streams are not this long, but we are staying on a little bit longer for today. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I shouldn't be on for very much longer, to be totally honest with everyone, because we are near 7 hours.
I was wrong. It wasn't DNC representatives. It was people working at MSNBC and that have associated with the DNC, but not representatives themselves. So I got that wrong.
Okay. And that's completely different. So do you understand that there's a huge difference there? Because the Trump administration
I just admitted
calling for their execution versus there were some people affiliated with the DNC that were sympathetic? Like what? That's like I don't know the comparison there. That's ridiculous.
I wasn't comparing. First of all, you brought up that thing after I brought up that thing first. And second of all, yeah, what the Democrats were doing was they had good words by saying that unlawful, but they were stirring disagreement in the military. I would consider that treasonous.
That's not treasonous to say that. Wait, it is not treasonous to say to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. Are you serious? Do you actually think that's treasonous? Dude, honestly, you are one of the most misinformed Trump supporters I've ever talked to. You just straight up take whatever the Trump administration says, and then you just run with it.
Yeah, you just run with whatever the left says and runs with it.
Nope.
You think
what? Like what?
Who do you think was a better person, Alex Preddy or Charlie Kirk?
Alex Preddy.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Alex Preddy was a mentally deranged person who attacks vehicles and harasses federal officials protecting foreign nationals, which, first of all, these foreign nationals hurt the United States. You know, these people hurt us economically.
No, they don't. Nope.
If we give them amnesty,
undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime do not harm this country at all. You are just lying to people.
They're going to be welfare recipients. They're going to be a
undocumented immigrants
on the federal.
Undocumented immigrants, one, can't get welfare. Secondly, if they're in the country legally, if they're given amnesty, right, they are less likely to get it because of the fact that they have a higher labor force participation rate. Immigrants actually pay more into our systems because of that. right? Because they're going
Yeah.
to be on average younger, which means they work to a greater extent, which means that they're going to be paying more into the system. So actually, I would say immigration increases. You just got a flag for harassment and bullying. Oh, it must have been because that was the account you went on Dean's Live on or something. Lila, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Margaret, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Margaret. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good riddance. I mean, does he have another account? I honestly doubt it. I doubt it. I wouldn't even be able to find it because I already kicked him at this point. But alrighty. Maybe I'll add up one more person and then look it off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
I had a question. I had a question.
And if
Did
you
see
could go
my
back in time
comment?
and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but I had a question.
Okay. What's your question?
Do you want to bet $100 on Venmo that me and my friend can tag team you in a debate?
What? What? I don't even know what
Are
that
you
bet
do you
would
not
be.
are you not picking up what I'm putting down? Because we will literally dog walk you in a debate.
Why would we bet? But I'll debate you. Go for it.
Because it's just like it just shows that I'm very set on this.
Okay, then tell me why you support Trump.
Why do I support Trump? I support Trump because he's getting all the illegal undocumented immigrants out of the country, and I also just don't believe in like transgenderism. So that's also another reason.
So undocumented immigrants, and then you don't believe trans people exist?
I don't believe in transgenderism.
What does that mean? What is that?
I don't like.
Is it a new thing you made?
What do you mean I made?
I don't know what transgenderism is.
How-
Is this like an ideological framework or something?
It's
Is
like.
it a religion?
I mean, no, not really. I'm like trying to explain it. Like, okay, so like
Okay.
you don't believe in God, right?
No.
So like you don't believe in like God, right? So it's like that, but like I don't believe in like transgender people. Well, like transgenderism.
So what is transgenderism? So you don't believe in transgender people?
It's like no.
You don't
It's
believe they
like
exist?
The concept. Parker, I'm trying to explain this to you.
Yeah, you said you don't believe in transgenderism.
believe-
I don't know what that is.
No, I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep on talking over me.
Go ahead.
So transgenderism is the concept of being transgender.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
don't think
and I don't
the
believe in
concept
that.
of being trans exists?
No, I think it doesn't exist.
The concept of being trans does not exist.
Right? Yeah, that's what I just said.
It does exist because you just referred to it. If you refer to the, you're referring
that's
to.
like it's a rhetorical question. It's like it doesn't really. You kind of get. I know you're picking up what I'm putting down. It's just not real. And like, what I'm trying to get at is that I just don't understand why you believe in that.
I just gave you the reasons. Did you want to respond to the
You
points?
didn't. You did not give me a reason whatsoever. You just said that.
What
you
do you want a
believe in it
reason
'cause you
for?
did.
Sorry, repeat that.
Why you believe in transgenderism?
I don't believe in this. Oh, you mean the concept that trans people exist, or the sorry,
Transgenderism.
the concept
Of okay,
trans
it's the
people,
belief.
or the
It's
concept
belief.
of trans existence.
No.
Obviously, there's a concept that references
No.
trans people.
You believe in the concept of transgenderism. I don't.
The
believe in
concept of trans identity. Yes.
transgenderism.
What's wrong with that?
A lot of things, and I'm trying to explain that to you.
Explain.
But I'm just okay. Thanks. So the reason that I just like don't really believe in transgenderism and what's wrong with it is that it's just I don't get what's funny.
It's not a
I don't know
transgender
why
is. I
you're
don't know why you keep
laughing.
saying
I
that. It's
don't-
not
I
a
don't-
thing.
I don't understand why you're laughing. I'm trying to have a serious debate, and you're just laughing in my face.
Well, you keep talking about my new religion.
It's not a.
I'm a transgenderist.
What is
That's
that?
That's my religion.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, like
but where
that means I believe in like the almighty transgender God that created the universe.
Ew.
What
Why
do
are
you mean,
you doing
ew?
that?
What do you mean ew?
Why are you?
You don't believe in transgenderism? I mean it's
I-
the truth. It's
Did
the way of the life.
The first
You know what I
thing
mean?
you asked me the first thing we discussed when I got up here is that I don't believe in transgenderism.
What-
And now you're
well,
asking
I-
me if I believe in transgenderism.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't believe in a transgender God?
I don't believe in transgenderism.
Okay. So can I ask you? So you do not believe in a trans God?
I don't believe in anything trans.
Okay.
I don't
so
think it's
let me
it's
clarify.
just propaganda.
Do you believe in Christianity?
That's actually a good question. It's like half and half, I guess. Like sometimes like I do want to believe in Christianity.
Okay,
but
so I
then
just want to let you know your God is trans. You want me to tell you why? Based on
why?
certain definitions of it. Well, he went from not having a biological sex and being non-binary to being a man. He changed his gender.
So because like I heard you used to be
He
Christian,
went from
so you
not
stopped
having a
supporting-
recognized
No,
gender
you
to
stopped
having a
supporting
recognized gender.
Christianity
That's
because
he
God is
changed his
trans.
gender.
So you're the
God is
transphobe.
trans.
You're transphobic
How am I transphobic?
because you stopped believing in God because he's trans.
Not believing in God. It's not because he was trans that I didn't believe in him. I don't believe in God because of the fact that there's no evidence to.
You just said God was trans, did you not? Like, please clarify this for me. You
Yeah,
just
God
said
is
God was
trans.
trans.
God is trans.
And now you somehow don't believe in him?
Yeah. Not your notion of God.
Yeah,
but
you just admitted
wait,
that
wait,
you-
I
that you're
believe in a completely different trans God. You know what I mean? Like I believe in the almighty trans God. You know what I mean? Like transgenderism.
Can you
like
like educate
what
me
you
on
were
what
bringing
that
up
is?
earlier.
I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, it's like this this thing that it's called Christianity. Have you ever heard of it?
Christianity? What is
Yeah,
that?
it's like
Is that like
transgenderism
a cult?
is like a denomination of Christianity.
That doesn't.
And if you read the Bible, I've got it right here.
What is
It
the
actually
Bible?
it actually says in Philippians 2:14 that everyone should be transgender.
That's fucking disgusting. Do not say that to me ever again. Number one, I will literally like that is a threat. You are threatening me.
How am I threatening you?
You're literally threatening me. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a flag. You just threatened me.
How am I threatening you?
Because you just said you were going to turn me transgender.
I never said I was going to turn you transgender.
Yes, you
I said it says in Philippians 2:14 that everyone should be transgender.
Why are you forcing your like this is not like I'm actually getting like anxious behind the screen. This is not okay.
So are you saying it's wrong for me to force my religious beliefs on you?
Yes, you're literally telling me I'm going to be transgender.
So to clarify, wait, like would you say it would be wrong for you to force your religious beliefs on me?
It's not a belief because it's not real. You're literally sitting here telling
Wait,
me
is
I'm
it
gonna
okay
become
for you to force your religious beliefs on me?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's not okay for me to force my religious beliefs on you? I literally just read this from Philippians 2:14, and it literally says everyone should be transgender, and you're saying that I'm
Can I
not
have a
allowed to
source for
force that on other
'Cause you're,
people.
like, actually making me anxious. This is I'm really against transgenderism.
Okay, you're totally trolling.
How am I trolling?
There's
I
no
swear
way
to
you're
God,
real.
I'm not trolling. I swear.
There's no way
swear
you're
on
real.
everything.
There's
On my
genuinely
mother,
no way
on my
you're real.
mother, on everything I love, on my mother,
Say on Jesus Christ.
on Jesus Christ.
You're totally not Christian then. You're totally like you
I
must
don't
be
know how else you want me to prove I'm for real.
you know
I
what
don't believe in
you must be a
transgenderism.
Christian.
I don't know what that is. So now
You're not a believer in Jesus?
What is that?
I heard the laugh.
No, because you made me laugh.
Stop. I heard the laugh. No. You exposed 4K right there. Look at that. 4K exposed. Piston right
I just
there.
put it on my mother that I'm not trolling. You literally said pieces. How am I not supposed to laugh at that?
You're totally okay. Oh, cause dude, you're totally a Piston. I knew it. I knew it.
What is that?
You're just like you believe in pieces.
What the fuck is pieces?
You do believe in the Bible?
Oh my god. I believe in whatever is against transgenderism.
You know, Jesus elevated for your sins, right?
I don't sin. I'm straight.
He elevated above water for your sins.
You cannot straight if you're
and
cisgender.
you can believe in the Bible that it tells you that, okay? In the Bible it tells you that. He
So, like, you're
elevated
being
for your
blasphemous.
sins.
You're basically calling yourself a god.
Above water.
You're being blasphemous.
How?
Because you're calling yourself a god.
I think Christianity is blasphemous, I tell you that. Right? Because
So, like,
you're
that's-
denying Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
That's not my Lord and Savior because I assume whatever Jesus is supports transgenderism. And I'm strictly against that. And that's why your screen is black, because it doesn't want to hear you.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna kick you and go into it.
Why?
Because
What
you're
did I
not real.
do?
You're not real.
Well, I just told you, I just put it on my mother. I'm trying to have a debate with you.
Oh my gosh, it's at the point of the stream where like literally my fucking camera will not stay on, chat. Holy shit.
Yeah, because I'm right and you're wrong, and it
No,
just
it's because
nobody
we've been on
like,
for 7 hours. That's why. That's why. It's
It's
7
not.
hours into the
It's
stream.
because
By the
you
way,
are
everyone, for the
wrong.
9,700 people who are on the stream here on TikTok, I recommend to follow the stream. I'm here live every single day. I would really appreciate it.
Wait,
Actually,
Parker,
I
is
do
it
have.
true you're a grifter?
Hold up.
Is it true you're a grifter?
Yeah, let me grift real quick. Josh, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nahal, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollars
Thanks,
as well. Thank you.
Josh.
Alexander, thank you so much for the $5 for a follower of Christianity.
Alexander,
You have
W.
transgendered me, Parker. That's crazy. I am.
What
Thank you
the
so much for the
fuck?
$5.
No,
Thank you
I'm
so much.
done
I
with
really
this.
appreciate it.
I'm
Thank you.
done. I'm
Tom,
done.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tom. Give me some W's for Tom in the comment
W,
section right now.
Tom.
They said officers are in constant danger. One, ICE aren't officers.
Excuse
Two,
you?
only 2 officers have been killed since 2003. Their lives aren't in danger in those circumstances. Mostly, yeah. Especially when they're disarmed, literally. Altered, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. For I'm a transgenderist. That's unfortunate. W's. Thank you so much,
Dude, you're
Altered. I really
literally
appreciate it. Thank
forcing your
you.
religion.
Absolutely. Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Josh, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Charlie, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. For help me, I'm disappearing because this random woman doesn't believe I exist. Jimmy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Ethan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the or not Ethan. Nathan, thank you so much for the $1. I think it
W,
might be.
Nathan.
Gladys, thank you so much for the $20. Fiona with the $4.20. Thank
L,
you.
Gladys.
And Angelina with the $275. Thank you so
How much
much. I
did
really
Angelina give
appreciate it.
us?
Thank you.
Yo,
Can we get some W's for Angelina in the
W,
comment section right now?
Angelina.
For the 275. That's
for the
actually
heart me.
crazy. Seriously, W's in the comment section for Angelina in the comment section right now.
Are you
That is crazy. Thank you so much,
Parker,
Angelina. I really appreciate it. That is
Are
so
you
kind of
dodging?
you. What?
You're dodging my debate. That's
I am. I'm so scared of debating you.
I win against you again, bro. This is now
Yeah, I'm so
4
scared
times.
of debating you.
This is now 4 times.
And
I've beat
4
you in
times,
debate.
really? Angelina, thank you so much for the $2 and
Yes. 4 times
$275.
you've
Thank you
dodged
so
my
much.
debates. Like how do you
Um,
like you've dodged me 4 times.
Wait, by the way, I didn't
Thank
even
you.
see I
Wait,
didn't even
can
see their
can I
bio chat.
grift
Let me
real
let me
quick?
let me see this.
Thank
I'm actually
you, Kristen,
curious.
for the $5 over on Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram.
Liv Loves Dean is your name?
I did love Dean, and now he's a little cunt, and I don't like him anymore because he's friends with Santana, and I hate Santana.
Because you think Santana's racist? And
Yeah,
you're part of the
obviously.
anti-grift movement? This is so totally
Yes.
a troll account. Nice troll account. Nice troll account. Nice troll account. Katrina, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Michelle, thank you for the $2. Shelby, thank you for the $5 for praise pieces. Sophia, thank you for the $5 for thank you for forcing your transgenderism on me. Thank you so much. And thank you for letting me know that was literally their username. I had no clue. Chelsea, thank you for the $4.20 for the elevating pieces. As well as Crystal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I had a feeling they were trolling, to be totally honest. Like they just gave me the vibes. Maddie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. When does the dog walking start? Yeah. Honestly, that's really funny. Really funny. Alrighty, Dean's going to be hopping on in a second. Let me make sure he's hopping on right now because he's about to be hopping on. I have a few people to thank. Kevin, thank you for the $2. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone, especially for the 7-hour live. If you loved the long live, make sure to do that if you haven't already. And also, everyone, just letting everyone know, we are super close to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're at 472,000. So even for the 9,400 people here on TikTok, I'd really appreciate if you go subscribe to me on YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Make sure you're followed here on TikTok. You might not follow me here on this account. It's very likely you might not. I'm glad that we got the main account working again. It's good to see that the algorithm is pushing out because, you know, whenever I get banned, it's like a day or two back. It doesn't push out for a second. It looks like today we got back to like tomorrow should be even better because we got back to normal for today. So I'm excited. I'm excited for all. Thank you, everyone. Make sure you're followed here. You might actually only be following on my other account. Let me thank some people on YouTube real quick, and we're going to send everyone over to Dean. Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me get this kid live. What is he doing? Well, what is he doing? Bex, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Fit Dad in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Fit Dad. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Fit Dad in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Fit Dad. I appreciate it. Thank you for Dear Baby Pieces. I've put everything on my mother that I read the Bible daily. My favorite verse is from Philippians. I Or it's actually Philippians. Okay, it's Philippians. Linda, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Stella, thank you for the $5. Colin, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jacqueline, thank you so much for the $2. Jewel, thank you for the $5. Omega with the $50. Thank you so much, Omega. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jacqueline, thank you for the $2. Corey, thank you for the $10. And World Blitz, thank you for the $5. Lila, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Downfall, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up there. Oh my gosh. People are spamming Parker and Dean live battle. Chat, it depends on Dean. It depends on Dean. It depends on Dean. I'll tell him. Oh my gosh, chat. My camera is literally cutting out. Sorry, chat. It's not that I need a new camera. It's literally that I'm 7 hours into my stream and that it literally, like, at that point starts, like, dying. So I apologize. Dean said he might be down tonight. He said he's pretty tired, though. He's not going to lie. So it'll be up to Dean. He'll text me and let me know. It won't be right now. Dean's about to go live right now, though. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll let y'all know about that. But yeah, since we stayed on live extra today, I won't be doing Twitch. Just letting everyone know. I have to go post my stuff right now. I have TikTok videos to post and YouTube videos to post. So I will see y'all. I will see y'all. Love y'all. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Have a good day, everyone. Dean's going to be going live right now. Look up Dean Withers. And when he does so, spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. He's going live right now. Are you going live? All right. Well, we're just going to... He'll be live right in a second if so. I got to end my live right now. But thank you everyone so much again. I would really appreciate if you hit the thumbs up on the YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. We can get, honestly, I think this live we could get to 4,000. I'd really appreciate it. But Dean is live right now. Look at it's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's on TikTok and Dean Withers on YouTube, and you can go check out a stream. Thank you everyone for coming through. I really appreciate it. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Really cool at fucking 7 hours. I haven't done this in so long, so it was really cool to have a good stream with everyone. Thank you everyone so much. I will see everyone later. I'm going to be posting all my videos right now. Thank you everyone. Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. Carly, thank you for the $5, and Christine, thank you for the $5 as well. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize. Have a good day, everyone. Have a good day. Bye-bye, everyone. Go spam Parker Raid and Dean's live. Or spam Peen, actually. P-E-A-N. And Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Oh, I got a thing saying inactivity. What? All right. See y'all.